Welcome to day 2. Hi, Soul. How you doing? We're gonna finish the second arc of Higurashi today, no matter how long it takes. Hi. But as you can see, yesterday was really great, actually. I made it to the halfway point of my goal, which is wild. Thank you all so much. Even if I don't make it today, I'm still very happy with how this turned out. Oh, hello, Hazel. Yes! Perfect. Alright, let's get this started. End of chapter 9. Hello. Hold on. We have a cat. We have a cat, which is going to impede reading. Hello. Yes. Alright, let us continue. Nam, what are you doing? After hanging up on Shion, I searched for Rika-chan's phone number on my school's contact list. Yeah, she's a good kitty. Oh no! Good thing my water bottle is sealed! It's been 2 minutes and there's already chaos. I love you, kitty. Hi, Easy! How you doing? Thank you so much for yesterday. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been 2 minutes and she was already like, Mother, why are you not paying attention to me, a cat? You know. There it is. My fingers trembled with urgency, and I failed multiple times to put in the simple 5-digit number. Eiichi, are you calling someone at this hour? It's late, and it's being rude to the other person. That doesn't matter right now. I shouted angrily at my mother, listening to the dial tone. Pick up, come on, pick up. Time was 11 p.m. Certainly wasn't early. It was essentially the middle of the night. Had Rika-chan already gone to bed? Her phone would be ringing constantly, though, so would she get back up for me? Or maybe Satoko would answer it? Rika-chan didn't pick up. She didn't pick up. She didn't pick up. Maybe she just happened to miss it. Maybe her bed was just too far away from the phone. The sound of the phone ringing gets clearer and clearer the longer you go on sleeping. Then, bathroom? Yeah, she must be taking a bath. That was the case. Then even if she heard the phone, she wouldn't be able to pick up. It's a little late to be taking a bath, but it was possible she normally took baths right before going to bed. You know, a small child going to bed before midnight. I'll wait 30 minutes and then I'll try calling again. Even as I was thinking that, I called her house over and over again. I kept calling. Over and over again, I kept calling her, but she didn't pick up even once. I think I kept trying for about 30 minutes. Yet, she wasn't picking up. Were my phone calls so persistent that she had gotten scared to picking up the receiver? No, that couldn't possibly be it. There's no point in doing it any longer. Best I could do was go there in person. Oh boy. Where was Rika-chan's house, though? Shit, I've never even asked her where she lived. Her residence was written in the contact list, but the address was mostly numbers, so I couldn't tell where it was just by reading it. Is it on a map or something in here? Rika Furude. Her last name was Furude. It's been an odd last name, so it might be easy to find. Thinking that, I rummaged around the drawer with the phone book, but I could only find things like takeout menus and phone numbers for public establishments. Chit. I tore one thing after another out of the drawer, but I couldn't come up with any clues as to where Rika-chan's house was. Calm down, Keiichi Marabara. If you don't know, then just ask. Ask someone who does know. That's it. Rena's gotta know. I looked up Rena's phone number on the contact list. Rena Ryugu. There she was. Hello? This is Ryugu. It was the voice of a grumpy-sounding man, which I totally did not give him that. It must have been Rena's father. I'm calling in the middle of the night. I need to be polite. I'm sorry for calling so late at night. This is Maebara. Is there any chance Rena-san is around? So grumpy with that bright, cheery voice that I gave him. Reina is taking a bath. Oh, she's done? Who takes a bath before midnight? I must know. Reina. There's a friend of yours on the phone. Oh, right. Reina Ryugu is her real name, wasn't it? I gotten so used to calling her Rena that hearing her real name caught me a little off guard. Hello? This is Rena. Ah, it's me, Keiichi. Sorry for calling so late. Huh? Keiichi-kun? What do you need at a time like this? Well, actually, I wanted to know where Rika-chan's house is. Rena seemed a little appalled that I'd call her for something like that at this hour. However, she spoke the next word seriously, as if she'd caught on to how urgent my need was. Okay. Sure. You know the assembly hall on the grounds of the Furude Shrine? There's a 2-story shack used for storage behind it. That's where she lives. I couldn't immediately visualize the place, but as long as I knew she lived on the shrine grounds, I'd just have to look around. Got it. Thanks. Sorry again for calling so late. Apologize to your dad for me too, would you? What if it? You're silly. Okay, but Keiichi-kun, why do you want to know where Rika-chan lives? Rena asked in an unusually sharp way, halting me before I could hang up the phone. I hesitated for a moment about whether to tell her. He was killed because I told him. Keiichi-kun? If you're still listening, could you answer me? Why are you asking where Rika-chan lives at a time like this? Rena affected her usual tone, but beneath her words lay a certain tension, like she'd intuitively sensed something was going on. What will you do, Keiichi? If it's Rena, can't I tell her? He was killed because he found out. I revealed everything, so he was killed. Keiichi-kun, Rena is being serious. Please answer me. Good luck at work. I hope you have a nice day. Thanks for stopping by when you could. Rena asked me once again in a tone so forceful I couldn't imagine her ever using it normally. I was taken aback by her vigor. Rena is Rika-chan's friend too. She has the right to be concerned about Rika-chan disappearing. If I told Rena then, even if only for a moment, I could drive away my horrifying fears. Rena? Well, I can't exactly tell you why, but... Yes? Rena's tone was seriousness itself. Just from that tone, I could feel her saying, No matter what you say, Keiichi-kun, I'll believe you. A subtle sense of security gave me the courage to reveal the truth. I have a feeling that Rika-chan is in danger. You mean like a premonition? Or do you have some reason to believe that she's in danger? I really don't have the time to go back and forth with Rena about this. Still, I think listening to her calm voice soothed my pointless impatience. I don't have much reason, but... Yet I still hesitated. I had told Rika-chan that we had snuck into the ritual storehouse. The mayor, to whom Shion had confessed before that, had already disappeared. So it was possible that Rika-chan also... I didn't know how to explain it to Rena. While I was tongue-tied, Rena spoke up. Sorry about asking something so weird. I thought about it, and it isn't like you to need to be sure. Rena laughed a little, seemingly a bit absent-minded. I wasn't exactly in the mood to laugh, so at the time, I was dumbfounded. Rena continued in a cheerful yet purposeful voice. You're worried about a friend. I don't think you need a reason to go in and check on them. Even if Rika-chan was asleep and you ended up waking her up. And if that's why you did it, then none of us would get mad. Rena, thank you. Okay then, Keiichi-kun, just one thing. You called Rika-chan's house, right? And you couldn't get... Then when you just couldn't get through, you asked me where her house is? Yeah, that's right. I must have called her for over 10 minutes. She just could be sleeping and not have noticed. Rika-chan's house is really small. She would definitely hear the phone ringing even if she was asleep. Satoko-chan is there too, so there's no way neither of them would notice. Yeah, where's Satoko in all this? Huh? Satoko, you mean she's living with Rika-chan? Yeah. You didn't know? Well, we can talk about that later. Anyway, if you called that much and no one answered, something's definitely wrong. Ren understood that the situation wasn't normal, far faster than I could have ever imagined her to. It made her seem so dependable. However, the fact that Rena had acknowledged that this also meant the best-case possibility was just being a result of my own needless fears went out the window. I'll go to Rika-chan's house right now. Will you come with me? I could show you the way. Sounds good. Let's meet up at the same place as usual. I'll be waiting for you. No, wait. I'll come and get you at your house. You just wait there. And tell your family you're coming with me to Rika-chan's house, okay? Will that be okay? We might lose time if you come here. Did you call Mi-chan too? She's really dependable at times like these. If you haven't, then I'll give her a call. My thoughts froze for a moment. Shion had just told me to be careful around me during our phone conversation a little while ago. If the Sonozaki main house was somehow lurking behind the surface of the annual freak deaths. Love that title, it's so needlessly long. Then the current heir to the family, Mion, wouldn't be uninvolved. So wouldn't that mean she wasn't uninvolved in what happened this year to Takano-san and Tomitake-san? And also the mayor's disappearance? Okay, bye. I'll be right over. Wait for me. That's all Rena said before hurriedly hanging up. Now wasn't the time to be doubting Mion. I needed to make sure Rika-chan was safe. I got changed and grabbed the key to my bike. I figured things would go more smoothly if we met up at the place we usually do before school. Rena wouldn't need to come all the way to my house. My parents would probably have objected if I told them I was leaving, so I creeped out without a word. Oof! The night was unusually warm and disagreeably humid. She said that Rika-chan and Satoko lived together, huh? Huh? Then it wasn't only Rika-chan. Satoko wasn't there either. Yes! What happened to Satoko? Realizing what them living together really meant caused my thoughts to immediately take a turn for the worse. That can't be. Satoko is... She's got nothing to do with any of this. Even if there were a reason for Rika-chan to disappear, there shouldn't be one for Satoko. Keiichi-kun? Rena was really fast. She approached me on her bike at an amazing speed. Her breath was ragged, painting a clear picture of just how hurriedly she'd been going. No, she was a lady on a mission? Hey, Rena, let's get going. Ichi-kun, I thought I told you to wait at your house. Rena's expression was all business. Was she mad? It came out of the blue, and I faltered for a moment. Well, I just figured it would be faster to meet up here. Ichi-kun, don't you get it? Rena shouted, clearly angry. I'd never seen Rena like this before. Don't I get what? What's the problem? Rena seemed to notice she was scaring me, took a couple of deep breaths, and then continues admonishing me, but her expression didn't soften at all. Ichi-kun, the whole village is in an uproar now that the elder disappeared, right? Yeah. Now you're telling me that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan aren't where they're supposed to be, right? Yeah. That about sums it up. Then you need to be more careful. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to be standing out here alone in the middle of the night? I began to understand where Rena's anger was coming from. You told your family you'd be going to Rika-chan's house with me, didn't you? So that in the worst-case scenario, if you and I were to disappear, people would know when and where we did? Rena was perfectly level-headed in this emergency situation. Ever since the night of the Watanagashi, every night someone had died or disappeared. On the night itself, Takano-san and Tomitaka-san met strange end. On the next night, the elder vanished. Now, on the next night after that, Rika-chan and Satoko were nowhere to be found. I hadn't been thinking about anyone but myself, but it wasn't enough to say that Hinamizawa was a little weird at that moment. In fact, extremely strange. Rena had even anticipated our own disappearances, and had told me to tell my family where I was going. I was embarrassed at my own carelessness, and the need to be embarrassed made me afraid of the night. Sorry. I didn't tell them yet. Okay. Then let's go tell them together. With Rena beside me, I wheeled back towards my house. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky. Sky that was uselessly vast and cold. So no matter what, it would never seem to me like a dream. This cruel fact had already confronted me. On such a crazy night, Rena had been unimaginably dependable. Hinamizawa's metamorphosis, enough to make Rena caution me against carelessness, was to me the most fearsome thing of all. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky. We met up with Mion on the way, and she, of course, was unsure whether to believe me about Rika-chan and Satoko-chan's disappearance. Hey-chan, are you serious? I'm going to get really mad if this is a joke. Mion was clearly displeased. If this were a joke, it wasn't very funny. I understood how indiscreet my words were. Ever since the day before yesterday, someone had either died or vanished every night. Rika-chan and Satoko disappearing after all that was something you couldn't just say, even in jest. Mi-chan, if it's really a joke, don't get mad. Smile. It would be a joke after all. We need to make sure whether it's a joke or not. You're right. Sorry for getting upset. However indiscreet a joke it may have been, if we learned that our friends were safe, it would end up as nothing more than a funny story. A funny, terrible story. Do not do this to your friends. Having been warned about that by Rena, Mion gave a dry smile, the tension she felt loosening a bit. She mounted her bicycle as well. Our 3 bicycle lights flashed down the pitch-black roads. They were some of the only illumination outside. Hey, Chan, why did you suddenly decide to call and ask about Rika-chan's house at a time like this? Mion asked me the same thing, that I had trouble explaining to Rena. Would it be weird to call it a premonition? I couldn't quite tell because it was dark, but I thought I could see Mion smile very ambiguously. I definitely understood that she wasn't convinced, though, despite the darkness. Well, I had this bad dream while I was snoozing, and I couldn't get it out of my head. So, did Rika-chan get kidnapped in the dream? Well, it was more a vague feeling sort of thing. If Rika-chan had answered the phone, I wouldn't have called you, and Rena after that. Or I would have called you. I smoothly babbled out of my mouth, makeshift though they were. Blech. I was lying because I couldn't tell them I was connected to Shion. Would be likely silently admitting we'd stolen into the ritual storehouse together that night. Mion didn't press me any further. I don't know whether that convinced her. Or maybe she figured that making sure Rika-chan and Satoko were safe would be faster than making an issue out of it. I felt relieved and immediately a little guilty. Mion hadn't been acting any differently in those last few days, but I'm still trying to distance myself from her for some reason. It was only because of what I heard from Shion and Oishi-san that she, as the successor to some kind of super extravagant gang family. No. Was I just trying to force myself to forget? Don't do that, Keiichi Maibara. Wasn't it Mion who was the first to ask about the night of the Watanagashi? Such a harsh tone at that. Have I already forgotten the terror I felt? At that time, Mion looked like someone different from the Mion I knew. When I think about that Mion, then Shion and Oishi-san's description of Mion made a tiny bit more sense. That's it, isn't it? If it wasn't for how she acted that day, then I wouldn't be feeling this way towards her now. What on earth was going on with her back then? I was conveniently thinking only of everything she had done after that. You gonna come back up? Well, disregarding the very first thing that I should have been looking at most, wasn't I? Hello! Hello! Mion was pedaling her bicycle in front of me, her long hair fluttering in the wind. Hello, Hazel-dake. Hello. No matter how long I looked at her back, it never gave me an answer to any of my questions. Perhaps you should talk with your friend. You know, trust in your friend. We went all the way to the stone steps leading up to the shrine grounds. Of course, we weren't going to want to haul our bikes up there. So we parked them beside the staircase instead. So this is the Furude Shrine. Everybody comes and goes as they please, as if it were a park, but this place was actually a grand estate owned by the Furude family. So this entire shrine is private property. Really makes you feel the passage of time. I know. 10 or 20 years ago, it would have looked the exact same. Then wouldn't that mean that the Furude family is really old? With history going back for generations? Yeah. They're gone. That's odd. Rena said something clearly disquieting, so I ran over to her. What's wrong, Rena? Rika-chan and Satoko-chan always leave their bicycles here. See? They're gone. I took a look around. Indeed, there were no other bicycles aside from the ones we'd taken to get here. Couldn't they have parked them somewhere else? Could they have brought them up the stairs? Those girls couldn't do that, Keiichi-kun. Just as he said, I couldn't imagine Rika-chan and Satoko lugging their bikes all the way up there. We hadn't yet knocked on Rika-chan's door, but the reality was already sparking some ideas that weren't what you'd call good. Maybe they were just parked under some trees and we hadn't noticed them. I refused to believe that there was nothing that not being able to find their bikes here was proof that they'd disappeared. Let's go. The only way to be sure is to check their house. We all nodded and dashed up the stone steps. We passed through the red arch and came into the shrine grounds, which was covered in neat gravel, not gaffles. It was so quiet here, as though the Watanagashi festival never happened. So where's the house they live in? Over there. Come with me. Rihanna took the lead and sprinted off. We went towards the assembly hall behind the shrine, then looped around behind it. In the darkness of the night, we found a small, prefab 2-story shack that looked like a warehouse. Yeah, that's a tiny little house. The lights are off. Are they sleeping? Let's knock. Rihanna and Mia neared the shack, which didn't really look like a place people would live, but they're just tiny children. They had such a beautiful shrine, so I figured they'd live in an equally beautiful house. No, it's a small shack where 2 children live. It was far from what I had expected. Lily! Oh, I just did. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, hi Strawberry, how are you? Yeah, no, you came in and you were like, did you just crash? And then it just notified me that we crashed. Torchbearer Elena? Nice. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Welcome, new followers. I'm that Gin Girl. I'm a variety streamer, and we are trying to finish up the second arc of Higurashi. Oh, I am? Thank you. I will change the thing real quick. Thank you for the heads up. I'll change that around. And change that around. Hopefully that's better. Thanks for letting me know. It's always awkward when it's like, oh, I was echoing the entire time. Thank you. How did your stream go? How was the bear and the breakfast? Thank you for the follow, Everfree Fire. I like that name. Y'all are being very lovely. Thank you. I appreciate all of you. So yeah, this is a murder mystery, and there has been a murder. Oh no! Oh no! Well, I'm glad you're still here. Welcome in. So yeah, 2 of their friends are now missing. Rika-chan! Satoko-chan! Are you there? Rena shouted up towards the 2nd floor. Her voice was restrained a bit at first, but steadily grew louder. No answer. In fact, there wasn't any sort of activity in the house at all. They might be sleeping. Let's wake them up. Aw, yeah, I hope you have a nice, relaxing time. Thank you so much for the raid, I appreciate it. Leon banged on the shutter with both hands, and the loud sound echoed into our surroundings. They would have noticed this much noise. They would turn on the lights in their living room, fling open the windows, and yell, "What time do you think it is?" That, however, wasn't happening. There was absolutely no response. Leon stopped slamming her fist in the shutter, and a sudden silence fell over us. The silence aroused terrible thoughts in us. I could feel the blood draining from my face. It's locked. I wonder if we can get in somehow. Rena showed no signs of stopping. Didn't look like she would admit they weren't there until we went inside and saw for ourselves. That refusal to give in gave me strength. The second-story windows wouldn't be locked. I'll give them a try. Hey, Chan, a ladder. Mian brought over the ladder that was standing against the house. The footing was a little unstable for me to be climbing it, but Mian held the ladder firmly in place for me. I hadn't climbed too many ladders. My inexperience with them exposed, I climbed up one step at a time, and I tried to open each window on the second floor. Mii-chan, I'm going to check on the main house just to make sure, okay? I'll be right back. Rena darted away. What? A main house? It's the Furuta family's actual house. After her parents passed away, I think it's been left like that. Ah, right. Rika-chan's parents, they passed away, huh? At that point, I recalled something else. Wasn't Satoko living here too? Satoko's also an orphan. Her parents fell from a cliff because of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Then her older brother, Satoshi-kun, he disappeared. Satoshi, I've heard that name before. I remembered. He was the one who disappeared last year because of the curse. Ever since then, Satoko and Rika-chan have been living in this shack. Neither of them have any family, but at least they're together. They help each other out. Rena said main house, didn't she? Wouldn't it be easier to live there? Not if it was huge and you were two small children. The curtains were drawn, so I couldn't get a good look inside to see, but two young girls living together seemed like a pretty tough life. I think she tried that at first. She said it was hard, though, because it reminded her of her parents. Valid. I had no idea. I feel really bad for both of them. They were normally so cheerful at school, and I never even realized an atom of this. Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, they have it hard, huh? She's cursed. Huh? Suddenly, Mian said something in a low voice that sounded like she was really cursing someone, and I didn't let it slide. I turned around on the ladder to face her and asked again. Mian, what did you just say? I said she's cursed. Mian, still holding onto the ladder, brought her head up to look me in the eyes. As soon as our eyes met, an absolute zero jolt of electricity surged through my body. Mian's eyes clouded over, and within them boiled and bubbled a stew of chaos. They whirled around like a raging sea, and bubbles floated to the surface. I had at some point been trapped on this ladder, like being cornered on a dead-end street. Mian, why are you making that face? I intended to follow up with "You're going too far with this joke," and give her a forced smile. However, on such uneven footing as I was, the only thing that came out of my mouth was a hoarse groan, as I desperately struggled not to let the nausea overwhelm me. Satoko Hojo. She's been cursed by Oyashiro-sama. Mian's answers with a response to something I never asked, as if replying to somebody else's question. The only people who fell from the park observation platform were her parents. Only her parents, who were treated like dirt, died that day. She was the only one to survive. Then she was sent to live with her aunt, who treated her cruelly, and that aunt was killed on the night of the Watanagashi by some deviant who beat her to death so violently her brains were everywhere, and her head was entirely different shape by the end of it. Then Satoshi-kun, who always protected her. suddenly disappeared on her birthday. Somebody made them disappear, even though he wasn't abusing her. Police judged him to have run away from home, but Satoshi-kun wasn't the kind of person who would do that. He was always earnest. He would never ask anyone else's help. He would always drag himself through everything, with hard work alone. He worked so hard he nearly ground his bones to dust, all for his one and only little sister. Yet someone made him disappear. She was the only thing he lived for, and yet someone made him disappear. Poor Satoshi-kun. He was never rewarded, that Satoshi-kun. How ungrateful that child is. She's cursed. All who get near her suffer in the same fate. The curse kills them, or the curse makes them disappear. She cannot have any relief. It's probably Sadako-chan's fault that Rika-chan disappeared too. It has to be it. I don't think she is okay. Man was mumbling words over and over as if that were no longer coherent. Her shoulders were trembling so hard that I could feel it through the ladder. I almost lost my footing, which made me realize just how far away from the ground really was. Calm down, Mion. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I am, definitely sure this is not Mion. I wasn't sure if she even heard me. Mion rocked back and forth, and the rocking and trembling was becoming even more violent. Help me. The ladder. It's falling. Help me. Help! Just then I heard a sound of many people running towards us. Oh, hey! Over here! I very nearly said help me outright. 4 or 5 adults, led by Rena, ran over with their flashlights. Ichi-kun, Mi-chan, sorry it took so long. I borrowed the key. Oh, nice one. Excuse me. Seemed all the windows and doors were perfectly sealed. I was getting worried. When I heard Mion talking like nothing just happened, I again felt a chill run through me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Shion. Person curling holding the ladder in place. It was definitely Mion. It was the real Mion Sonozaki. Then, the other person muttering to themselves just a few seconds ago. Who was that? The person who was mumbling about terrible things like curses. Who was that? I jumped down from the ladder as if running away before Mion turned into that person who wasn't Mion a second time. The adults tried a few different keys on the keyring as they tried to open the big shutter on the first floor. Rika-chan's house used to be a disaster shelter for the city council, or the town council. So the keys to the shutter is still kept in the mayor's house. It's Rika-chan and Satoko's private residence now, though. Well, this is on Rika-chan's property anyway. Nobody complains about it. Mina gave a smile as she said that. I, however, could only return her gaze with an aghast expression. Mian was acting all too normal now, but that only contrasted to the all more sharply with her earlier un-Mion-like creepiness. Bang, bam, clatter, clatter, bang. The shutter opened for the first time in a very long while. Ren located the light switch and wasted no time going inside. I followed her in. Rika-chan! Sadoko-chan! If you're here, say something! We climbed a narrow staircase. It had looked like nothing more than a warehouse, but now that I was inside, I could feel how lived in it was. It was a person's home. Somehow, the scent of the two of them filled the place. This was definitely where Rika-chan and Satoko lived. The first floor doubled as a town assembly warehouse, but the second floor was a space entirely for living. Just like a one-room apartment, past the kitchen was a living room, taking up up about 150 square feet. Dressers, cupboards, and the like were packed into the space, and in the corner there was a huge pile of clothes that appeared to have just been taken in from drying outside. In the center of the living room was a fold-up table, and on it were small containers for things like soy sauce and salad dressing. The sense of the frugal lifestyle drifted from all of it. It was strange that they weren't here in the middle of the night like this. The adults climbing the stairs one at a time began to make a fuss and talk amongst themselves. So? Not here? Yeah. They're not here. This is definitely weird. The village has just been thrown into chaos yesterday because of the mayor's disappearance. And today, even Rika-chan and Satoko had... Were they out playing somewhere together? That can't be. Their bicycles aren't here, though. Where would they have gone so late at night? Have they just not come back yet? Where did they go? The adults put forth various possibilities, and the house immediately devolved into a state of confusion. Eventually, Mion settled them down. I don't want to believe it, but the Mayor Kimiyoshi disappeared yesterday. We can't say that this is unrelated. The adult's faces paled at Mion's declaration. Mine and Rena's did as well. Let's see, they could have gone to nearby for some tea or something, then accidentally fallen asleep. Whoever invited them just might not be able to wake them up at all, too. Let's eliminate that possibility first. Makino-san, please go around the houses near the stream. Keitaro-san, go look near Ojaga Lake. Okamoto-san, you... Mion promptly gave directions to the villagers. The adults followed them without hesitation, despite her age. We'll remain here and call up anyone we can think on the phone. Okay, everyone, you have your orders. Got it. The adults all roared in reply and pounded back down the stairs below. Wow, Michan. You're not only the chairperson of school, but Hinamizawa, too. No time for jokes. Hey, step aside. This old man is using the phone. Mion grinned proudly, took the receiver, and got started. Rena gave Mion a trusting look, considering her dependable for doing all of this. My feelings, though, were a little more complicated, since her leadership seemed to be affirming the Sonozaki family's successor impression that Shion and Oishi-san had given me. Stop right there, Keiichi Maribara. None of that matters right now. The most important thing is to make sure Rika-chan and Satoko are safe. Let's see. Couldn't there be a clue hinting where they might have gone somewhere in this room? Still, though, I wouldn't know what to look for anyway. Alright, gonna take a little sip. If we tore the whole place apart and figured out what would be different from before, we might be able to speculate, but... There was nothing strange about this room, and there were no clues in sight. In the first place, I had never been here before. There was no way for me to know what was different if I didn't know how the room usually looked. Hey, don't give up, Keiichi Maribara. Stop thinking and start looking. For something. In search of something, I tried pulling open the dresser drawers and opened the windows. I didn't uncover anything meaningful, though. Rena, also unable to stand around doing nothing, was looking around the room like I was. Rena, I don't think you'll find Rika-chan by opening the refrigerator or the cabinet underneath the sink. Just thought they might be hiding. Oh, how? As we were searching, it got noisy outside. Villagers were quickly assembling here, having heard the commotion. Of course, a lot of them were probably people Mion had called. I'll go tell everyone what's going on. The police will be here sooner or later, too. We'll need to explain the situation to Oishi. Mion began descending the stairs, and we followed her out to the front of the house. There were already around 10 adults there, and all of them looked uneasy. I suddenly noticed that the old people from the shrine were here as well, and they were praying for Rika-chan's safety, rubbing their prayer beads. This had gotten bad. This wasn't just a problem between friends anymore. Mion-chan, is it true that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan aren't anywhere to be found? Villagers all formed a ring around Mion, swarming her. Mion raised her right hand as if silently telling them to calm down. First, let's check every house according to the town council's notification division and see if they're visiting anyone. After all, they could just be fast asleep at someone's house and totally unaware that we're looking for them. It would definitely be hard for someone to wake up Rika-chan if she had eaten a good full meal and fallen asleep like a kitten afterwards. Oh, how nice it would be if that were the case. I don't want to think about this, but it's also possible something bad has happened. Mion's face grew remarkably more grim, and a wave of silence washed over the adults. We should divide up the work, too. We'll go around to all the places they went last night while looking for the mayor. We'll go around to the dam construction site as best we can. You guys go and search around the school. Right. Let's get a move on. Come on, let's go. All of you were up all night looking for the mayor. I know you're all low on sleep, but please do your best. Got it. With that as their signal, the adults scattered in every direction. I figured I should scatter somewhere as well, so I started walking unsteadily in a direction no one else had gone in. I was getting farther and farther from people. I didn't feel scared or anything, though. If someone were made to disappear, Shion and I would be first. It would have been perfectly normal for me to be scared of the dark. However, I didn't feel that way. Why was that? It was because tonight, someone had already disappeared. So nobody else would disappear tonight? It would take some time before I, exhausted as I was, would feel guilty about the cause of my own selfish sense of relief. Suddenly, my vision cleared, and a cold wind caressed my body. This was the hill from which you could see the whole village. Looking down from this hill, I could see lights on here and there, and I knew the entire village had awoken from its slumber. We're gonna just save real quick. First, Takano-san and Tomitake-san, then the mayor, and now even Rika-chan and Satoko had been sacrificed, and word of it was spreading everywhere. The strength in my knees left me. This could no longer be a joke. We could have found them. Mion would have told me. Mion would have told me I was a worrywart. Rena would just be glad we did. And they would have smiled at me. My hopes disappeared as if I were awakening from a dream. That was what the view I could see was telling me. Following my knees, my arms bent forward under the ground, and I clawed at it with my nails. Couldn't figure out if I was feeling sorrow or frustration. Is this my fault? I couldn't endure the burden of my own sin, and I had just told Rika-chan about it. They had nothing to do with it. Rika-chan and even Satoko had been sacrificed. It was like a cross that Shion and I would each have to bear the weight until we ourselves were erased. Well, if I'm going that far, then the problem started long before that. My original sin, of breaking taboo, of entering the ritual storehouse without asking. I knew I shouldn't have gone in there from the start. Yet, I lost out to cheap curiosity. I hadn't felt so angry at myself until this very moment. Lies, you've been angry with yourself for like 2 chapters over this. There was a crunching sound. I wasn't even interested in who made the noise, despondent as I was. Keiichi-kun? Keiichi-kun? Are you okay? Hi, Angle! We're going. We are hopefully in the last chapter of the arc. We're getting the mystery. Oh, thank you, AZ. It was Rena. Perhaps my clawing at the ground made it look as though I was having stomach pains. She ran over and rubbed my back like she was trying to make me feel better. This is all my fault. It's because of me. It's all my fault. Keiichi-kun's fault? You didn't do anything wrong. Please don't blame yourself for this. I could tell Rena was doing her best to choose the right words out of consideration for me. That's why I could sense her intent behind those words. Keiichi-kun, you know why Rena-chan and why Rika-chan and Satoko-chan disappeared, don't you? Is what she really meant to say. Because it was an emergency, Rena had ignored the reason why I wanted to make sure Rika-chan was safe, but now that we'd actually confronted her disappearance, it was only natural Rena would start to wonder why. However, with the situation having gone this far, I couldn't possibly tell her now. Keiichi, please! I didn't want to admit that Rika-chan and Satoko disappeared, but I couldn't let Rena disappear either. Keiichi-kun? If you stay out here in the wind, you'll catch a cold. Rena sat down, bringing her eyes level with me. They told us that children should go back home to sleep. Rena showed me her watch as she said that. It was long past 1 a.m. Yeah, they've been at this for 2 hours. Time was passing too quickly. Had I been crawling around here for that long? If we don't sleep soon, we'll have trouble getting up for school tomorrow. You'll probably still have trouble getting up for school tomorrow, to be real. Even the adults are really worn out since they were up searching for the mayor last night, too. They were saying they'd break up a little earlier tonight. I was a little upset that they weren't allotting as much time for this as they had to searching for the mayor last night, but that was something I, the cause of everything, had no right to criticize them for. Keiichi, please chill. It's alright. The police arrived a little while ago. Look, there are police cars coming to the village right now. Hearing that remark, I looked down at the village to see that there were indeed more cars than one would normally expect at this hour, coming from the darkness of the other side of the mountain. However, none of their emergency lights were on. Of course their sirens weren't wailing either. Bleh. That's right. All of the incidents that occurred right after the Watanagashi were only seen as a product of Oyashiro-sama's curse, and would be handled in secrecy. Rika-chan and Satoko too. Their disappearance would end up exactly like the other serial incidents in the past. Surreptitious. Unresolved. Declared a mystery. And disappear from memory. Rika-chan's face, her sweet face, like a Western doll's, would fade away. Satoko's smile, her energetic fanged smile, would fade away. The more I tried to remember them, the less I would be able to. I deserved to be called an idiot a dozen times over, and it wouldn't be enough. I couldn't hold back the tears at my own sheer stupidity. I don't know what you're blaming yourself for, Keiichi-kun, but you should stop. I wasn't about to deny it. I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't affirm it either. I wanted to at least keep Rena out of this. If she found out, she would become involved. Please, Rena? Could you just leave me alone? Even if I went home, I wouldn't be able to sleep. I couldn't get to sleep. Then at least I wanted to search for Rika-chan and Satoko until I collapsed. The entire village was looking, and yet they still hadn't been found. I don't think I'll be able to find them if I went looking alone at this point. Still, I had to do it. They disappeared. Because of me. Chronic hero syndrome, this one. I couldn't possibly go to sleep while other people were out there searching. I had said that to myself in self-deprecation, but I soon realized that Rena was silently trying to find the meaning of my mumblings. I realized I had misspoken. It's Keiichi-kun's fault? Why do you think that? Why? That can't be. Keiichi-kun, you're not at fault. I was happy that Rena had said these things to me, but she only did so because she didn't know the truth. Keiichi, if Rika forgave you, then you're okay. Which she did. If she knew that everything had been caused by my breaking taboo on the night of the Watanagashi, then even Rena would curse my existence. But yeah, I think the paranoia has now officially set into him. However, I can't even allow those curses. That would mean confessing my own crimes to Rena. If I spilled even one word about having snuck into the ritual storehouse on the night of the Watanagashi, then even Rena could disappear tomorrow night. The gentle, spirited, always joking, always howling, but at a time like this is the most dependable person in the world, Rena, might disappear. I didn't want that. Anything but that. This time, I needed to bear my own cross. Alone. Such a protagonist, this one. Keiichi-kun, I know that you always have your friends in your heart. I can really understand feeling like you want to kick yourself. Rena knows, that it's not Keiichi-kun's fault. You didn't do anything wrong, Keiichi-kun, and I know that. You know that. Thank you, Liv. Will do. No worries, thank you for the lurk. You know that? The shivering in my veins rushed up my back and replaced the sorrow in my heart with fear. I didn't tell her anything, did I? Maybe I accidentally said something that caused Rena to figure it out? This is bad. Now Rena will disappear. Rena will disappear. Rena will disappear! Then Rena, the same way I always did, grabbed my head and began to pet it roughly. Keiichi-kun, are you thinking that Rena might disappear now too? Because of Yashiro-sama's curse? She puts more force into her hand, rubbing my head. You don't need to worry about that. Rena isn't going anywhere. I promise. Why, how can you say that with such confidence? I mean, someone's been sacrificed every night so far. There's no proof that it wouldn't happen again tomorrow night. There was even less proof, after all, that the sacrifice wouldn't be Rena. I don't care who you are. Just please, if you're going to erase someone, erase me first. Please stop cruelly getting rid of people we're close to, like the mayor for Shion, Rika-chan, and Satoko for me. Shion's hysterical shouting came back to mind. They must be planning to kill us last of all. They're not killing the first people who come into mind, they start killing those who we're close to, and then after they've caused so much pain, they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing. Rena? Please don't disappear. Please don't. As long as I'm still here. I could no longer conceal the sobs welling up within me. Come on, Keiichi-kun. Crying doesn't suit you. Let's go back to the others. The housewives are cooking some miso soup for us. It'll warm you up and calm you down. Rena prompted me to stand. I didn't have the energy to oppose her, so I stood as she urged me to. We returned to the shrine grounds to find several gas stoves there with miso soup in big pots. Miso soup. The many villagers there sipped at the soup they were given in dead, stony silence. Their expressions were absolutely exhausted. Everyone had just been running around the village until a little while ago. From the dreary look on their faces, though, I assumed they hadn't come up with anything yet. Hey, Chan, where did you go? I was worried you disappeared too. Sorry. Mion held out some miso soup for me, but I refused the offer. I didn't have much of an appetite. Mi-chan, how is it? Did you find any clues? Mion took a sip of her soup, her expression frank. None at all. School ended and they went home. Then the two of them went somewhere on their bicycles. Moreover, nobody saw them riding their bikes, so... When it gets dark out in Hinamizawa, people quickly vanish from the streets. Aside from the adults hurrying back home from town in cars or on bicycles, it was normal to see absolutely nobody walking around outside. It wasn't all that strange that nobody had seen Rika-chan and Satoko riding their bikes. It was the same last night with the mayor. There's no hope. Mion's apathetic tone pricked my nerves, but that anger quickly subsided. She had been doing all sorts of things to try and find Rika-chan until just a second ago. If I asked her, she'd probably say she was up all night last night too, looking for the mayor, wouldn't she? She must have been far more fatigued than I was. Besides, what about me? I had spent the time hunched over in indecision all alone. I had no right to say anything about Mion. Hey-chan, I know it's hard, but let's turn in for the night. We just decided we should break up the search for now. Drink this and let's call it quits. Is this the end? Oh no, of course not. Once it's bright again, we'll do a thorough search with the police's help. They could have gone to Okonomiya too. People are even saying we should go all throughout the Shishibone city investigating whether or not whether there are witnesses for both the girls and the mayor. Anyway, what happened, Kei-chan? Where did you go off to? You vanished all of a sudden. I was really worried. Suddenly I was on the receiving end, but I didn't have the willpower to respond. Sorry, I'll be more careful. Nothing happened? There wasn't anyone suspicious spying on you or stalking you? Nothing like that? Mion demanded with a serious expression. I was being criticized for how inconsiderate I had been, despite being in so much pain. I was frustrated that I was being criticized, but it was my sin. My sin, and I must bear it alone. Alright. So one of the themes of this series is relying on your friends. Nothing. I'll be careful either way. Sorry. Mion, now aware that nothing had happened, heaved a big sigh with her shoulders, looking relieved. Oh my. Hi, Oishi. I knew I smelled something good coming from over here. I'd be much obliged if I'd be allowed to have some. Or you'd allow me to have some. We heard the repulsive voice of a... Okay. That's a sentence. We heard the repulsive voice of a fat man. It was Oishi-san, trailed by a handful of police officers. Yeah, we're very ACAB right now. He was acting energetically in an in a way unfitting given the situation. Words! There's not much left, but you can have some if you want. Mion didn't like Oishi-san very much. Her cold attitude, though, didn't seem to bother Oishi-san in the slightest. It was like splashing water on a frog's face. Well, now, miso soup leftovers have a bit too much salt for my taste. Confound it. Nya ha ha ha. Would you all like it? His recommendation to his subordinates, but everyone gave dry smiles and refused. So, have the police gotten a hold of any clues? Rena's smile was warm enough to replace the miso soup. Don't worry, little missy. Everything's fine. Everything's not fine. We're searching for them real good. Nufufufu. He didn't say a word about having found any new clues. In other words, there had been no progress. That sure was an annoying way of beating around the bush. In any case, it really has gotten late. It's probably 2 in the morning? All of you youngsters should go home and get some sleep. It'll be bad for your health otherwise. Yeah. Kei-chan, Rena, get some rest. These guys take our tax money. They'll handle it from here for us. We're taxpayers too, you know. It's like we're drinking... Oof. It's like we're drinking our own piss. Nya ha ha ha. I really wasn't in the mood for laughter. Aisha-san was the one laughing, like the idiot. Okay, seriously. Please do your best. Let's go home, Keiichi-kun. It'll be harder to wake up tomorrow if we don't. Yeah, that's right. I can always bring you home if you need. Yuma-chan, why don't you bring the car around? No thanks. We came here on our bicycles, so... No need to worry. We came in a truck. We'll just throw the bikes in the back. We may have gotten pretty sleepy, but we just needed a ride home at this point. I didn't want to bother the police like that. Rena, however, nodded. Okay, if you insist, we'd appreciate it. It's probably safer than if we went back home alone. When I thought about it carefully, I realized that Rena's idea was extremely rational. Now that it's decided, let's get a move on, shall we? Okay, bye. Good night. Rena, Kei-chan? Yeah? Mi-chan, you go to bed soon too, okay? Good night. I waved my hand as well, saying goodbye. Rika-chan and Satoko still hadn't been found. My unease, however, was sadly being pushed away by sleepiness. Rena showed the police where our bicycles were so that Oishi-san could haul them up onto their truck. He prompted us to get into the back seat. I could hear the springs squeaking as I sat down into the seat that would normally hurt my rear end, but at this point, it was very soft and was more than comfortable enough for me to fall asleep on. Ladies first. We'll start with the little Mrs. house. Where do you live? Thank you. My house as well. Rena's voice slowly grew distant. I felt myself being sucked into a void of sleep. Hello? My bar-san, are you asleep back there? When I came to, it was quiet. Car was parked. Aisha-san was giving me light slaps to the cheek. I didn't feel good at all, so I woke up immediately. I'm sorry, I just fell asleep. Something was being held right under my nose. A clump of metal? It was a can of coffee. It's lukewarm by now. But cafe au latte is good even at room temperature. Or cafe au light Light? Oh, thanks. I mechanically took the can and opened the pull top. The feeling of the warm, sweet liquid going down my throat awakened my sleepy mind. You probably shouldn't be having caffeine at, 3 in the morning. When my drowsiness receded, I started wanting to know why the car was stopped, and why I was offered coffee. Oishi-san, who had been in the driver's seat, had at some point moved to the back. Suddenly, I had a very bad feeling about this. Thank you for the lurk, Weedy! It reminded me of the questioning yesterday at the library. It was already too late by the time I realized I'd made a mistake. Day of all days, it didn't look like I would be getting away. I had a feeling that until Oishi-san heard what he wanted to, he wouldn't be letting me go. Nyahaha, please don't get all formal on me. I'm not going to eat you or anything. Mayabara-san. Oishi-san gulped the last of his coffee, then stretched wide, showing me how relaxed he was. That, however, only served to hearten my nervousness. What do you need from me? Need? Oh, no, nothing really. You're going to evade the question at this point? What a deeply unreadable man. Well, I don't need you for anything. I just thought you might need something from me, Mayabara-san. I don't need anything. Oh, I see. Really? Are you sure there's nothing? There was only one side door at the back seat of this truck. In other words, my only exit was blocked off by Oishi-san. I couldn't get away. I could only limply hang my head and maintain my silence. Oishi-san, despite my reticence, relaxed and began smoking a cigarette. Do not smoke in a tiny car with another person. Oh, that's gonna smell so bad. The cries of the insects outside seemed to be growing longer and longer, to an amount of time that almost seemed indefinite. Here I was sure that you had something you wanted to talk to me about. Aisha-san exhaled a puff of smoke. The windows were open, but the tobacco smoke still accumulated inside the vehicle. What did I just say? How much did Oishi-san know? What did he know? And what did he want to hear from me? Finding out the truth made you disappear, then if I told him, Oishi-san would disappear too? I had a feeling that if I didn't need to worry about that in his case. I wonder how all this ended up happening. Oishi-san addressed me in a low tone, as if he was talking to himself. How all of this ended up happening? How the hell should I know? That was what I wanted to know. You know Jiro Tomitake-san and Mio Takano-san, right? I know you do, because I personally witnessed you with them on the festival along with Shion Sonozaki-san. Do you know how Tomitake-san and Takano-san are doing now? They've actually, passed away. They met a very untimely deaths. Oishi-san probably played that card in order to surprise me. However, I already knew, and I didn't display the extreme reaction he expected. What's this? Did you already know? Unfortunately for this question in particular, remaining silent was the equivalent to saying yes. Oh, so did you also know? The reason Tomitake-san and Takano-san were cursed like that? People are saying apparently they went into the Forbidden Building. Storehouse for ritual implements. That forbidden shed, sealing away Hinamizawa's blood-stained past. Where the mistake that started it all happened. Do you know about the rumors that they say about the mayor and Rika Furure-san were cursed because of that too? That would mean it was mine and Shion's fault. He was right. As soon as we revealed what we did, What did they call it? A ritual storehouse? They're saying it was bad luck to... It was bad luck. The lock to it had been replaced with a simpler one, which made it easier for thieves to get inside. What? That was news to me. Until last year, it apparently had these big bars and huge padlocks on it. I mean, you know, ever since the priest and his wife passed away, Rika Furude has been managing the place, right? Apparently, she talked to the mayor saying she wanted to replace them with a lighter, more simple padlock because the bars were too heavy for her. I didn't know anything about those big bars he was talking about, but the lock had certainly been a simple one. It was a pretty cheap one, too, and it didn't really fit my impression of what a lock for a place you'd store something as important as ritual implements would look like. Rika-san is a small girl, after all. The bars were heavy with rust, and they might have caused her a lot of trouble. So the mayor hired a craftsman and replaced the lock with a simple padlock so she could open it with a key. So how does that mean it was bad luck? Here's what I'm saying. Thieves couldn't get in with the old tight lock. The mayor and Rika-san replaced it with a cheap lock, and the key with their own, and a key on their own, so thieves broke into it. Apparently that's how it's going down. That explanation is a bit... Letting that slide, certain members of the village delivered punishment upon the thieves who stole into the ritual storehouse, and as well as the mayor and Rika-san, who changed the lock. At least those are the whispers that seem to be going around. Maibara-san, what do you think? What do I think? I don't really know what you mean by certain members of the village. Are you familiar with the three families? Representatives of each of them gave short addresses at the Watanagashi Festival's opening ceremony. Did you see them? I came partway through the festival, so I don't really... The three families are the three oldest families in Hinamizawa. To give actual names, the Kimiyoshi family, the Sonozaki family, and the Furude family. They each have quite a lineage, it seems. Long ago, it said that everything in the village was decided by council of three families. The Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, meaning the mayor's family. The Sonozaki family was Mion's. So the Furude family was Rika-chan's family then. Yes! Keep up, Keiichi! After the war, the Sonozaki family quickly expanded their influence. Practically speaking, after leading the fight against the construction during the dam conflict, they jumped to the top of the hierarchy in Hinamizawa. You see, though, in accordance with the old ways, they still decide important village matters only after consulting with the three families. That's why the leaders of the three families each have their own addresses at the start of the Watanagashi. In other words, the mayor, the old lady currently in charge of the Sonozaki family, and the last remaining of the Furude family, Rika-san. I heard that the Sonozaki family was pretty high up there, so Rika-chan's family is just as old? Well, as you're aware, she has no relatives at all. In reality, the Furude family holds pretty much no influence. However, it seems like people gravitate towards Rika-san on a personal level, and I hear that many of the village elderly have blind faith in her. It was certainly true that Rika-chan had an odd sort of charisma amongst the elderly. So what are you telling me about this, about three family stuff for? Aisha-san paused for emphasis, lighting another cigarette. Your poor lungs! I've explained a lot, but I suppose it's still not enough. I'm asking because I don't understand. Aisha-san gave a dry, meaningful grin and blew out another big puff of smoke. Members of the three families are disappearing one after the other. That's what I'm talking about. I've read that it's all based on some kind of old tradition inherent in Hinamizawa, but I don't know much beyond that. I don't know anything about it either. That's why I'm asking. Leaders of the Kimiyoshi family and Furude families have disappeared, So maybe the leader of the Sonozaki family will disappear next. Well, that's just a random idea bouncing around in my head at the moment. Nya ha ha. Just kidding, really. You are not. The leader of the Sonozaki family. Who is it? Current leader is the old lady at the main house, but it wouldn't be incorrect to say that practically all rights of leadership have been transferred to her granddaughter, Mion-san. The vestige of Mion giving prompt directions to the adults while searching for Rika-chan spun back into mind. Mion? She's gonna disappear? I haven't even thought of the possibility. All of my hair stood on end. That's insane. Nobody wants that, right? Of course not. We can't allow that. Clamp. Oishi-san grabbed my shoulders with both hands. Then help us, Mayabara-san. If there's anything you've noticed about Mion Sonozaki lately, please tell me. I was going along with him? By the time I'd realized it was too late. Oishi-san had brought his face closer, almost close enough to ram into me, waiting for my next words. This pressure. I can't tear my eyes away from his. The moment I heard a beeping sound. It was from the driver's seat. He ignored it at first, but then it started to bother him, so he finally let go of me and leaned into the driver's seat. Hello? Yep, loud and clear. I was saved. Of course, it's not like I could escape through this opening. I see. Yeah, alright. Let's head back then. Yes. Oh, okay. Apparently he was being recalled. Now that I knew I'd be free of the tension, my body dissipated all at once. It looks like I need to get going. Were you just getting to the good part, too? That's too bad. Aisha's-san flung open the door, exited, and walked around to the front of the driver's seat. He left the door open. Did that mean I could leave? You really care about your friends, Mayabara-san. An admirable trait for a kid to have in this day and age. I totally understand that it feels like you'd be betraying them if you told the police anything. Mayabara-san? It's the middle of the night, so get a good night's sleep and then think about it. Just a little bit of courage from you might end up being what saves many of your friends in the end. Did he want to say the sacrifices wouldn't stop with Rika-chan and Satoko? You know this already, but every night since the Watanagashi, something has happened. In the past, the curse only occurred once per year, but this time it's been going on for days. What a preposterous year this has been. Or prosperous year this has been. I don't think you can call that prosperous. The night before last night, and now today. There's no proof that something won't happen tomorrow night as well. It's our job to prevent such things before they happen. But for that, we need your cooperation, Mayabara-san. I looked out the open door to see none other than my own house right in front of me. Creeped me out that he knew my name and address, but I was too sleepy right now. Too sleepy to handle this. I was too sleepy to care. Well, you're probably tired. It's already 3 a.m. Please get yourself a good rest before you go to school in like 3 or 4 hours. Yes, sir. I'll be going now. When I was about to get out of the truck, as if to deliver a parting blow, Oishi-san said in a raised voice, I'll be coming by every day until you feel like talking, all right? Creeper. I don't believe forcing you to confess in an interrogation room is really in fashion these days. The actual heck, Oishi-san. I couldn't say anything in response, but me slamming the door shut probably served the same purpose. After lightly beeping the horn, Oishi-san's truck drove off. I went to the front door without waving goodbye. The door was locked, but the chain wasn't up. I unlocked the door and entered. Then walked over to the staircase. That was where I lost consciousness. Ooh, new tips! From Scrapbook. The Elder... okay. Let's read the new tips. From the Scrapbook. I'm gonna take a sip first. Sonozaki family. The one to drastically expand its influence after the war was the Sonozaki family. Leader at the time was Oryo Sonozaki, who still has that seat today. Oryo Sonozaki has grown old, and today you can only catch glimpses of who she was at who she was at the time. From what I've been told, however, she is the leader extolled as the best in history, having become so old aside from going out a few times a week for lessons, she spends her time at home in solitude. And it seems to leave most of the ceremonial affairs to her heir, Mion. There are different views on why this successor is not her daughter, but her granddaughter Mion, but it's rumored it has to do with the disownment of her daughter and son-in-law. That uninhibited granddaughter, Mion Sonozaki, still shows no signs of the dignity required for the next leader. However, she does have Sonozaki blood in her veins, and is permitted the name of demon. She still doubtlessly requires caution, and is probably hiding her fangs and claws as skillfully as leaders of the past did. Interesting. So, it sounds like the twins' mother got disinherited for marrying her father, the elder of the Sonozaki family. Yes, the postal worker hasn't seen anything either. Sonozaki's main house has their seal hanging from their mailbox, so that anyone can stamp their mail or parcels with it and drop it in. Nyahaha, rather careless of them. So, when was she last seen? She was last seen at the Watanagashi opening ceremony greetings. She apparently returned home right after that. Well, she is pretty old. From what I've heard, she goes out a few times a week to take lessons, right? Have you found anything out about that? Every Monday she goes to the assembly hall to practice the Taishogodo, but she didn't go this week. Any calls to say why she wasn't going to be there? Anyone confirm it? No, nobody. She apparently takes a day off once in a while, though, so it's not as if that's that strange. Tomorrow, why don't we pretend to go into town and call around 10 o'clock? Please figure out whether she's at home. 10 o'clock? Got it. Ever since it started, it seems like more and more like ancient Hinamizawa traditions has something to do with all this. He'd been keeping a careful eye on the three families. At this point, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family and the leader of the Furude family have disappeared. There's only one leader left. Oryu Sonozaki, the leader of the Sonozaki family. She was apparently a pretty old woman. Her dignity hadn't waned, but she still only appeared before people rarely, so it was difficult to confirm where she was at any given time. She's the last leader. She, the last leader, hadn't been seen since the day of the Watanagashi. Was she still alive and well within the Sonozaki main house? Or had she? Pretty sure she's not around. According to Mion Sonozaki, she had fallen ill and was sleeping it off. I wonder if she's really sleeping. I'd like to take a look at her face and her pulse. You can say that again. Two of them breathed out a long, big puff of cigarette smoke. Aishi-san, about the search warrants for the Sonozaki family main house and the Furude shrine. Do you think we'll get them? Aishi didn't respond. Exhaled another cloud of tobacco smoke, his surroundings now as foggy as his mind. From the scrapbook. The Hidden Demon. The inhabitants of Hinamazawa believe that the blood of demons flows in their blood. As such, the character for demon, probably Oni, is treated as very sacred. For example, usage of the character in names is apparently a right reserved only for the leaders of the Kimiyoshi and Sonozaki families. Case in point, we see it in the current Sonozaki's family leader's name. Oryu is written with the character. Yep, there it is. This, and only this, is proof that she is a legitimate leader of the Sonozaki family. In the same way, Mion Sonozaki is the successor. It contains that character name, with me being written as... Interesting, okay. It also goes for Oryu's daughter, and Mion's mother, Akane, who did not succeed her. Known that before the disowning, Akane's name was actually written as that character, though it was changed afterwards to a different character, still read as Akane. Interesting. Very cool. Incidentally, it's thought that the first character in Kiichiro's name originally meant demon, which can also be read as Ki. Should be said that the names using the... Oh no! Love you, OBS. Should be said that the names using the character aren't limited to only the successors. Hi, Deli, how you doing? Are we back? Are we alive? Oh no! Oh no, I'm broken again! Are we back? Testing. Okay, good. Because I just saw that it was like, it disconnected and reconnected. Yeah, no, it's delightful to see you, and I'm really glad you're stopping by. It makes me happy. Okay, that should be said the names used in the character aren't limited to only the successors of the Sonozaki family. You can even find it in the last names of the three families. You do, and I appreciate that. For example, the character for Kimiyoshi are likely a split-up version of that character. If you write it in reverse, from top to bottom, it clearly reads them. Okay, interesting. Interesting. I love your support, Gremlin. That is the best. Hello, support, Gremlin. I appreciate you. As for the Furude family, who have been in Shinto priesthood for generations, the word for fortune teller can be written without interval characters. Oh, yeah, okay. I think that with the addition of a demon horn, the tick on the top of the character, okay, is used in their name now. In the case of the Sonozaki family, where Sonozaki is written as that, I can't find any reference to the character. Perhaps it's because it's already ingrained into their first names. They were the clan responsible for running the Watanagashi ceremony, so I think that instead they included the contents of that ceremony into their last name. Zaki in Sonozaki is a conjugation of the word for slice, and the Sono, as written, probably contains the hidden meaning of human body, as it is a complicated mess, organs, enclosed by four sides. Man, he must have just went wild with how many fun hints can I do, even with the kanji for how the characters spell their names. I think, in other words, that Sonozaki comes from those who slice open the gut. Charming! You know, fun facts! Request denied. I'm back. How did it go? Did you find any clues? The officer shook his head in disappointment. Exhaustion was plainly showing on everyone's faces. That was only natural. None of them had gotten a wink of sleep since the day of the Watanagashi. Chief, let the youngest of us take a nap and then switch them out. We've got a long stretch ahead of us, after all. Let's not push ourselves too hard. Rest up so we can take it easy as we go. I've been telling them to sleep on shifts. Nobody actually seems to be willing to sleep, though. Could you tell them yourself, Oishi-san? Oh my. You don't need to force yourselves. Komiyama-kun, please let everyone sleep in shifts, starting with the youngest. Komiyama-san, please do that. After the chief told him as well, Komiyama-san left his seat. So, Chief, still no good on our request? It's just a rumor among the villagers in the first place, you know? It's going to be difficult without more concrete evidence. Even when the evidence might be tucked away in there. We need evidence that evidence is tucked away in there. We need evidence for the evidence. Chief, don't start speaking in riddles to me now. We have witnesses that say 4 people, including the 2 who died, went into the forbidden ritual storehouse without permission. This is all reliable information. You call it information, but they're really only rumors. There's no concrete evidence. Well, it is true that we don't have any pictures of the 4 of them sneaking in with cloth tied around their heads. Any of those 4 saw something inside that store. Anyway, those 4 saw something inside that storehouse. Something important enough that they'd be erased. Important enough that they'd be erased? What would that be exactly? That's why I'm asking for the warrant to go looking in the first place. Anything pointing out the Sonozaki family's connection to the violent organization would be a major contender. Like a pile of cocavers or a secret poppy production facility. The secret Sonozaki family fortune would also be pretty difficult to discard. Look, Oishi-san, I know how you feel. However, the storehouse is a sacred building belonging to the Furude Shrine, and we need to have proper consideration for the locals when dealing with it. I heard that there was an hour-long call made to Congressman Sonozaki, the big man. Chief, could he have nailed you back down? Anyway, as long as we don't have suitable evidence, we won't get a search warrant for the storehouse. That goes for the Sonozaki main house, too. Especially considering that the jurisdiction of both Section 4 and the Prefectural Police Crime Prevention Division. We need careful preparations first. You say we need preparations? Then why don't you let me talk to them directly? Shige-chan is the head of Section 4, right? For crime prevention, that's Yamamui-san. They seem like they'd be quicker to talk to if I sat them down at the mahang table. Chief, you have a visitor. Yikes. Pushing the employee who guided in the right out of the way was an old man who looked like a Yakuza member, given his crested kimono and hakama. Did he not get enough of this over the phone? I am Congressman Sonozaki. I demand to know who's responsible for this. This instant. Hello. I'm the division chief, Takasugi. I don't need your name. I could have you demoted on a whim. You wouldn't even be enough. Bring out the one called Oishi or whatever. He deserves punishment for requesting a search warrant of the sacred Furude shrine. I sincerely apologize. Oishi's son is currently out on investigation, and it's been difficult to contact. I'll take his place to hear you out. So please, have a seat. The chief's eyes were telling me to get out of here. Perhaps I'll gratefully accept this favor. Maybe I'll go lay down in the nap room. Listen here, the Furude Shrine spent 2,600 years on the imperial calendar, and 2,500 more beyond that. It's sacred, a sanctuary that must never be defiled. The 800,000 gods, Oyashiro-sama, and the spirit of our ancestors are all enshrined there. The holy shrine protects Hinamizawa from when the sun comes up and when it sets, and from when the moon rises to when it falls. Who is the idiot who wanted to set foot in there? Besides, the right to the religion, the religion is the most revered right of the people in the country of the Constitution. You dare to be so bold as to sully that using your own investigation negligence as pretext? I will not allow it. Are you listening, you lying scum? I'm angry now, so you're not getting off the hook that easily. Oh boy! Alright. Gonna save. End of chapter 10. Alright. So I'm gonna take a caffeine break for about 15 minutes, and then I'll come back at the top of the next hour, and we'll continue with chapter 10. Alright, let us continue. But first, for anybody who's unaware, these are my general goals. Do I expect to hit all of them? No. But I will say, we are one away from unlocking another standard Tier 1 emote, and 4 away from the next big one, which is chat commissions a PNG. No pressure whatsoever. But yeah, that's part of the reason why I've been doing some longer streams, is to try to be like, how much can I unlock for the channel? And so far, it's been pretty good. But yeah, let us continue with Chapter 10. Or 11, rather. Continue. I saw a ceiling I was familiar with. Not to be confused with the unfamiliar ceiling. Though I was groggy from sleep, I did notice that I was in my futon, like I was every morning. I looked at my clock. Despite having turned in so late last night, I had awoken at precisely the same moment I always did. Gotta love that internal alarm clock. I'm so low on sleep, but I guess you really could get up at the same time every day. You totally can. Whether you want to or not. The secrets of the human body never cease to amaze me. If I went back to sleep like this, I would definitely not be waking up again. I spurred myself on and slipped out of my futon. Mom asked me about last night at breakfast. Apparently, we too had gotten a call asking if we knew where Rika-chan and Satoko were, and Mom vaguely understood that something serious was happening. So then, you were out late last night with all of your friends looking for them? Hello, Kitty Kitty. Are you gonna come up? Until about 3, I think. Yeah. Did you find them? Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, I mean. Crunch. I wearily bit into my toast. It really didn't have any taste. Just then we heard the chime go ding-dong. Hi, Simple Moose! How are you doing, bud? Oh, I love it! I love it! He's jiggling! I looked up at the clock and saw it was about 5 minutes past my regular meeting time with Rena. I hope you're doing well. It was her at the door. Good morning. Did you get any sleep? Did you? I think I slept for a few hours. I probably count them on chicken's toes, though. Which, yeah, probably like 3 or 4. Rena seemed pretty sleep-deprived as well. Well, we're getting slightly spoopy because, people have disappeared. But my lovely PNG was made by my friend Marshy. This was one of the first ones that I commissioned from her because I knew I would be using it for a while, because there are a lot of chapters in this game. Yes, ma'am? Hi, I see you. Hold on, gotta play with the cat. Eh. Eh. Why? Why is it so far away? Why? Here we go. Eh. She is being demanding as such. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Art thou satisfied, kitty cat? Alright, let's get settled back in and continue on with the spooky story. Rana seemed pretty sleep deprived as well. There was something missing from her usual spirit. Are you going to school? Yeah. I think it would be better that way, she said, smiling, albeit stiffly. Rana was probably worrying her heart out about those two as well. Even so, she wanted to go to school. If I stay home today, I think you'd just be worrying non-stop and sleeping. I don't want that. So let's go to school together. All right. Wait just a moment. I'll get ready. I was just a little bit happy about Rana mustering that much consideration for me. We went to the place we'd usually meet up with Mion, but she was nowhere to be found. We were a little bit late today, so we thought she'd be waiting for us. I guess Michan couldn't wake up today, huh? That's right. For her, it wasn't just yesterday. She was up all night looking for the mayor, and the night before last, too. We waited a bit. Time passed. It got to the point where it was okay for us to go alone, and we exchanged glances. What do we do? Wait a little longer? At that point, my brain, which had finally been woken up by the morning air, recalled the ominous words Oishi-san had left me with last night. The leaders of the three families were disappearing one right after the other. And the next might be the Sonozaki's leader. Could Mion have... No, that couldn't be. Let's go. Let's let her sleep for today. Hello. Hello, kitty kitty. Hello. Rina gave me a pat on the back. Mion? She's still here, right? Did you say something? Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself. Let's get moving. The two of us headed to school by ourselves. Yeah, your poor class is, now down 3 people. On the way, we saw a bunch of our classmates accompanied by their parents. It even looked like some of them were being taken to school by car. Surprisingly, the principal was also standing watch at the school gate. I'd never seen that before. Good morning. Good morning. The principal was bowing to all our classmates' guardians. Wooden sword leaning next to him was a little ominous. Maibara-kun, good morning. Ryugu-kun, good morning. Good morning. Your teacher has something important to say, so head straight to the classroom. Drive safely, AZ. Thanks for stopping by. All right? Rana and I said nothing. The madness that only existed at night had finally crawled into the sunlight. That's what it felt like. Good morning, everyone. That hushed conversation had been spreading out for a while now, disappeared like an illusion the moment our teacher walked in the door. Silence dominated the classroom. Principal came in with our teacher as well. This was clearly not a normal morning. Hello. First, the principal has something important to tell everyone. Go ahead, Mr. Principal. principal cleared his throat and approached the podium. I'm sure some of you already know this. The classroom was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Rika-chan and Satoko's empty seats. The principal briefly and simply declared that Rika-chan and Satoko had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who didn't already know.
Why are you so... You're such a goober. Fine, we'll do another round or two. Get you another good little run around. Don't get stuck on the bed, you nerd. Don't get stuck on the bed. There you go. Always when I'm streaming, I swear.
Who didn't already know? There seemed to be many, however, who couldn't accept it as the truth. It had been confirmed to them, but it had been confirmed to them now by the principal's words. There were sobs throughout the classroom, and I heard a kid crying. It steadily spread throughout the whole room. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either. Okay, everyone, pay attention. From today on, your parents or guardians will be taking you to school. For those of you whose parents can't do so, you'll be coming here in groups. I made a handout, so read it carefully and be sure to show it to your parents. Understand? The teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could conceal the strain she felt from the unprecedented, abnormal situation. I should have just canceled school today. Labarana told me that the school was also like a nursery for the students whose parents both worked, so some of them wouldn't want school to be canceled. Well then, let's begin the lesson. Class president. She's absent, I see. Then whoever's on day duty, let me hear it. All right. That feeling, wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if only in school, precisely because our lives had been messed up, was something that I agreed with at this point.
Yeah.
As for the teacher who always had her lunch in the staff lounge, she ate in the classroom today.
Now the cat break, now the cat break. Hello, kitty cat.
I had to laugh at her curry bento, which was just a rumor until now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. Rana brought her chair and lunch over to my seat. Today, it was only the two of us. The fact that we didn't need to drag any other desk over was sad.
I'm sleepy.
Yeah. I don't feel like sleeping anymore, though. In fact, I'm jealous of the people that could sleep at a time like this. They've got nerves of steel.
You're right. I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness had dissipated after coming to school and constantly feeling the incredible tension.
Rana's bento box didn't have its usual luster. That was to be expected. Rana was up for a long time last night, too. She wouldn't have had the time to make her lunch beforehand. It's not like she would have gotten up early this morning.
Grab anything you want. Go ahead. You can admit that my bento is better today.
Okay, then I'll have some.
Wow, Chikawa roll. With paella and cheese? Or perilla and cheese. That's interesting. Girl, what are you doing? Girl. I got Hazel a new bird toy and she is obsessed. She's obsessed with this little guy. It's so funny. Alright. You get one more good run around, okay? Here you go. Hi. 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 Alright. Rena, yours might have ready-made food in it, but it's pretty good too. I realized the two of us were desperately trying to brighten the afternoon mood to its usual level as much as we could. I looked around in the classroom, and it seemed like we were the only ones trying to do so, surrounded as we were by gloominess. Just the two of us sharing lunches like this, it's sorta like something. How? Our laughter grew quieter. I was the first one to mess up. Sorry. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. It's not your fault. Our chopsticks both stopped moving. We couldn't keep it up anymore. Rika-chan, Satoko, I wonder where they went. Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking about it, using roundabout ways to address the topic, but I came right out and said it. I heard Rena catch her breath. Yesterday, while you were gone, I heard a bunch of things, so I'll tell you what I know, okay? Sorry again about last night. Go ahead. At that time, since they had arrived for support, Rena was helping the Ladies' Society cook the miso soup we'd had. They reported all the information the villagers had gathered, and Rena said she'd overheard it. They didn't know anything important, though, did they? Rika-chan and Satoko went home after school, and then apparently went somewhere on their bikes. But other than that, Mian had told me yesterday. We had no clues. Yeah. The police also said they probably went on their bikes to go play somewhere as soon as they got home. If they were going out to play somewhere on their bikes right after getting home, then they might have gone into town. So I guess they concluded they disappeared while in Okonomiya. Police were saying how they were going to expand their search to Okonomiya in the morning. Yes? You gonna come up? You silly kitty? In town. It makes sense why we couldn't find them even though we searched all over Hinamizawa, though. Still, something didn't fit. Yes? I had no basis for thinking that, just a gut feeling. Ma'am, what are you doing? I revealed something to Rika-chan that was likely very important to her that day. Then Rika-chan had told me to leave it to her. And then, what did she say? Oh right, if she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog too, I think. With all the talks of dogs and cats, I still didn't have the faintest idea what she really meant, but it might have been Rika-chan's way of saying there was a race against time. Damn it. I'd selfishly pushed my anxiety on Rika-chan and tried to run away. When I thought about it, I shouldn't have run back then. I should have asked her more about the dogs and cats. The more I think back on it, I really screwed up. Anyway, I don't think Rika-chan was in the situation where she would go off and play somewhere. Of course, I didn't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. Just a hunch. I don't think she'd go into town. You think so too, Keiichi-kun? I agree. Rika-chan and Satoko-chan must have disappeared in Hinamizawa. I looked back at Rana startled. I could hear the conviction in these words. Without replying to my gaze, she took her bento box and went into the hallway. Hello? I'm going to rinse this out. She timed that in a way to break off the conversation. Suddenly I got the feeling that the next thing she had to say would be hard to say aloud in the classroom. I hurriedly grabbed my bento box and followed her. And I didn't go into the kitchenette, but rather to the water fountains at back, where the students seldom went. The water flowed down our bento boxes. During that time, Rena didn't say a word. Then, after making sure there were no other students around, she finally opened her mouth to speak. The whole thing about Rika-chan and Satoko-chan going out of town to play, and then disappearing. That didn't make sense for some reason, so I decided to investigate a little bit myself. Who did you ask? What did you ask them about? I asked the Ladies' Society all kinds of things. There was a lot of tofu in the miso soup yesterday, remember? The old lady from the tomato tofu shop came too. The tomato tofu shop. Oh, I remember. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. There's huge lumps of tofu dancing in the bathtub, like sits in olives, looked nice and refreshing. Cittern. The old lady, she remembers Satoko-chan stopping by to buy tofu on her way home from school. Tofu? Well, it's on the way home, right? How is that a clue? Just listen. Do you remember when we went to Rika-chan's house? Rena stepped away from the sinks and spread her arms wide to recreate the space of Rika-chan's room. There was a pot on her gas cooker, and there was miso soup in it. I think there was probably about half inside. The rest was in the refrigerator. She has reached the window. They must have been planning to make chilled tofu. It was on a plate in plastic wrap. As Rena explained, she was walking around as if she was really going through Rika-chan's room. Still, Rena, why does this matter? Keiichi-kun, when you make miso soup, you put tofu in last. That means Rika-chan or Satoko-chan, or whoever was cooking, was standing there making it, up until right about dinner time. Right up until dinner time? Wasn't everyone saying that their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves? Ma'am. The trash on the countertop bin was put there really awkwardly, too. Rika-chan makes most of their food and lunches, but occasionally Satoko-chan does it too. So Satoko-chan was cooking that last night. So that means that Satoko at least didn't go somewhere to play. She was preparing dinner? Yeah. Then I took a look at the rice cooker and there was rice for two still in there. So she made dinner for both of them, but neither of them ate it. Is that it? Rena nodded. So next I looked in the fridge. There was some chilled tofu made from the other half that they bought. That's not all either. There was a whole bunch of plates with side dishes for dinner, and all of them were in plastic wrap. You usually plastic wrap things so that you can have the leftovers for the next day. My mom does it all the time too, using them for breakfast and lunch. That's right. You use plastic wrap to save leftovers for later. So the fact that they were in the fridge means that they didn't plan on eating them that night, at least. Is that what it means? Keiichi-kun, think a little harder. Their dinner was totally untouched and wrapped up. What do you think that means? Well, That means they didn't need to eat dinner anymore. So they would have gone out to eat or ordered takeout. Must have been really sudden, too. If they had decided to do that beforehand, they wouldn't have made anything, but there was dinner for 2 of them. Hello. Yeah. Hi. That means that when Satoko-chan was making their dinner, they really thought they were going to eat it until right before they didn't. Hello. Hello, kitty kitty. So then, the theory about the 2 of them going out to play and then disappearing is wrong. Yep. They disappeared after making dinner, and right before they ate it. Probably around 7 o'clock. Where would they have gone at a time like that by themselves without eating? That's obvious. That's obviously where this is leading. Hello. Hello. Keiichi-kun, do you remember? On the fold-out table there were things like soy sauce and chopstick holder? There might have been something like that. I didn't remember. Container for the soy sauce. It was empty. There wasn't even a drop left. Chilled tofu wouldn't taste good without it. So I looked under the sink for the larger bottle of soy sauce they have. You sure know a lot about where they keep their stuff. Hello. Hi. Hazel saying hi to the audience. Hi. I've been to Rika-chan's house and cooked for them before. Rena cleared her throat, her face returning to a serious expression. Then, when I opened the cabinet, the big bottle of soy sauce wasn't there at all. And no. Hi. Hi. And no. It wasn't there. What does that mean? Everything I'm going to say from here on out is just Rana's idea. So please listen until the end without saying anything. Hi. Last night, Satoko was making dinner like normal. Rika-chan usually watched TV until the food was ready, so she was probably lying down and watching a variety show or something. Satoko put the tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed they were out of soy sauce. So Rika-chan, who had nothing to do, brought the big bottle of soy sauce to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs. I don't really know my neighbors that well. Would people be willing to just give her soy sauce? Yeah. It's not all that uncommon in Hinamizawa. So Rika-chan rode her bike out to get some soy sauce. No matter how long Satoko-chan waited, though, Rika-chan didn't come back. So Satoko-chan called up the house where Rika-chan was going. Would Rika happen to be imposing on you? Something like that. Then some other person must have replied with something like this. We have plenty of food here, so you should just come over too, Satoko-chan. Rika-chan has already eaten. I think that's how they called her out there. Satoko called Rika a few names in private and wrapped up the dinner she had made for them. She put it in the fridge so she could use it for breakfast or lunch the next day. Then Satoko got on her bike too, and headed for the house where Rika-chan was. Okay, but this is already pretty strange. You don't normally make so much food that you can give it to people who suddenly arrive at your house. A veteran housewife would never normally make so much food that she could feed extra people. Or feed 2 extra people. Could that have just been a coincidence that they made too much? It's still unthinkable. Rena flatly denied me. Oh, will do. Hello, sweetie. Alright, we're gonna smooch. And a sippy. Thank you, Edie. And also, mwah! Thank you for being my friend. You're a sweetie. I appreciate you so much. You're so much fun. Hehe. You're my good bean friend. Rana flatly denied me. Since Rika-chan knew that Satoko-chan had worked really hard to make dinner for them, didn't she? No matter what kind of food she was offered, she wouldn't let Satoko-chan's dinner go to waste. This was all only circumstantial evidence and Rana's guesswork. Even so, it was all extremely convincing. It was the only ray of hope we had to topple this situation bereft of clues. Then Rena, where did Rika-chan go? To get soy sauce. That was the heart of it. It would have to be somewhere she'd be comfortable with asking for soy sauce, and somewhere Satoko wouldn't think it'd be suspicious that she'd been invited over for dinner. So who was it? Rena slowly shook her head. Kitty. That's all for Rena's guesses. These are all just ideas, okay? Keep them a secret from the police. What is there to hide? Even if only half of what you say is right, there should be good clues for all of this. Ichi-kun. This all means suspecting someone from Hinamizawa. We can't suspect anyone without a really good reason. I saw a few girls coming over to rinse out their bento boxes. Rana cut the conversation short there and returned to the classroom. I stared there alone, my body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. Let's think about this. In my own way. Rana had barely any information to go on, and yet she'd reasoned out that much. There should be something that only I, who knew far more than Rana did, could deduce. Aisha-san said this last night too, but this incident was definitely occurring within Hinamizawa. Rena might not have wanted to believe it, but it's basically a given that the culprit is someone from the village. The trigger for everything was when the four of us trespassed into the forbidden storehouse. Somebody saw us going in there. For the culprits, breaking the taboo was a crime punishable by death. So that night, Tomitake-san and Takano-san were sacrificed. There were two left. Shion and myself. However, before the culprits bore their fangs on Shion and me, they went after the mayor, to whom Shion confessed her sin. Next, they went for Rika-chan, to whom I'd confessed my sin. Then what about Satoko? Just a stray bullet? By itself, Rika-chan being sacrificed after I told her everything was mortifying. But Satoko, who was sacrificed for no reason, wasn't that all the more regrettable? Everything was my fault. Who would be the next to disappear? Would it be Shion and me next time? Why weren't the culprits going for Shion and me right away, though? If they had enough power to erase the mayor and Rika-chan, then why not get rid of Shion and me? They went for us. Well, it wouldn't be like... I wouldn't like it, but I could still tolerate it. What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those we'd confessed to. Now that I think of it, yesterday Shion had said something alarming. She felt like someone was watching her. So then, was someone watching me as well? Strangely though, I hadn't felt anything like that until now. Even though I'm the root cause of everything, I had not once had that impression. Maybe this was simply because Shion was more cautious than me, and I was just careless. That's another story, though. Let's get back on track. Why weren't the culprits going after Shion and me? I felt like this is where the key to this lay. Could it be... Was I making a big assumption that I shouldn't have been? I thought and thought, but I couldn't come up with an answer. The only thing I understood was that I was a concerned party to this case, and I had a duty to watch over it until everything got resolved. I heard the ring of the bell declaring the end of the lunch break. Would somebody else disappear tonight? Nobody else did. Then I wanted them to get rid of me tonight for sure. And put an end to all of this. Shian's hysterical voice on the phone last night came back to mind. They planned to murder those close to us first, make us as miserable as possible, and only then would they kill us. Ayabara-kun, lunch break is over. Go back to the classroom. I like that emote, it's cute. Blanket, oh, that's cute. At the principal's urging, I returned to the classroom, which was as quiet as the streets at night. Why? There were a lot of parents picking up their children after school. Oh, there's another one! Oh, that's cute! Yay! All the blankie dances. Be cozy. Yes. It was just like kindergarten. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everyone else, following the assigned route. Even while leaving, nobody said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers silently marching through the mountains. As we went on, one left, then another, and in the end, it was just Rena and me. I was supposed to escort Rena all the way to her house, but she declined. Will you be alright? It's not safe to go alone. Take this. It would be just as dangerous for you to go home by yourself after bringing me back, Keiichi-kun. It's still light out anyway. I'll be fine. I see. Then be careful, okay? Yeah. Huh? Isn't that the policeman? Rena pointed towards my house. There was a car stopped in front of it. And out of that car came Oishi-san. I mean, he did say that he'd come by every day. He must have been waiting for my return to ambush me. Sir! Oishi-san started walking over, wearing that annoying grin. Rena, you should go. If you get involved with him, you'll be here for hours. We're gonna die of boredom! What did the police want with you? Rena's a good person. Even when I made a fuss over Rika-chan's disappearance, she never asked me why I did. She could have been suspecting me ever since then, and that would have been okay. Even so, she hadn't asked me anything. She didn't try and pressure me into revealing the truth. I'm not the culprit. I know that. That said, I can't say that I'm totally uninvolved with this incident. Rena simply listened, smiling like she always did. Even though I had insinuated that I was related to the incident, she didn't look at me as though she were looking at something dirty. I'll tell you next time. Okay. I'm looking forward to it. Ooh, I don't think. Get going then. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna end well, everyone. Rena gave me a slight bow and trotted away, leaving me alone with Oishi-san, who walked over. Hello, hello. Welcome home, Maibara-san. Hello. It looks like your parents aren't here. My, I was in a bit of a spot. Came all the way to my house? I could only thank my good fortune that my parents were absent. Since neither of them was around at this hour, they would probably be back late. I think Dad got called out on business. I don't think he'll be back until later. I see. Well, that's convenient, I suppose. We can do this without giving your parents any strange ideas. My son pulled my back, prompting me to walk. It seemed like he wanted me to get in the car. Don't get in the car with strangers. Are you taking me to the police station? I wasn't the culprit, but I was the cause of everything. It wouldn't be weird if you wanted to investigate me. That kind of gave me a resigned feeling. No, I just don't want to stand around talking. We can talk in the car, that's all. Are you going to smoke in the car? Come now, don't be shy. He opened the back door and urged me inside. If I got in, I wouldn't have a very easy time getting out. Wow, Hazel, it's a predicament. If I said no, however, the men might really handcuff me and take me away. I couldn't refuse. I could only accept in good grace. Then inside of the car had been cooled too much by air conditioner, and there was a rusty smell coming from the filter, which must have been cleaned only rarely. Oh, is it too cold? I'll turn the car off. He turned off the engine and suddenly became quiet, and the voices of the Higurashi, with all their cool loneliness, snuck inside. Sounded to me like a chorus of voices lamenting my exorbitant punishment for having harbored such foolish curiosity. For a few moments while listening to those voices, I myself lamented the days that had been twisted and distorted since that night. Oishi-san, as if waiting for me to voluntarily begin talking. Hold on. Pressed a button. There. Get that there. Get that there. Lit a cigarette and listened to the Higurashi. Silence became deafening. I was the one who folded first. How is this investigation going? The investigation? Of what? There have been so many. Which do you mean? All of them. Well, all right then. They're officially secret investigations, and we're under immediate blackout, but I'll let you in on them. Then shall we start from the first incident? The freak deaths of Tomitake-san and Takano-san of the night of the Watanagashi. On this one, embarrassingly enough, we haven't made any progress at all. First of all, Tomitake-san. There are indications on his body that he was assaulted by a group of people, but we had no explanation for him clawing out his own throat and dying. We suspected an overdose of a stimulant or something, but we didn't detect anything. What about Takano-san? Same, we're in the dark. Autopsies for those who are burned to death are real tough. We believe she was doused in gasoline after she was strangled. That one falls under the Gifu Prefecture's police department. They haven't been very cooperative, even though it happened in our territory. Oh, that's not really relevant, though. So the police didn't know anything other than the fact that the victims died inexplicably? Inexplicably, bleh. Nonetheless, the times when these incidents occurred have been generally placed right after the festival ended. It's a bit uncertain if in Takano-san's case, the The likely prospect is she was murdered about the same time as Tomitaka-san, and then dumped in the mountains in Gifu. Why would they bring a dead body all the way to the mountains? They should have just brought Tomitaka-san out here, too. Oh, my Marabou-san, you're quite sharp, you know that? Of course, I do believe that it's something we needed to be attentive of. There's a bunch of other suspicious things, but this is about all I can tell you at this point. How about the mayor? Have there been any clues? Having exhausted that topic, I changed the subject, otherwise he might turn the conversation on me. We're investigating his movements on the day he disappeared. We didn't find anything that could provide any clues, but I'll tell you all about it anyway. Mayor Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. Apparently, he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids. Oof. People who live a long time have an unusual amount of pride. So the mayor hadn't been telling anyone that he was going to a proctologist at a certain university hospital in Shishibone. On that day he disappeared, he had an appointment with a checkup, so he went out first thing in the morning. Even I know that the big hospitals, like university hospitals, had a really long waiting time. Apparently people would get in line hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment. His exam ended at 1 p.m. After that, he had a light meal in the hospital restaurant and passed the time reading magazines. We know this because of a receipt we found in his wallet at his house. There was nothing suspicious at all about that. That day, he planned to go to a meeting at the assembly hall in the evening. He was supposed to return home with plenty of time to spare, but while he was on the train coming back, there was an accident. Seems it delayed him a bit, and he only got back to his house right before the meeting was scheduled to start. The family witnessed a very hectic meeting. A very hectic mayor leaving to go to the assembly hall at the shrine. What was this meeting about? He disappeared on the way back home, right? Three families are the essential members of the town assembly were all at the meeting. We think they were discussing how to deal with the serial freak death incidents that happened again this year. Why do we have to call it serial freak death incidents? It sounds like the name of a metal band. So then, on his way home, the old man who treated Shion like his own daughter. He was a dependable person who could encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet... Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart. Huh? What's the matter? I was taken aback by how strange my own voice sounded. What was it that just surprised me? I squeezed my head with my hands, trying to drag back what I had only realized for a split second. That Mion and Shion shared a story? Remember, Keiichi Mayabara. Just realized something. Something important. The night of the Watanagashi. That was when everything started. That night, Takano-san and Tomitaka-san died. The next morning, the word of the incident had spread throughout Hinamizawa. They planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. Mayor, however, had an appointment at the hospital, as planned. He went without telling his family. He got a checkup at the hospital. And he ate something. And then, thought there was an unexpected delay on his train ride back. When he returned, the meeting was already about to start. The mayor changed clothes, got on his bicycle, and hurried to the assembly hall shrine as fast as he could. From when he heard about the incident the night of the Watanagashi until when he showed up at the assembly hall, everything he was doing that day was in secret. During that time, nobody found out that he went to the hospital alone. He ate alone. And he got on the train alone. That meant he had absolutely no contact with anybody else. You couldn't have even called him on the phone. Okay, but what does that mean, Keiichi Maebara? What does that matter, Keiichi Maebara? Ah. Kei-chan, what should I do? What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping secrets from each other, right? Old man Kimiyoshi, I told him everything. Yeah, no, if he was by himself, when did he have a chance to talk to Shion? I told him everything. I told old man Kimiyoshi everything. That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse. Also, that someone saw us and was out to get us. Right? What then? Old man Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled and told me that if I was properly sorry about it, there was no way I'd be demoned away. He was really smiling, and he told me to leave it to him. Sweat burst out of my body like bullets. They became one long strand, slid down from my forehead to my nose and fell. So then, what does it mean? Yeah, when did Shion have time to talk to him? Hey, Keiichi Maebara, no more playing dumb. When did she tell him? Shion said she learned of the incident from the phone call her father had made that morning. The mayor had left the house first thing in the morning for his appointment at the hospital. He didn't tell anyone where he was going. Nobody knew about him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train ride back to his house was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed over to the assembly hall. Then the meeting at the assembly hall began. It continued until it was dark out. Then everybody left. Nobody saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Which meant... Maebara-san? Are you alright? If you're too hot, I can turn on the air conditioner, Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, demanded that I not think any further than that. My head was pounding violently, and the fluids packed inside it all blended together until nothing made sense. I was just about to settle, and yet it had been smashed and melted in the blink of an eye, no longer able to retain its shape. Maebara-san? Are you in there? Yeah. Oishi-san lit yet another cigarette. His poor lungs! There was yet another cigarette butt placed in the ashtray. Was it displaying the passage of time? Uh-huh. Had my thoughts frozen over in that long? I tried to tell you everything I know. In return, feel free to tell me anything you want, Maebara-san. My mind had become a gigantic oozing mess. Soup! My brain felt like it had been totally minced by the blades of a blender, and I couldn't think. Now, don't clam up again. If there's any misunderstandings, I'd like to clear them up first. I didn't think you're the culprit here or anything. Oishi-san gave me his best attempt at an adult smile. I know the four of you snuck into the ritual storehouse that night. Everybody in the village heard rumors about it the next day. That in itself means we should take you in for trespassing, but that isn't the problem. It's what was inside. What was inside made the people who snuck in there end up as sacrifices. There wasn't anything. As soon as I said it, I regretted confirming my presence there, but I knew it didn't matter anymore. Is there really nothing in there? I mean, everyone who went in is being sacrificed one by one, you know? Even the mayor and Rika-san, who switched the lock on the door, were sacrificed. What was inside that could have caused such terrible things to happen? I was far too tired to keep quiet about this. Perhaps that was Oishi-san's goal all along, but again, that didn't matter anymore. There was just a lot of torture devices that were used a long time ago. I looked around with them with everyone. Was that really all? That was really all. There was nothing terrible in there that would make you keep silent? Like a pile of psychoactive drugs? Maybe a secret poppy workshop? Why are you obsessed with the poppy workshop? What kind of drug bust did you pull? Perhaps there was a mountain of Soviet or Chinese handguns? Oishi what? There were any suspicious wooden boxes containers packed in there? There was nothing as exaggerated as what Oishi-san was hoping for, but I felt like in a way there was plenty of terrible things hidden in there. From the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as sacred, whether or not I had seen some crazy things didn't matter in the slightest. 4 of us broke the taboo. Punish us. That should have been what happened. Put a request for a search warrant, thinking there might have been some secrets hidden in the storehouse. It's been the sabotage of the century. They said it would be an insult to religious figures and something about the right to free religion in the Constitution. Geez. That's why I really didn't have any other recourse but to ask you since you went in there. It really was just old rusty dusty torture equipment. Nothing else stood out. Then Tomitake-san and Takano-san were killed as punishment for having broken the taboo? I didn't have any answer for the only part. I suppose I wouldn't bother hiding it anymore. You're not the only one to escape harm so far. Or you're the only one to escape harm so far. Everyone but you has disappeared, and yet you alone are safe. What's the difference between you and them that would protect you, but bring harm on the others? Yeah, where is Shion? That's what I want to know. There is something wrong with what Oishi-san is saying. You alone. You alone. What? Wait a second. What do you mean by you alone? I'm saying that you alone have been left alive, right? Out of the 4 people who tiptoed into the storehouse for the ritual implements, I mean? Yep, what happened to Shion? The only one left alive. Hold on. Shion was still... Jiro Tomitake-san and Mio Takano-san died at night, and Shion Sonozaki-san disappeared the next day. Only you are still safe and sound at this point. Why only you? I'm saying that's what I want to know. Shion disappeared? That's impossible! I unintentionally raised my voice. But I didn't care about that. Tomitake-san died. Takano-san died. And Shion disappeared? When did she disappear? What was this guy talking about? Oh, well, now, I thought you were long since aware of this. This is the first I've heard of it. Shion disappeared? When? We're going back a bit. She disappeared the day after the Watanagashi. Going back a bit? Stop saying stuff I don't understand. Shion Sonozaki spends the night at relatives' houses depending on her mood, on any given day, so no one thought much about not knowing where she was. She frequently takes... Yep, the children are dropping like flies or fries. I want potatoes. Because, yeah, it's basically of the core cast. Keiichi and Rana are still alive. She frequently takes days off from school, too. Her teachers have been pretty troubled by it. I didn't ask about any of that. I'm asking when Shion disappeared. I told you it was the day after the Watanagashi. Yay, fries! The fluids in my body all reversed direction. I lost my sense of balance, and everything I could see started to warp and twist out of shape, like this inverse image here. I simply couldn't endure it. Hang on. Shion had already disappeared? Then, that night, that phone call, who was that? She called me every night. She encouraged me. We vowed that we would do our best to live on and not be erased. Yes, that should have been the phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion. She took breaks from class like it was nothing, and her family wouldn't listen when I told them so. So I didn't bother calling the school in the end. So it ended up taking quite a while before she realized she'd disappeared. I felt a stabbing pain, like needles were being pushed into every pore of my body. It started down my back and began spreading throughout the rest of me. When it had completely covered the surface of my skin, it began to worm its way inside my stomach as well. Don't you remember? We talked at the library the day after the Nagashi. Shion-san was there then. That was the last we saw of her. No one knows where she's been since. That can't be. That day, Oisha-san only caught me, and Shion bounded away, lying that she needed to go to work. Didn't she call me that night? Her job was at a restaurant called Angel Mort, right? She hasn't been there since that day. She's been completely absent ever since. At the restaurant. The person at the restaurant couldn't get in touch with her. He was really worried. That can't be. It can't be. It's only circumstantial evidence, but blah. After she left us at the library, but before she made it to work. I think that's the appropriate time to consider it's appropriate to consider her having disappeared during that time. Blah, words. Right after Shion ran away without me. Seems that you didn't know. Maybe after you had said something earlier, this would have gone more quickly. Now you understand, right? You're the only one left. You're the only survivor of the 4 who slipped into the ritual storehouse. It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. If something else happens, it would happen to you. I need you to understand that, Maribara-san. Can't be. It can't be. Can't be. Shion has already disappeared? Couldn't be. It couldn't. I talked to her the day before yesterday. I talked to her last night. She was going to call me again today. It's a parked car. No one's driving. It's fine. Go feed the things. That was Shion on the phone. Shion on the phone. That was Shion. It was from Shion. Shion has long since disappeared. Next will be you. Then, who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? It can't be! Amazing. Yeah, I think we're down to one twin, everyone. I lay on the couch and stayed there dazed for a while. Yeah, rip somebody. One of the on twins. My mind was completely blank. I couldn't think about anything for more than a few seconds. There was a note in my house saying that Mom and Dad would be home late, and I should have some ramen or something for dinner. Oh no, this is not gonna end well. He is alone in his house. I couldn't make it I could make it whenever I got hungry, but I had no appetite, so I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. The hands of the clock were already pointing at 10. Would I get another phone call like that today? Even though Shion had already disappeared. Would she still call me? Where were they calling from and who were they? The more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. I even thought about just disconnecting the phone line. If I'd been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. Hold on, Keiichi Maebara. Oishi-san admitted it himself, didn't he? That Shion went missing a lot? Couldn't she have just gone to her relatives that Oishi-san didn't know about and have been there ever since? Shion and I were both being targeted by somebody, so it wouldn't be strange to think that she went somewhere she usually didn't in order to hide. That must have been why Oishi-san couldn't locate her, and why he labeled her as a disappearance. Yeah, that had to be it. Shion hadn't disappeared at all. Then, my right hand moved of its own volition and slapped me on the cheek. Its cold sting let me calm down a little. Don't just convince yourself of the most convenient possibility, Keiichi Maebara. I knew I didn't want to admit she had disappeared. Admitting it would mean that something terrifying was definitely happening. I just needed to figure out where Shion was, and whether Shion was on the phone or the one on the phone or not. Would I ask her if she was actually Shion? It seemed like an incredibly absurd thing to do. Still, don't run from this, Keiichi. The person on the other end still believed that I thought she was Shion, and that gave me a tiny advantage. Casually, completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say, and fend her off. I would tear the skin off the monster. I would definitely be really scary for me. However, as the last survivor of the people who went into the storehouse that night, this was my duty to perform. Still, then who would call me and pretend to be Shion? I may have only heard over the phone, but her voice shouldn't be that easy to replicate. Which, I mean, she has a twin? That was definitely Shion's voice. Sounded just like her. Could have been only Shion. There was someone, though, wasn't there? Someone who sounded just like Shion? Mion. Mion? Who else could have done this? At this point, seriously, after all this time? All those little things that didn't quite make sense about Mion until now overwhelmed my mind. Like being questioned about sneaking into the ritual storehouse, and how she shook the ladder while spouting curses. Who else could have? Why, though? Why would Mion? I thought back to things about the Sonozaki family that I'd heard from Oishi-san and Shion. Mion was always entangled in the incidents, in a position where she was omnipotent. Some of that information included things that Shion had told me after she disappeared. I madly scratched at my head. Courage. Give me the courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I know it will ring tonight. It'd be so easy to run away. That thought would be the same as... That, though, would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. I cannot run. I must stand up and face it. After all, the next sacrifice would definitely be me. I was sure Shion would use tricky words to try and trap me. Be careful, be careful. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this. At that point, it rang. The phone rang, and I didn't know where the call was coming from. Shion had disappeared. Disappeared a long time ago. Disappeared the night after the Watnagashi. Yet, until today, she had been calling me like nothing happened. Now again tonight. The people that had disappeared, their corpses simply hadn't been found. I really don't think they were alive. So if it really was Shion on the other end, then did that mean she was calling me from another world? Oh boy, the paranoia has set in, but good. Of course, that couldn't be. A living being was calling me, pretending to be Shion. Shion was long gone, and yet, as though she were alive and well. The phone continued its incessant ringing. Just pick up the phone, Keiichi. I didn't want to pick it up if I didn't have to. Pick up the phone. I just had to conclude, though, that not doing so wouldn't solve anything. Pick up the phone! Then, what would I do after I answered it? Would I immediately declare she wasn't Shion and ask who she was? Alternatively, would I just pretend I was still fooled and try to grab her by the tail? That would probably be the safest thing to do. What I was most afraid of was the person on the phone would do something when she realized I knew she wasn't Shion. However, as long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she wouldn't do anything extreme, right? Just pick up the phone! I just need to make sure to be careful, and that should be the safest option. I've made up my mind. I'll answer the phone. Thank you! This ringing noise is getting kind of annoying. Once I do that, I'll talk to her as if nothing happened. That wasn't all I'd do this time, though. I'd scope her out. Who was she? What was she thinking? And what was she after? Why was she doing this? Was she really the one who killed Tomitake-san and Takano-san? What happened to the mayor? Just pick up the phone! What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? I reached out to the receiver, my arm trembling. Oh my god, can we end this now, please? There were too many things I wanted to know, too many things I wanted to ask. I was scared. I should start by picking up the phone. Pick it up, Keiichi. Pick it up! Keiichi! Hello? Okay. Sweet silence. Oh, how relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Shion. Ah, Kei-chan? It's me. It's Shion. My momentary convenient, and above all fleeting prediction was ripped into 1,000 pieces. I couldn't help shaking at this point. Get ready for this. You took a long time to pick up. I thought you weren't home and I was about to hang up. Sorry. I was just in the bath. At like 11 p.m., as per usual in the Hinamizawa time. Did your family not pick up for you? Could your parents be out right now, Kate? Oh, no. I failed. I let her in on a fatal piece of information that I was currently the only one at my house. Oh, no. Well, no, they're not really. Anyway, have you heard? About Rika-chan and Satoko? No. What happened after that? Were they found? Nah, they weren't found. Kei-chan, please don't lose hope. We're getting there. Yeah, run. Yeah, no, we are getting to the. You should probably run. Kei-chan, please don't lose hope. If Oishi-san hadn't let me know, then I might have allowed myself to shed a tear or two at Shion's considerate words. Instead, now that it had come to this, I couldn't take her words at face value. This person on the other end of the receiver, the more perfect as Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear. Rika-chan and Satoko, they were kidnapped, weren't they? Yes. I don't think there's much doubt. Just how cruel and grave a meaning did those words hold? Their weight astonished me, and at the moment later, I was overcome with a numbness, and I felt like I would pass out. I had asked if Rika-chan and Satoko had been kidnapped. Shion, in turn, answered that there wasn't much doubt. That cruel meaning behind her words. Rika-chan and Satoko were... no, I'm sorry. About the mayor. What do you think happened after he was kidnapped? Do you think he's still alive? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko after they were kidnapped? That was what I wanted to ask, but I frantically caught myself. What if she had given that question, a terrifying response, in such a way to sound as if it was nothing to do with her? I was scared of that, so I immediately brought up the mayor. That said, however, I talked about the mayor. I think he was killed. Yeah, at this point, there's just like... yeah, at this point, the school's population is so... Hey, wait, that was quick. I think it must have been really hard to kidnap someone and keep them like they are. As long as they're not hostages, it would be more practical to kill them once you're done with them. Oh no! The world started to bend so much I almost lost my balance. Scenery in my eyes whirled and around like hands on a clock, tried to swallow me whole from below. I frantically put my hand on the wall to support myself. A moment later, severe nausea welled up within me. How was she saying such things so lightly? Killed him so readily. Ooh, background music. I mean, what's a human life or two anyway? It's a horrible thing, but I think that's probably what happened. If the mayor was killed, then didn't that mean the same had happened to Rika and Satoko? No, that couldn't. They weren't some random old man. It was Rika-chan. It was Satoko. They couldn't kill them so readily. It's probably better to think that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan ended the same way. Those were the words I wanted to hear the least, and I fought them back with a scream of my own. Even though it wouldn't change anything, still, I couldn't help but scream. This time, the tears flowed. I'd been confronted with the most horrific outcome that I'd been trying to avoid considering ever since last night, and I cried. There was no longer any doubt that it was my fault. I killed them. I killed Rika-chan and Satoko. I succumbed to the weakness in my own heart and confessed everything to Rika-chan. That's why they were killed. That means I killed them. When Rika-chan looked at me with those innocent eyes, if only I hadn't given in. Even my voice gave out, and yet I still cried. And cried. Kei-chan, please just try and calm down. Rika-chan and Satoko, they've been killed. We couldn't even find their remains. I would never be allowed to even apologize to their faces. If that was to be my punishment, then how brutal a punishment it was. Yeah, basically. We have a confirmed death count. I think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear any of it. What are you going to gain by doing that? They're definitely going to target you and me next. Please, I'm asking you, just get a hold of yourself. Please. Jane was shouting, imploring me with a voice that sounded like tears in her eyes. However, I was coming to hate the sound of that voice more and more. This Shion killed them. I had no doubts that this person killed them. Why kidnap someone and then kill them? Screw curses, are people's lives really that cheap? Erasing them and killing them without a second thought like this. You're right. You're absolutely right. It would take a demon. I felt like crushing that receiver in my hand. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? There was a magma in a pit in my stomach, and I felt like it was going to erupt at any moment. Hey, Shion? Please tell me. Why did Hinamizawa start needing someone to die on the night of the Watanagashi? That's what I'd like to know. Fighting over the dam project is already over and done with. Haven't enough people been cursed already? Why is it? Why? If there was a reason, then say it now. I was incoherent at this point. My emotions had broken through the dam inside of me, rushing forth, and I couldn't stop them. These were not simple questions. This was an interrogation. Shion herself hadn't realized it yet, but it was just too funny. It was so funny that I couldn't stop crying. I understand how you feel, Kei-chan, I really do. The damn wars ended a very long time ago. Yet murders and disappearances keep happening every year under the guise of Yashiro-sama's curse. Why? Why is this happening? Some of them had nothing to do with this, and some of them didn't deserve to be cursed, so why? Why? That's what I'm asking you! I want to know as much as anyone! Haha! Both our ragged breaths could be heard over the phone. Listen, Yashiro-sama's curse never existed. It's too unrealistic. Just like you said, someone in the village is using the grand name of Yashiro-sama's curse as a justification for continuing these murders and disappearances every Watanagashi. They were cunning. They've been using the curse as a convenient tool and made a system where they could get rid of 2 enemies in the village every year. Cozy, as, like, everything's falling apart. Yep, it's cozy time. Takano-san and Tomitake-san. Then why wasn't that enough? Why did the mayor and Rika-chan and Satoko have to get killed too? I don't give a shit about the past. The only thing I care about is why Rika-chan and Satoko needed to be killed. Why is that? I didn't say a word to Satoko, you know. Why even her? Why? A silence fell between us. Shion didn't answer for a while. Kei-chan, please, stop being mean. A sob. Was Shion crying? I don't have any idea what's going on either. Everything changed when we went into the ritual storehouse that night. It was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation subsiding. When I heard that Takano-san and Tomitake-san had been killed that night, I doubted my ears. Then I realized it instantly. I realized what sort of position I was in now. Before I was snuck in there. Kei-chan, you and I won't be so conveniently forgiven. When I thought about that, it made my chest so tight. It was so terrifying. You know that feeling, Kei-chan, don't you? There was nothing fake about her words. She'd even understood how I felt. That's why I confessed everything to old man Kimiyoshi. All of us entered the forbidden storehouse. It was just a little bit of fun. We knew we shouldn't have done it, but it's really had just been for fun. It's only a bit of exploration, that was all. Takano-san and Tomitake-san went with us, were killed shortly after. They met such miserable ends. Since that day, I've been living in fear of when I would be attacked. There was nobody except old man Kimiyoshi who would help me. So I asked him to save me. Old man Kimiyoshi, he wasn't mad. He smiled and said, "If you're really sorry, Shion-chan, then you'll never be demoned away." He really did smile at me and told me to leave it to him. Sob. Sabu. Shion cried bitterly, recalling the beloved mayor's death. Such a sad voice that none who heard it could prevent it from twisting in their hearts. Again, I let my emotions take over. Again, did I let my emotions take over and go off at her? Shion was the same situation as me. She should have been my one and only comrade. Thump. My heart pounded. My other self deep in my mind whispered to me, "Don't forget, Keiichi Maebara. Don't forget about the mayor on the morning after the Watanagashi. Told Takano-san and Tomitake-san's death over the phones and committed to a meeting that evening. He went to the hospital appointment. He didn't tell his family. He only made it back just in time for the meeting. He went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Oishi-san said." "When did you let the mayor know?" Huh? I'm sorry, Shion. It must seem like I'm kicking you while you're down, but... Shion, you told him, right? You told old man Kimiyoshi, the mayor? Yes. Hick. When did you let him know? I began to get scared of saying aloud after hearing her sad voice. I wasn't saying it was contradictory, though. Besides, if there was a contradiction, then I wanted Shion to explain it to me. Did you know that the mayor had a severe case of hemorrhoids and had gone to the hospital for treatment? Hey-chan? What does that have to... Please answer me. If you didn't know, then just say so. There was a momentary silence. Then, after stammering a few times, she replied, I knew that. He had hemorrhoids. It looked like sitting down was really hard for him. He was going to the hospital. You know which hospital, right? I'm sorry. I don't know that much, but... Hey-chan, what does that have to do with... Shion didn't know about the hospital. What hospital the mayor went to. That meant it was impossible for her to have gone all the way to the hospital to confess everything. Since she didn't know his destination, then she obviously couldn't have seen him on the train either. If there was any chance of her to contact him, it would have been when he came to Hinamizawa. The train, however, had been delayed, and he only got back right before the meeting was about to start. He didn't have time. There wouldn't have been enough time for him to listen to Shion spill the beans. I want to ask you straight. Shion, when did you tell the mayor about everything? When and where? Your answer doesn't have to be precise, but please give me one. Hey-chan, why are you asking that? Hick. Her sob pierced my ears. I was taken by the illusion that I was bullying her. Even so, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, then please correct me. Please prove to me that you're the real Shion. It was impossible. The day the mayor disappeared, from dawn until he vanished, there was no opportunity for you to contact him. That's... The mayor left first thing in the morning for his examination at the university hospital, all by himself, without telling anyone. Shion, you just said you didn't know which hospital he went to. So you couldn't have contacted the mayor until he got back. Is that right? His train back was delayed by an accident, and he didn't return to his house until the meeting was about to start. So there was no time for you to have told him before the meeting started either. I heard Shion repeating her weak sobs. That sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to say it. Shion, did you go to the meeting too? Did you attend? And tell him there? If you didn't, then there wouldn't have been any time left. After the meeting was over, the mayor disappeared on his way home. Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she or didn't she? The question was so simple to answer, but she didn't give me an immediate response. Actually, with the meeting, You didn't even go to the part-time job you said you went to that day. I'll say it more directly. You haven't been seen since we were at the library together. Hey-chan. Shion Sonozaki disappeared the day after the Watanagashi. On the other end fell silent as a grave. So quiet that it was like the phone cord had been cut. I couldn't sense anyone there. Aishi-san says you've been missing. Despite that, you've been calling me every night like this, haven't you? Hick, hick, hick. Shion's sobs were torturing me. Still, I'm pretty sure I haven't said anything wrong. Please, Shion. If something I said was wrong, please say so. Shion, I'm begging you. Hick, hick, hick. Shion, there's no way you could have seen the mayor, but... If you did see him... If Shion ever did have the chance to meet with the mayor that day, then that meant... And you saw him after the meeting. In other words, it could have only been... Yep. In other words, it couldn't have been right... Only have been right before he disappeared, or else afterward. And she just keeps going. Okay. Wait, so many teehees. Oh boy. Beep, beep, went the dial tone. Yep, you've run away. I stood there dazed for a while until I realized she had hung up on me. Rip Cagey. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna survive this arc either. You ever see from the scrapbook? That's the Suzu Mahong parlor. Oh, mmm. From the scrapbook. The problem with twins. Okay. This is not limited to just Hinamizawa, but in Onigafuchi village especially, the three families detested giving birth to twins as successors. The long-term dictatorship built on the precarious balance of their three families must have feared collapsing under the weight of internal strife from things like family quarrels. According to the literature, if twins were born, then they had to be called. With that, the very fact that both the Sonozaki family successor, Mion Sonozaki, and her twin Shion, are alive in itself is deeply interesting. Perhaps the current leader, Oryu, is sympathetic. Of course, the twins were not cared for equally, and as the heir, Mion received special treatment. From what I've heard, despite the two of them looking exactly the same on the outside, the talent lies solely with Mion. Yeah, right, this is fine. Yeah, my own observations on the two of them didn't leave me with that impression. Tradition dictates the leader of the Sonozaki family is said to inherit a demon, and that they tattoo a magnificent one on his or her back. In accordance with the tradition, there's an extremely high possibility that Mion has such a tattoo on her back. From what I've heard, there's apparently a magnificent demon tattooed on Oreo's back as well. Then I wonder what sort of tattoo belongs to the hair, Mion. I really want to see her back. At the Mahong parlor. Reserved for the day, Suzu Mahong parlor. Ladder clack. Hey, Koda-chan, you're the last one here. All the youngsters are here already. Yahaha. Excuse me, miss. Oishi handed over the convenience store bags with a carton of cigarettes in it to the old lady who owned the Mahong parlor, and she shrewdly made herself scarce. She was used to this by now. Oishi-san, good work today. But were you all earnestly waiting for me? You could have just done three-player. Everyone sitting at the Mahong tables with the small parlor where Oishi-san's subordinates, but there were no tiles laid out anywhere. Everyone, I'd like to thank you for your days of investigation without sleep. Thank you. Energetic responses filled the parlor. Already it had lost the atmosphere of a place of entertainment. The situation is not looking good. The chief appears to have backed down due to Congressman Sonozaki's threats. In the coming days, we'll hand off the Takano murders to the Gifu police and give the missing persons case and the disappearance of the mayor and the others to the community division. That damn upstart chief. The veterans in the room cursed him. All of our requests for warrants were turned down as well. I've even been told by our section chief not to go anywhere near the Sonozaki house. We're certainly in a bind, that we are. Incidentally, it looks like I'll be getting orders soon to go to training in the Metropolitan Police Department starting next week. After that, I've even been told to take a paid vacation in Izu. Well, I suppose that ain't bad. You heard a few laughs. It wasn't anything to laugh about, but it was all they could do. It always happens, but incidents are a lot like locking your keys in the car. The keys you need to unlock the door are always locked inside. For cars, you call JAF, and they'll pry open the door. For incidents, Kuma-chan, show the map. Kumatani flipped over the whiteboard. I don't know why I was thinking washboard. On the back was a map of the Sonozaki premises made with magnets. Now, I've been doing this job for a long time. I've got a lot of faith in my gut, but this would be the one time where it was wrong, no? Anyone worried about their retirement money has to count to 10 to get out of here. Oishi began to count to 10, and everyone counted along with him. It was their famous 10-count resolution. 9, 10. Ah, no one's leaving. None of you love your families too much. Is that it? Doofufu. Ah ha ha ha. Everyone laughed uproariously, cheering things up. I want everyone to go over their materials. Memorize the locations of the blind spot of all the security cameras. Kuma-chan, you'll stand by the command car. If something happens, you'll switch with me and take over. Kuma-chan will head up the infiltration team A. Atsushi-kun will lead team B. Observation teams will set up at the point 1 through 8. Bonochi-kun, you're responsible for keeping a strict timetable. Control your rotations so HQ doesn't get wise. Now, the team on standby has the most important job, alright? If the section chief asks where I am, play dumb. Ha 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 ha. I'll handle escorting our guest. I'll probably take him to the venue, so wait patiently, everyone. Wonder if he'll cave. Hichimaribara, that is. From what I've seen, we're set for tomorrow or the day after in that regard. It'll be easy. Up, okay. Okay, looks like I read all the tips, so I think we're on the last part of the... We are truly on the last part. Save it. End of chapter 11. Alright, let's go. Gonna take a sip, though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Keiichi's not gonna survive this arc either. Alright. Close it. Continue. Keiichi. Just leave him alone. His friends went missing. Must be really hard for him. Normally, my dad never shows me any consideration, but this time he did. Shouldn't Keiichi stay home from school for a while, too? I think it would be safer not to go until the police do something about this. Maybe. Compared to what could happen, taking a few days off wouldn't be a bad idea. Anyway, how is it logical not to close the school during such a dangerous situation? What do those teachers think our children are? Mom and Dad are getting pretty riled up, but at this point, I couldn't care less. Besides that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. The breakfast table, the food in front of me, the time and the date. Myself, I really had no interest in anything. That's called depression, Keiichi. This feeling was like a dead fog in my mind. It felt like getting dizzy after taking a strong medication. Keiichi, how are your studies going? You've gotten further than the other kids, have you? Haven't you? If you have, then you can take a few days off, alright? I didn't even feel like answering. Today was Thursday. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. It's a short time, and yet now, things were completely different. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night, and we couldn't even relax. When walking out in the broad daylight, the village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. Technically, it was Takano. That night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny, little, and incredibly stupid curiosity and broke the taboo. This isn't somewhere we should be going, is it? Let's not. It's a crime to force your way into a locked building even if you didn't steal anything. Shion, now that you know they are having some secret rendezvous, you've had enough, right? I didn't want to do something like this. What if Rika-chan's dance ends when we're messing around here? I prattled on as I took the lock from Tomitaka-san's hands and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so just come on. Let's go, let's go! Takano-san was spreading, but I pushed her away. Tomitaka-san grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders dropped, as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. I pushed everyone farther and farther away. Rika-chan's dance is still going on. Then at last her dance was brought to a close, with roaring applause. I too, until my hands turned red. I clapped, and I clapped. Ding dong. Isn't that Rana-chan? She's here because it's your usual meet-up time, isn't she? I looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past my time to meet with Rana. Keiichi, should you take a few days off from school? You're right. Thanks for being so considerate. I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Rana. Good morning. We're going to school as a group starting today. So you can't be late. Ah, that's right. If we, the ones farthest, were to be late, the younger kids on the way there would be waiting for us. I think I'm going to take some time off. From school. Sadness. Okay. Rina answered shortly, nodding. I think you should do whatever is best for you, Keiichi-kun. So you don't need to feel that you're weak or anything. Oh, and here. It's a notice they've been sending around. Could you give it to your mom? I think it has a lot of important announcements in it. I took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika-chan, and Satoko, and they wanted any information about them. It made my heart ache. Police are looking as best they can, too. They'll find them for sure. Just be patient. Okay? Rina said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were safe. Rana, you're not going to question me? Nope. Rana, you know, don't you? About that night, Do you mean when you snuck into the ritual storehouse? I was speechless for a moment. Then I bit my lip, made up my mind, and nodded a little. So it was all out in the open. Really, I shouldn't do bad things like that. Mii-chan was really mad. So she was upset. I suppose she would have been. I don't think she was angry about you sneaking in there, though. As much about you hiding it from her. Maybe, Kei-chan, maybe you should have told her yourself and apologized. I should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something that I myself should have apologized to Mion for. I'd hurt her badly. However, I hadn't realized that at all. Plus, with all the confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about it. Rana, you're right. I never realized anything. Until you tell me. Ichi-kun, hypothetically, if you had admitted you'd done something wrong right away and apologized to Mii-chan, I wonder if Rika-chan and Satoko-chan wouldn't have had to disappear. I couldn't answer right away. Couldn't admit to that. Wasn't Renning telling me right now, though, that if I should have admitted my crime sooner, if I had done that and apologized, would things not have gone in such a horrible direction? Rena's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent. They stayed fixated on my own. Yeah, you're right. If I had admitted my crime sooner, Rika-chan and Satoko wouldn't have had to die or disappear. Smack! The palm of Rena's hand slapped me in the cheek. I stood there unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been hit. Didn't hurt at all. I don't think that anyone scolded you, Keiichi-kun. So I'll scold you in their place, okay? I pressed a hand to my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and quietly stared down at Rena's feet. Going somewhere you're not allowed to go was a very bad thing to do. Do you understand that? Uh-huh. Answer me with a yes. Keiichi-kun. Yes. Also, what's even worse is that you didn't admit to having done something so bad. You should never do anything bad in the first place, but not admitting to it or apologizing to it is much, much worse. Yes. I was wrong. For a few moments, Rena stared at me, silently and intently, as if gauging my remorse. Then, finally, the tension in her face softened, and she smiled. Okay, then. It's about time. I should be going. All right? Be sure to give the notice to your mom, okay? Also, warn her not to go out to pass it on after it gets dark. I bent down to pick up the notice, which I dropped when she slapped me. The pages that had come out of class were now making mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hand stopped at a single, more light-hearted page, with peaceful sentences dancing on it. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some. Oh. Well then. What is this? Picked up the pages and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce they got from faraway relatives in Akita Prefecture. They had gotten a big shipment recently. They couldn't use all of it, so they wanted anyone who wanted some to feel free to come over, is what it said. As a P.S., it said it arrived in barrels, so please bring a 2-liter bottle or other container for it. That's how it tied together. If you need some soy sauce, then you would go to the Sonozaki house. Rena, did you know all along? Yeah, I knew. Rena had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed the big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Rika-chan had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house, and there, she was erased. Rika-chan wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house since she knew where she had gone, and then Satoko got called there as well. That meeting on the day the mayor disappeared. Didn't Noishi say that the 3 families participated in it? 3 families would include the Sonozaki family. Didn't he also say that the current leader was really old, so her heir, Mion, frequently stood in for her at public appearances? While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him and invited him to their house, and then she made him disappear. It's probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonozaki family. They probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule, too. Thinking back, Wasn't the Angel Mort store managed by the Sonozaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been any trouble at all. I'm going to Mion. I'll go and apologize. I'm going to have her put an end to everything. Mion probably won't forgive me easily, but I'll go and ask her not to sacrifice anyone else. With that, I decided there was no need for me to be lazing around here. Put on my shoes and slipped past Rena to the exit the house. When she stopped me. I'm going too. Rena, shouldn't you go to school? This is way more important than school. Rena, you shouldn't come. If you get wrapped up in this too, then I might actually go crazy. Rena didn't move her arm, which blocked my way. Keiichi-kun disappeared as well. Then I think I might actually go crazy too. So I won't let you go alone. Rena argued boldly, as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them, and I knew the strength of her resolve. All right, let's go. Hi, Nero! I love that emote. I always wave back at it like a goober. Glad to see you. How you doing? Thank you, Rena. Rena nodded slightly but firmly, and finally let down the arm blocking me. Let's go. Doing alright. I think we're about to finish up Arc 2, so we'll do that and we'll do the extras. Let's go to Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed. Yeah! Then we'll put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray that once more we can return to those fun, lively days. With Rena following me, I left the house. In front of the house, there was a car waiting. Hi, Oishi. It was Oishi-san. Hey, good morning, Maebara-san. To you too, Ryugu-san. Together, so early in the morning, you make me jealous, Nifufufu. What a truly praiseworthy man he was if he had been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. On this morning, though, maybe this was actually a good opportunity. You're from the police. Oh, have I not introduced myself to you, Ryugu-san? Please excuse my rudeness. My name is Oishi from the Okonomiya Police Department. Pleased to meet you. Are we telling Oishi-san? Yeah. I think my palm is enough punishment for your crime, Keiichi-kun, but we should leave Michan's to these people. Pain and sadness. I looked down. Those emotions built up in my heart. We have something to tell you, Oishi-san. Well now, what about? Should we stand here and talk? Or go into the car? In the car, please. I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Rena was. At Rena's urging, I revealed everything to Oishi-san. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, took notes. We continued that way for a while. How do you feel? Don't you feel a lot better now that you've told me? Oishi-san asked this while scratching his head with the ballpoint pen. Of course I don't feel any better. The price had been paid up until now for me was not owning up to my crimes had been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. His radio started to emit static. This is Kumatani. Oishi-san, over. Yes, hello. This is Oishi. We got news a few minutes ago that she's been absent from school. No movement at the Sonozaki house. Our target is still on the premises. Yes, good. Keep a close watch out. Roger that. Cars 3 and 7 just arrived for support, and we're returning to the base. Also, I think the division chief is looking for you, Oishi-san. He keeps annoying me too, even though I keep telling him, I'm trying to get in touch with you. What should I do? Nyahaha. If you're hard-pressed for an answer, tell him you're actually under orders not to wake me up from my morning nap. Got it. Where the radio grew silent. Sorry about that. It was about work. He just said there was no movement at the Sonozaki house, didn't he? Oh my. Did it sound like that to you? This won't do. Please keep that a secret, all right? I don't have permission from the division chief to be making private inquiries like this. Oishi-san has suspected me for a long time. Nor for questioning witnesses or for searching houses. We don't have permissions for anything, really. The Sonozaki House's defenses, said to protect the family members, are also in full working condition. Without a warrant, we can't do anything about anything unless the crime happens right in front of us. Yes, the crime has to happen right in front of our faces. Oishi-san, could you be... Rena's tone of voice alone was enough to make her spite clear as she stared at Oishi-san. You can't set foot in the Sonozaki house. Were you trying to get Keiichi-kun to go in there instead? Rena, what do you mean? This person, just as I thought, played really dirty. Stop, you're hurting my reputation. Get him, Rena. That said, I'm all ears for your explanation, okay? Oishi-san lit a cigarette and responded to Rena wearing an expression implying he was calm and willing to let her comment slide. Get him, Rena. You can't get a warrant, but you've always had your eyes on Michan because you thought she was suspicious. Yes? You plotted to incite Keiichi-kun and have him go to the Sonozaki house. Then if something were to happen to him, you would have used that as an excuse to go in. Isn't that right? I only understood about half of what Rana was saying. I knew, however, that Oishi-san had been trying to use me. Even if Keiichi-kun got hurt as a result. Have you no shame? Is that how the police do things? My. It seems we have an incredible detective on our hands. Now, Rena is really smart. She has the veneer of an airhead, but when she puts her mind to it, she is really smart. Oh my. Would you be interested in taking our exam? I'd gladly write a recommendation letter for you to get in the detective division. You're despicable. Rena spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility. I've been insulted in all kinds of ways in my life, but one or two words from a young girl is always the roughest for me. Even so, I suppose I should thank you for not arresting Michan. Even so, I suppose I should thank you for not arresting Michan yet. Don't mention it. Oishi-san seemed to be enjoying his exchange with Rena. This man thought were like a swamp. I could barely see past the surface. It reminded me again of how much I liked him. Now then, as two esteemed friends of Mion Sonozaki, what do you plan on doing now? Will you wait kindly for me and go over the evidence and request a warrant? No, we won't wait for that. We're going to go make Michan surrender herself. That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find it in me to afford to her. I see. I wonder if that will go well. If you're careless, you two might face danger, you know, Oishi-san said, measuring our resolve. So, in a strong voice, I declared, We're fully prepared. Oishi-san gave us an unpleasant, yet seemingly satisfied grin. Blech. It was then that I realized this man was trying to use us for his own convenience. If anything should happen to us, use that as an excuse. Though my greatest hope is that you will surround the place so that the criminal can't get away. Nyahaha. Yuga-san, you're good at negotiating, too. I'm throwing in the towel. I surrender. What are you talking about? If the policemen surround Michan's house, then that will be insurance for the worst-case scenario. For the worst case. Plus, it would be another way of pressuring her to give herself up, wouldn't it? Hoishi-san. Oishi-san, Takuma-chan. Oishi-san, Takuma-chan. This is Kumatani. Go ahead. Our two friends are going to play at the Sonozaki house. Make arrangements so that we can reinforce them if needed. Roger. Their altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already part of their plans. Then, let's get going. Want to buy some tea and biscuits on the way there? Neither Rena nor I went along with Oishi-san's stupid joke. Oishi-san stopped the car at the place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I've never been inside Mion's house before. I've only heard that it's right down this road. This is as far as I can take you. According to our information, there's quite a few security cameras set up on the premises. Still, don't worry. I've got a bunch of youngsters ready and waiting to slip past them to go in. We'll be monitoring the inside with a one-way mic, so if you two give it a loud scream, we'll know right away. We'll persuade her for sure, so please be ready for her to turn herself in. In both our eyes was determination. It's the only method available to us for lighting the sins of our good friend. Be careful, you hear? You probably don't believe it right now, but I don't want you two being sacrificed. If at all possible. Nope, we're gonna die. You're right about that. With that rude response, we left the car. The clinging humidity and the voices of the cicadas greeted us. Would have expected this would be happening today. Yeah, this is not how he wanted to spend his day. Or this past week, probably. Let's go. Kichi-kun. Rena took the lead and began to walk. Down the road I'd never been. Rena, you've been to Mion's house before, right? Yeah, a few times. It's a really big house. You can fit a mountain into their backyard, too. You can pick mushrooms and stuff, though there are fences everywhere. Big enough to fit in a mountain. That was pretty amazing. One of the three families controlling Hinamizawa, and the head of the Zonozaki clan. Perhaps there was something to be said about its magnitude. The path continued onward, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along the edges, and beyond them were woods and trees growing thickly. The fences were high. The tops of them bent inward, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was a dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping them. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up here and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonozaki family, entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. There are venomous snakes? Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged with an entry fee of a whole lot of yen. Like a million yen? I think that's 6 zeros. This forest, or should I say mountain, this is all their yard? It's more like their domain. As you can see, it's private property, but nobody maintains it. The forest isn't really the kind that you can go hiking in. You could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected, savage woodland. It was dark and damp, and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's what happens when a landowner has too much land. Yeah, they just don't care anymore. Like Oishi-san said, There were security cameras hung up all over the place. They had been weathered by the wind and rain, casting doubtful as to whether they were even functional. I wonder if Mian's watching us as we come to her. I don't think she is. The only people living in Mi-chan's house are generally her and her grandma, after all. There's nobody to watch on the cameras. What a useless security system. Well, Mi-chan's father seems like a pretty tough person to get along with. So whenever everyone in the family is getting together, the cameras are apparently working properly. That's right. Mi-chan's father, he was a big shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Rena smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. At last, a huge gate, as big as I had imagined, appeared. Was she living by herself with her grandmother? In a house with such a grand gateway? I wonder if she's here. Beep. The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle for not getting to the house? We waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through the gravel on the other side of the gate. I nervously balled my hands, my palms now sweating into fists. There was a clang of a bolt being released and the gate opened slightly. The person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mian. Well, this is unusual. Aren't you two going to school? Mian didn't seem all that surprised by visitors arriving in the morning, which wasn't a normal time. Hi, Soul, welcome back. Did your work go okay? Aw, thank you. You're silly. Thank you, though. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed. As if she knew we were coming beforehand. Well, mostly is good. We take mostly. We stayed home today. Hey, Chan. Kei-chan is one thing, but you too, Rena? You two are such troublemakers. Mian smiled lightly, in the way that the Mian we always knew always did. Well, let's not just stand here. Come on in. She gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Rena. Let's go. Rena smiled cheerfully as if we were passing through the gate of a good friend's house, and then did just that. I'd rallied myself to go through the gate too. On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that there was a lot of that the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't quite what you'd think when you hear the word mansion, but it was very clearly a vast place. Was this the first time you've been here, Kei-chan? Yeah. This house is enormous. Steep thatched roofs aren't in fashion anymore. This place could have been a tourist attraction. I want to rebuild it using a totally average and boring reinforced concrete soon. Mian dryly smiled as she said that, then closed the gate and relocked the heavy bolt. Don't worry about it. Things have been dangerous lately. But at least do this much during the daytime. Yeah, you're right. Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw a hint of a shadow in her smile. Well then, good sir and madame, I shall show you inside. Please come this way. Mian bowed to us, like a worker in a high-class hotel, then pivoted on her heels and began to walk. Rena gripped my stiffening arm lightly. Kichi-kun, you're too tense. We came to see Mi-chan, remember? You don't need to be that nervous. That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. He has the worst poker face. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Oishi-san's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us, too. There was nothing to worry about. There's everything to worry about. We are at the endgame of Arc 2. I realized my nervousness was already gone, and laughed at myself. What's this? Mion, what's with the stone on top of the newspaper? It's in the way. There was a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance. There was a large rock on top of them. I didn't understand why something like that was here. Rana noticed me looking quite questioningly at it and giggled. Rana, do you know? What is this? Some kind of good luck charm? Ha! If you didn't really know, then feel free to move it out of the way and put your shoes on there. Keiichi-kun, there's a nest of swallows right above that stone. Huh? Oh, you're right. The house is for people, but the swallows still come in without permission and make nests. It must be like a tradition for them. Whenever spring comes, they always make a nest here. Kind of annoying, though. In other words, it's a sign not to take off your shoes here, because swallow poop could end up in them. I couldn't help but laugh at the silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread to the other two. Really long time ago, the Sonozaki family apparently cultivated silkworms. Our ancestors would get all worked up over exterminating the swallows. When you think about it that way, maybe it's our just desserts. Ha ha ha. Anyway, come on in. The inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. It was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously, I could still feel an elegance to the place. Mion seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't that bad either. You're kidding, right? There's a terrible draft and the winters are freezing. Don't go making my house into a property of cultural significance and getting in the way of renovations, got it? What I want most is a house like yours, Kei-chan. I'm pretty jealous of it. Seems like it would be warm in the winter. Oh, but the snowfall seems like it would still be a problem. Snowfall's a problem? Does Hinamizawa get that much snow? I know, right? Our latitude is south of Kanto, isn't it? Isn't this region warm? Haha, you don't know, Keiichi-kun? Namazawa is an area that gets heavy snowfall. When we get a lot, everyone gets buried. Sometimes you can't even get out of your house. Sometimes your car gets totally buried too, and you can't find where it is. I wasn't aware of that. Namazawa was that bad of a place in the winter? Come to think of it, my dad said something like, this place has got plenty of snow, so we can have a bit of fun building igloos. Still, your front door is getting buried? Not being able to find your car? Dude, where's my car? That would be too much snow. Aha. You remember from geography class, right? There's a western side of Japan that's called Winds from Asia. We're different from those softies protected by the mountains, nice and warm by the Pacific Ocean. I'm totally okay with being a softie, nice and warm. I hate the cold! Ha 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 ha. I actually love the cold. We'll have to do a training camp to get Kei-chan used to the cold this winter, then. No way! There's no way that's happening! I hate the cold, and I hate training camps too, and I hate them even more put together! Mion laughed more uproariously than she ever had then, told us she'd bring us some tea, and left our seat for a moment. Oh no, here we go! Still, there was a lot of fun things to do in winter. I bet our club would have a blast then. Our club continuing activities through the winter town sounded totally horrible. Like swimming in the cold or marching in the snow. When did we turn into Mount Redhorn? Yeah, there's definitely a lot of tough punishment games for the winter season. Oh no, that already happens. Yeah, I know. Bold assumption will make it past the summer. One time she made us have a real carnival in the schoolyard while the snow was falling. I see the terror of the club cared not for the season. The victor would be decided by those who could best adapt to the winter-only events. We do snowball fights and shaved ice eating contests and treasure hunts in the snow? Wait, Why is everything outside? Can't we play tabletop games in the nice warm room while it's snowing? Well, Keiichi-kun, you're saying things like that, then you're gonna lose a lot this winter. We'll have lots of punishment games and Rena won't lose. Howl. Don't give me that howl. I settled things with a cross chop to the head. You sure are having fun. Our walls aren't very thick, so careful not to go flying through any, okay? The paper sliding door opened to Mion returning with a pot and a complete tea set. Do you want sesame seeds on your rice? Sorry, we don't have much in the way of bean paste or other good stuff. It's okay. We didn't really come here to drink tea anyway. And with those words, the smile disappeared from Rena's face. Ah, she did it. That one careless statement reminded us that what we had nearly been able to forget. I had wanted to enjoy the peaceful times a little longer, but we put an end to those with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Rena's expression, Mion, too, changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air, that was like a warm spring day until a moment ago, had slipped through the cracks in the paper door, and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both Rana and I sat kneeling without uttering a word. Here you are. Drink up. We couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement for those natural words of courtesy. There's no poison in it or anything. Sus. Do you distrust me that much? That's upsetting. Mion gave a bitter smile at that, and I let her shoulders drop. Silence. Silence. We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing we didn't want to do, so we sat for a very long time. At last, Mion smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak. Hey, now Kei-chan, Rena, you're the guest. Didn't you come here for something? If we don't speak up first, the old man won't know what to do. Rena and I exchanged glances. We both resigned ourselves. Rena opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her. Keiichi-kun. It's okay. I needed to come here. Let me talk first. Okay. I understand. What would Kei-chan have to tell me? Please give me your daughter's hand in marriage, maybe? Can't do that. My little Rena and Kei-chan aren't meant for each other. Go wash your face with miso soup and try again later. Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mion's own way of showing consideration. Mion had said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders. Mion, first, I have something to apologize for. You do? What for? Mion pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I'd clearly gotten my point across. Well, on the night of the Watanagashi, the ritual storehouse behind the shrine, I went in there. I could see Mion's expression immediately become harder. I knew it was somewhere I wasn't supposed to go, but it was just supposed to be a little bit of exploration. We didn't mean anything by it. Even so, I still shouldn't have done it. So I apologize. I'm sorry. To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I'd meant that as my way of prostrating myself. I figured it wouldn't be sincere enough if I raised my head right away, so I left it there on the table for a while. Mion didn't say anything. Even if Liv doesn't think she's cute, I still think she's great. That's okay. She is still my mouse friend. And the destroyer of bad puzzles. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mion had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. Blah, blah. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mion told me to stop. You got me there. I didn't expect you to pitch it to me straight. Yeah, bad face puzzle. You've got me on the ropes. I looked up to see that Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly. You understand that, even though it was only a casual exploration for you, Kei-chan, there are a lot of people who think it's no laughing matter. Then it's okay. There's an old saying that in Rome, do as the Romans do. It's been days since then. It may be too late, but I apologize. What I did was wrong. Please forgive me. I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I'd done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened. It's okay. If you know what you did was bad, then that's enough, right? Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem, and I wasn't happy about it. Michan. Heichi-kun is apologizing seriously. I think maybe you should respond seriously as well. I am being serious, though. Do I not look serious to you, Rena? You don't. Rena was giving her tit for tat, so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right, even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it felt like she hadn't been taking me seriously. Obviously, Rena isn't fond of that. Ichikun, you can get up now. Let's tell her everything. That looks like what Michan wants, too. I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip. Mion, you called Rika-chan and Satoko the day before last night, right? I don't remember doing so. If you have a reason to think so, could you let me in it? Let me hear it? It was the evening before dinner time. Rika-chan should have come here, bringing a big bottle of soy sauce. To have you share some with her. Man was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit. Why do you think that? Not hard to understand. Michan, you saw it too, didn't you? Rika-chan's room? Mian put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was thinking. There was chilled tofu, but no soy sauce. Plus, a big bottle of soy sauce that should have been under the sink was nowhere to be found. Ah ha ha. What? Is that why she would have come here? Mian, drop the act. You wrote it yourself on the notice, didn't you? That you'd share your soy sauce? Mian scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though we found she'd purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all. That's all I could feel from her. Then Michan, Rika-chan, you hit her. Rena hesitated for a moment. I could tell she didn't want to use the word erased, and that she was struggling to find another word. That was really supposed to be the end, wasn't it? For you, anyway. What are you talking about? You didn't foresee Rika-chan would tell Satoko-chan, and that she was going to your house, did you, Michan? Then Satoko-chan called. Might Rika-chan be imposing on you? Yeah, probably just like that. Uh-huh. You sound just like her. Me-chan, you're in a bit of a bind then. Because someone knew that Rika-chan had come here. So you decided to lure Satoko-chan here too. Lure her out? Like how, I wonder? Mion prodded Rena on as if trying to get to the good part of an interesting story. Like, I, however, knew I had been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was really a slight thing. Only I, who had been watching her this whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. What Rena was saying must have been a bullseye. Probably went like this. Stoko, I actually made too much dinner today, so why not come over and eat? Rika-chan came earlier and already ate some. Something like that. Scratch. Mion's nails dug into her knee. Huh? There's no recordings of the phone conversation or anything, so how do you know that much? I know it because the dinner that Satoko-chan made for the two of them was plastic wrapped in the refrigerator and hadn't been touched. For a few moments, Mion's face was frozen in utter amazement. She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Rena. With just that to go on, how did you even guess what we said over the phone? It's a long explanation, so I'll get to the point. The contents of the refrigerator provide a vivid account of what you said over the phone when you lured her out. Leon's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face. You underestimated Rena! That's... I had no idea I had such an incredible detective right next to me the whole time. I can't believe you figured everything down to the phone conversation just from what was inside the fridge. You've got me there. You got me. You've got me. As if the dam had burst, Mion convulsed into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. Ha 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 ha! Just so much laughter. Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter and heaved a big sigh and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mion had lost a detective punishment game for the club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun that would have been if it were true. An incredible detective. Mi-chan, you're the one who guessed what Oishi-san told us. He called me an incredible detective, too. As soon as she heard Oishi-san's name, Mion's eyes began to display panic more clearly, so that anyone would be able to tell. Mion, the police have suspected you for a long time now. Oishi-san's officers had the house under observation, so they could break in at any time. Mion attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Rena's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mion seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house. Was the mayor, Mi-chan, too? Were Tomitake-san and Takano-san? You as well? Mion didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see impatience in her eyes, which were still feigning calm. At last, Mion, who had been sitting here lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mion's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn you would think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now, in this moment. Mion had ceased to be Mion, but had changed into Mion Sonozaki, the current heir to the Sonozaki house. That solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal, and was entirely different from that of the Mion that I knew. Now I could believe it. Now I could believe she was the young leader who commanded the entire Sonozaki clan. Mion quietly placed both her hands on the tatami mat and gave a beautifully elegant bow as if this really were a tea ceremony, and named herself. We meet for the first time. I am the current heir of the Sonozaki house. My name is Mion. Mion's movements were so elegant, they could cut. We couldn't even answer her. All Ren and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which we could never imagine the normal her doing. I would like to welcome you to the Sonozaki main house today. I will greet you all in place of our leader Oryu. Seems as though you have various things you would like to ask. If I can be of any assistance, then I would like to answer without concealing anything. What did Mion just say? Mion said she would answer anything we asked. There was a strange light of resolve in her eyes. It's really all right if we ask anything then? I shall tell you everything I know. That is why you come here, after all. Ren and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. First question Rena gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question everyone wanted to know right now. Why would you do this? That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? That didn't go only for Rika-chan and Satoko. It went for the mayor, Takano-san, and Tomitaka-san as well. No, even further back, all the incidents had been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. Right, when we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put it into more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak. To answer that question will take some time. If that's acceptable, however, then I would by all means like you to hear it. She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago. Do you know that Hinamizawa village used to be called Onigafuchi village? Rena nodded lightly, then shot me a glance, asking me if I did. I returned her nod. Hinamizawa was once called Onigafuchi village, yes? I heard all about it that night from Takano-san in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that the blood of a demon ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the village at the foot of the mountain and treated like transcendents, those capable of magic. That's right. Our ancestors in Onigafuchi village were proud transcendents descended from the demons. Those in the village at the foot of the mountains worshipped and honored them. Nevertheless, all that decayed with the end of the Tokugawa era. Black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. The era of the national isolation ended. And the tradition of worshipping Onigafuchi village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past are all to be detested. That was the kind of era it became. The Meiji era began, and the name of Onigafuchi village, with its long history, was forcibly changed to Hinamizawa village. I've heard the Meiji government strongly wished to erase the old customs. The abolition of feudal domains and the establishment of prefectures. An era began seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level as the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while the old traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was. Our ancestors in Onigafuchi village were proud transcendents descended from the demons. Onigafuchi village disappeared in a flash. At last, Japan provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. Conscription began, and they won war after war. First Sino-Japanese War, the Russo-Japanese War, and until the Pacific War broke out. They were recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization. At that time, Onigashiki village has lost its impenetrability. The villagers once worshipped as transcendent were now on the receiving end of inhuman treatment. Sacred Onigashiki village had been groundlessly labeled as an isolated village of those afflicted by an incurable disease, a mere shadow of its former self, and stood on the precipice of an era of hardship. Thus began the harsh days when one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onigashiki. The children of the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who would come in contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot they were touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children that if you got lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons and cut into pieces and devoured. Never ever go near that terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what they taught them. Another said that during a famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds and then cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to baseless slander, making Onigashiki village historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end with only the perspective of the children. If anyone found out you were from Onigashiki, you were to be turned down from any job you applied for. People would even go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As per the marriages where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce. It even caused trials. They would appeal that where one came from wasn't important enough reason to divorce. They would, however, lose their case. Lying about one's birthplace apparently constitutes a heavy act of misrepresentation in marriage. That's terrible. I've heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages and civic classes. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you would be subjected to every societal disadvantage. That was a modern form of bullying. Though I only memorized that because it was going to be on a test one time. I recalled being suspicious about it and unable to believe such a discrimination occurred in modern Japan. Well, I suppose I can't say that they weren't asking for it. Our ancestors were proud of the demon blood flowing through them. They lived their lives boasting about it and scorning those at the foot of the mountain, after all. They struck fear in the villagers down there with their mystique and demanded gifts of dread and tribute. With that, Mion smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery. Yeah. During the Pacific War, despite the slogans that the country was acting as one, those from Hinamizawa continued to suffer all manner of discrimination. There were too many ways to count. They would send their husbands and sons to war, and the women on the home front would suffer greatly too. My grandmother remembers it well. She remembers it being a difficult time. In that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945. Hinamizawa had lost many male hands, but at last their fathers and husbands and sons returned to them. Of course, there were also many who didn't come back. Nevertheless, for those in Hinamizawa who were at their limits, barely able to maintain the village without the men, their return was a very happy thing. MacArthur GHQ set to work drastically improving the mindsets and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. They could feel the day breaking on the dismal night that was the previous era. Hinamizawa was on the verge of turning into a ghost town. Those in the village started to say that they should rebuild it once again, and got to work trying to make the village even a little more plentiful. During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather, the husband of the elderly, current family leader, Sohei Sonozaki. Sohei said that he managed food warehouses in Harbin after being dispatched in the Chinese mainland. When it was time to pull out, he conspired with his superiors and comrades and stole a great deal of the army's canned goods. He hid them somewhere in the Seto Inland Sea and sold them widely at a high price on the black market, thus earning a fortune. Sohei didn't spend that fortune on his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonozaki house. Let's revive this ruined village. All who live here are a family, and the fortune is a collective property. So he proclaimed to my grandmother, the current head of the family, that the vast fortune was a huge reason why Hinamazawa was revitalized after the war. I see. With that, Hinamazawa came back to life, and that's how the Sonozaki family had been established its current prosperity. Of course, there were many people who begrudged the money coming back from the black market, but the villagers no longer minded it. They succeeded at one venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those that followed them. The giant family of Hinamazawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonozaki family at the center of everything would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind the Hinamazawan revitalization. The person at the middle of all this was your Nana, Michan. That's amazing! What a great success! Mion looked like she was honestly happy Reina had praised her. However, around 1955, the wind started blowing in the other direction again. Because of the canned flesh incident. Canned flesh? Sounded so heinous that just hearing it made me nauseous. Someone naming himself as my grandfather, Sohei Sonozaki's superior, confessed that those canned goods had been human flesh. In Amazawa village, in which demons lived and ate humans, they were just about to wipe away the cursed stigma. The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth, as revealed by his former superior. Stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone at Hinamazawa's cornerstone of Hinamazawa's revival had been canned human flesh. Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just managing the food warehouses? The superior revealed that Sohei Sonozaki did not have the job managing the food. In reality, Sohei's job during the war had been to exterminate pestilent mice and transport the corpses of those found with infectious diseases. It had been unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines. Being detained, perhaps, that was the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant with a military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low-scorned, pressing customs of Onagafuchi village and the research they were carrying out. Would that have been, well, you know, bacteriological corpse in the old Japanese army or whatever? Ichikun, you've heard of that? What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlocks of the war. They used many innocent people as fodder for their horrible human experiments. They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims. How many days it would be until it was injected. How many days it would be until it was swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead and dissected them while they were still alive. They would strap them to the centrifuges while still alive and crush them in decompression chambers while still alive. Oof. When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their body get pushed out outwards. Oof. Oof, we're not reading that sentence. I have a feeling I saw something like that in a documentary one time. That makes me sick. And they still hate Hinamizawa, huh? You said it. Mian agreed with me, giving me a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it right now. The unit Sohei was in did way kinder research than that. They were researching concrete methods for reducing the difficulty of delivering food on the battlefield. Yeah, yeah, we're not. The military's design at the start of the war completely fell apart, and a chronic food shortage broke out over the battlefront. Wasn't this game about murder? The food shortage led to malnutrition, and their natural resistance lords, the soldiers fell to one disease after another. Spirit and morale was lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently, that's where the research started. At first it was to find methods delivering food to the battlefields. It's very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing it from citizens to survival methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working out the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control, until finally they knocked down the door called Taboo. What?
Cheer 500. Now I get to do a proper cheer. Yin is the cutest and most adorable cutie. I mean, how could she not be cute? It is rare that someone could be that cute, and get even cuter as the day goes on. But Gin does it. Super cute cutie.
Uber, thank you. I appreciate you. As they kept straying off course until they finally knocked down the door called Taboo. What did you think the easiest source of protein on the battlefield is? And I knew the answer without being told. So we didn't answer. We don't want to go there. That's right. They were researching ways to handle using humans as food. Fighting onwards, sometimes eating the flesh of the enemies, and sometimes that of allies, became the ultimate service paid for the country. They were deadly serious about this doctrine. It really is a riot. My grandfather was despised as someone who ate human flesh, and yet they'd gone above and beyond that. Apparently he always thought about it too. Even if he was a vulgar, man-eating demon, there were far more ugly demons than he. So no matter how much he was scorned, he would put up with it. At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. Gee, I wonder why! So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled as a meat substitute so that they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves. They stamped at the bottoms with a circle. The starved soldiers on the front lines apparently loved all the prototypes they were sent. Among them, those who cooked it in soy sauce, like it was sukiyaki, loved it the most. Come on, Michan, stop. Yeah, why are you telling me all this? I'm getting sick to my stomach. Anna was really pale-faced, and she looked like she was having a difficult time contending to sit on her knees. Yana looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there. And those canned goods your grandpa brought back. I don't know if it's true. Sohei denied it was human flesh up until the day he died. However, those who begrudged the Hinamizawa's sudden revival called him a savage for making a fortune from selling human flesh, and the villagers began to be scorned again. They returned to a time when the children would be jeered at for have rocks thrown at them. The stifling silence came back. But what a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. The discriminated were discriminated against, discriminated and were discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone enjoy life together? I don't know. That would make the world easier, I think. I didn't know. My grandmother, the family's head, once told the children of the village this. If they throw a stone at you, then 2 of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, what if they threw stones at 2 of us? Of course, the answer was simple. If they throw stones at 2 of you, throw them back with 4. If they chase 8 of you with sticks, drive them off with 16. If they slander 30 of you, yell back with 60. Finally, the children asked, what if we're attacked by 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple. If 1,000 people attack you, then everyone in Hinamizawa will stand up against them. It was a manifesto to spur people into action. My grandmother rose up, not as the leader of the Sonozaki house, but as the mother of Hinamizawa. It was halfway through 1955. It's a time when riots over the treaty with the U.S. were rampant at a time of battles and action. People of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one is one crime against them all. It didn't matter whether it was a child or an adult. If they heard a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house and the perpetrator acting as a whole. If they had an adult being treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would band together and stand up against it. If you meddle with people from Hinamizawa, you would be in trouble. They probably figured that out. If they could make others think that, they'd win. Hey-chan, do you remember how many people came to help you when you got involved with those delinquents in town? See, she wasn't there for that. Shion was there for that. I recalled how much of an impression it had left on me. That the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue, yet the people of Okonomiya averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved. My grandmother fought, and my parents carried on the fight. At last, peace returned to Hinamizawa. Of course, the peace had been placed down a razor's edge. When you consider the previous 100-year history and tranquility, and now can only be called a chance interval, standing on uneven scales. Why? Shion, this still doesn't quite explain why the murders happened. Could I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Yet, I said it anyway. Why can't everyone just live in peace? What happened to those old stories of Yashiro-sama that I heard from Takano-san? Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Did they, though? Didn't know Yashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over that? It's a fairy tale. I mean, that even those people in the demons were really the Yashiro-sama who made it, that even if those people and the demons were real, the Yashiro-sama who mediated between them wasn't. Is that why Yashiro-sama's curse happened? A cool gust of wind blows from outside, fluttering Mion's beautifully clear hair. Mion kept her refreshing smile without answering, and didn't even change her expression, but even that became a silent answer. So that Hinamizawa village might once more be like Onigafuchi village, so that we may again be a sacred existence worthy of worship. That was the earnest wish of our ancestors in Onigafuchi, and the mission of those who inherit the demon, the Sonozaki main family. Those who inherit the demon? For generations, the Sonozaki family has had a custom of including the character demon in the leaders' names. If you write out my name on your hand, it should appear plain as day. I traced out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. The character for demon is in there. Not only my name either. There's a demon engraved on my body as well. When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hands on her clothing. It's okay, Mi-chan. You don't need to show us, okay? Thank you. With just that exchange, I guess that's what she meant. And see, the fact that we never see it, sus. Most likely, somewhere on her body, there was a permanent seal, just as a tattoo or marking, that proves she inherited the demon. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was so heavy. Truly heavy. Namazawa no, of Onigafuchi weighing down on them. Or the history of. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? Rena wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, Mion muttered, or murmured. Serial incidents happening over the past 5 years. I was directly related to some of them, and indirectly to others. Some were not the Sonozaki family, but rather related to the others, the Kimiyoshi family, the Furude family. I think I was at the center of all of them. She said it without turning around, with her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew. I have faith in what I've done, and I don't feel any guilt. If I did, perhaps it would be that I'd have to leave the stage before the heir was decided. If I am caught and tried in a court of law, then I suppose that's how it works nowadays. Being able to retire with Namazawa at the most peaceful it has been in 100 years could be the happiest thing that's ever happened to any of the Sonozaki leaders of the past generations. Mion leaned his shoulder against the paper door, and then slid it down and flopped to the ground. It was an act of such resignation that just seeing it made me hurt inside. Numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. Hey, Mion, I don't care what happens after this. Can you just try to struggle as much as you can, trying to run away? As soon as I began to think that way, Rena's ringing voice filled the room. But Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, you killed them, didn't you, Mi-chan? Sharp points of her words stabbed into my chest despite not being directed at me. I'm not saying that it's okay if you killed other people. Thank you, Rena. Regardless, Mi-chan, you killed Rika-chan and Satoko. Rena's words were more biting than any I'd ever heard. Even now that we knew the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends. I mean, yeah? Murder is still bad, guys. Cool motive, still murder. Just as I bear the duty of the Sonozaki family, Rika-chan bore the duty of the Furude family. That duty was to protect the ritual storehouse. My chest tightened. I learned around last year that Rika-chan had said something about it. The bars on the storehouse door were too heavy for her. She wanted to change them to a simpler lock and key. Even the priest beforehand had complained about it being heavy. He was very aware of how hard it was for Rika-chan. I will make sure to guard it, so I want to replace the lock with something lighter. I replied on behalf of the Sonozaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there seemed to be people who were insolent towards Oyashiro-sama, so you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, old man Kimiyoshi, If it's difficult for you, Rika-chan, then I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication it was somewhere you mustn't enter. That nobody was bad enough to break into it and go inside, he said. Even if they were like his leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with old man Kimiyoshi since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock on the storehouse and switch it with a really cheap and light padlock. Old man, is this really alright? Nana says that if it's possible, we should keep the lock the same. It'll be alright. You're quite the worrywart. If something happens, this old man will take all responsibility. Do you promise? You mean that you will take responsibility as the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, right? You should be well aware how sacred the things inside really are. It's okay. There aren't any bad cats in Hinamazawa who would open the lock and break in. Meow meow. Oh, sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell on the tatami mat. I had already heard of the thieves entering the ritual storehouse during the Watanagashi festival. There were 4 of them. We decided to act within the day. At the same time, we needed to demand that the ones who allowed the thieves to break in, Rika-chan of the Furude family and Old Man Kimiyoshi, take responsibility. My tears dripped and dropped. Until just now, I had decided that it was Mion's fault that she had killed Rika-chan and the others. That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion. It was me. I might as well have killed them. Keiichi-kun. I had a chance to stop the tragedy from happening, and yet I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. That all this time I had stopped us from sneaking into the ritual storehouse, Rika-chan and the others wouldn't have to die. If I had, then nothing would have happened. We would be here spending our days and having lots of fun like we always did. I was an idiot. If by shedding tears I could take it all back, then I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime I've committed. Hey-chan, you're not at fault. Mion gently began to speak as if trying to reason with me. As leader of the Sonozaki family, I needed to act. But given the history of the Sonozaki family, thinking about it now, it's no big deal. Maybe I should have saved my friends, even if it meant casting all that aside. I yielded to it, and that's why I killed those 2. I, Mion Sonozaki, and nobody else, killed them. I had hundreds of chances to stop it, but I didn't stop. I gave in to the easy role that was handed to me, and abandoned all thought of fighting for my friends. So this is my crime. I killed them. Mion Sonozaki, with these hands. Killed them. And nothing whatsoever has changed. Nothing. Her masochistic laughter was sad. Especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. So painful. Still, Mi-chan, you saved one person of your own volition. As I looked at her surprised, Rena stuck her finger at my forehead. You have Keiichi-kun alive. As strong as you are, Mi-chan, it would have been no trouble for you, but you didn't kill him. That's right. Rena was so cunning that nobody would stand up to her. Even in our club, if she had seriously tried to kill me, it would have been dealt with in the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason I had this big belief that only I would be left alive. It's called the main character syndrome. Why didn't I kill him? As a demon, I can't even begin to guess. Maybe Mion had some reason she didn't want to kill you. What was that supposed to mean? Shh. Mion put her finger to her lips to say that Rena didn't need to talk. Is Oishi-san waiting outside? Yes. Any way out? No. They said they have the place surrounded. It seemed like they'd called a lot of cars over the radio. I think they have the entire property surrounded. Mion fell silent. Rena's merciless words felt cruel. But they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain. If only a little. Maybe they were considerate. Like she was trying to help. Please, turn yourself in. Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled just a little. We'll go with you. We'll never leave a friend by herself. Crying children and Rena are the only things I can't beat. Aha! She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Mion. I'm well aware of how serious my own crimes are. Even if they accept me turning myself in, I'll probably never be able to come back here. I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in was just too large. Yep. If she turned herself in, was in a way extremely cruel. So I'd like you to hear one last selfish request. What is it? 30 minutes is fine. Just let me have some time alone with Kei-chan. Huh? My name suddenly came up, and I looked like I was the only one surprised about it. Ichi-kun, is that okay with you? If you don't want to, then I won't make you. You're right. It's okay if you don't want to. After all, I'm a demon. And Kei-chan is a bona fide human who moved here from somewhere else. For us to be compatible, as long as Oyashiro-sama doesn't exist to mediate, simply isn't possible. There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by heavy, unstoppable tradition. Right now, the duty of handling this had fallen to me, and me alone. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say a word of blame. Far from it, I was guilty of the same crime, and she let me go. Amidst a fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were to be granted the same punishment as Rika-chan and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear, the sins of that Mion shouldered. So when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate. Sure, it's fine. Thank you. I'd like to thank you too, Keiichi-kun. Rena stood up. Looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave. It's fine, Rena. You can wait here. I just want to go around the yard with Kei-chan. You're bored, you can go into my room. You can read any manga you like. If there are any volumes you'd like, you might as well take them. I don't want to. Mi-chan's books belong to Mi-chan. Rena couldn't bring them back home with her so freely. You're such a good kid. Only at times like this. Mion took Rena's head and rubbed it violently, like I always did. Okay, let's go, Kei-chan. I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway when Rena silently stopped me. Take care of Mi-chan. Yeah. Mi-chan really does believe she won't ever be able to come back. I don't know much about laws, but with as many deaths as she's been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent. Watch out so you don't make her lose her temper, okay? Mion might not surrender herself to justice, so I might have to put an end to it myself. Ren had already thought that far ahead! Right. I won't let that happen. Rena rubbed her tears, which had fallen without me noticing them. Okay, let's go after her. I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out the front door. I could clearly hear Rena sobbing from the other side of the paper door. Why was Mi-chan made a successor to demons? Maybe it just had to happen that way? But it's just so awful. Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This was the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want to let her see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. Oh, what does that mean? What does that achievement mean? What does sorry about that mean, Steve? I put on my shoes and tapped my shoes against the floor a few times, then left. Mion timidly came over. Why is she turning all red at a time like this? Can I hold your arm? It's really such a modest request. Don't mind. With my permission, her face lit up with glee, like a child being given a toy, and took my arm. You get kinda nervous with your arm through mine? You're not thinking of, for example, that I suddenly put a world-class joint lock or anything? You two see the same things. I don't think like that. I don't think that at all. Back then, when nothing had gone wrong yet, during those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion of Angel Mort, I counted back and was amazed. It had only been a week ago. It's been a long week! I had been arm in arm with Shion then, too. Linking arms with man like this really reminded me that they were twins. Thank you, Liv. It's probably not that much longer. But still, oof. I can't remember either. It's probably been an hour. Thank you. How much strength did they put in the sensation of their arms, their warmth, and the blood flowing? I could feel their living sensations were all exactly the same. Okay. I think Shion liked you, Kei-chan. I see. If this were a regular conversation, I might have jumped back, red in the face. Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace. At peace, you say? Mion and Shion. You got along well, didn't you? Well, I wonder. Kei-chan, do you think your right hand and left hand get along? Huh? My right hand and left hand? I don't think you could describe them getting along or not. That's how our relationship is. You can't measure it by scale of how we get along. That didn't sound like it meant they got along really well. For example, one of your hands is dominant, so there will always be a better hand. If you only had one oven mitt, you would put it over your dominant hand without thinking, right? I think maybe it's like that for us. That doesn't mean, though, that anyone would be okay with losing their left hand. It's kind of an unexplainable relationship. I think that maybe you live too close together and just stop being able to see it, but I think that means you get along really well. I'm an only child, so the day before the festival, I was really jealous of when you and Shion were messing around with each other. I think you're jealous of something that doesn't exist. Yes, we twins used to have a lot of fun playing tricks on people, but now that we have such distinctly different personalities, it just gets in the way. I am still of the opinion that that's not Mion. Were they cursed or were they self-conscious? Their relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that wasn't an issue for someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Mion passed through the wide yard and invited me to the big, desolate forest we'd seen on the way in. Such a big forest was part of their property, so I couldn't help but feel small. They'll never find the body! It's huge. Must have had a great time playing in it as kids, huh? Mion seemed to be silently reminiscing and looking into her mind, but she was probably thinking back to those fun days when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and leaves, making the swishing, murmuring sound. Mion remained silent for a long time, thinking back on her younger sister, whom she had gotten rid of with her own hands. There was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. Mian suddenly stopped and turned. Shion is still alive. Really? Mian took a hard look into my eyes and then nodded quietly. Yeah. I'd been thinking to give her the most horrible death of all, so I had her locked up. I never did think of a good way to do it, though. Mian sounded as though she hated Shion, but also deep down, she didn't completely detest her. So I took my other hand and rustled Mian's hair with it. Mian didn't only save me. She saved Shion, too. Mian may have become a demon and led many people to their deaths, but she fought against it and was able to save 2 people. As I petted Mian, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile and untangled her arm from mine. Then Mian quietly said, "Come with me. I want you to see all of my sins. Although, Kei-chan, it might be the worst thing you've ever seen." I could sense it. There I would probably find all the sacrifices up until now. Looking at them would mean accepting Rika-chan and Satoko's deaths, as well as accepting that my best friend had done it. It's already happened, and it's in the past. You can choose not to look, Kei-chan. If you don't want to, then wait here. I will personally end everything. I was taken aback by how ominous that sounded. I remembered when Rena had told me Mia might not surrender herself to justice, but instead choose to put an end to things herself. I couldn't leave her on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I'd still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was something that had already happened. Doesn't matter what I see. Yes? Mion Sonozaki is the best friend I could ever have. That won't change. It never will. Treetops softly swayed in the wind. You and Rana both. Why do you only get really cool at times like this? Normally I'd say something rude right back at her, evading the question, but today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. At last, Mion started walking into the thick forest into the deepest part. After following the thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or a bomb shelter. We were surrounded by shallow hills that had only been created on a spot, not visible from the outside. There were many silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. An abnormal odor I'd been smelling for a while was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place. Oh no. If you want to turn back, now's your chance. I don't know what kind of person Mion Sonozaki is to you, but if you go inside, that Mion will probably... She won't change. Say it as many times as I need to. Mion Sonozaki is the best friend I could ever have. Clenched my fists. Inside, there was probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I let my guard down, I might end up vomiting. Even so, I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and this suffering. I will never change that Mion is my greatest friend. I am nothing more than a demon, so I don't understand human feelings anymore. I have a feeling, though, that I know why Mion fell in love with you. Okay, here's the other thing. It was initially that she had said Shion liked him. So, I think she forgot our identity for a little bit, because, yeah, she just admitted that Mion fell in love with him. Don't say it like it's not related to you. You're Mion. You're not the demon. You're a human with human blood, and you're my friend. Mion made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes and then placed the hands on the big door to the tunnel entrance. The lock on it was dauntingly strong-looking. Seemed to demand an appropriate resolution from whoever would enter, just like the ritual storehouse. The double doors opened, a stifling, rotting air, and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. I remembered accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago by leaving it in a tank out on the porch, and how intense the odor it left was. That was the same smell of a corpse, and that certainly was what it smelled like. Inside was a pitch-black room. Mion flicked a switch and turned on a light bulb, illuminating the interior. I don't know how graphic we're gonna get, so just brace yourselves. Path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. We passed spaces looking like they were for storage. We passed spaces looking like someone had lived there. All this indicated that it had been used as a bomb shelter and stockpiling during the war. It didn't give the impression of a dugout bomb shelter that had just been left there, though. There was a second Sonozaki house constructed underground. Despite being in pitch-black darkness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas entered through an air hole somewhere, giving a very mysterious feel. You saw what was in the ritual storehouse, right? The piles of torture instruments. All of them were created to uphold the strict religious laws of Onigafuchi village. There were tools used to kill those who broke the laws in terrible ways as a warning to others. That was a long time ago. What Nagashi was originally a ritual meant to deter as a deterrent was once overseen by the three families. But thanks to the Kimiyoshi and Furuta families going into decline, and the way the times changed, actually carrying it out became difficult. I can imagine why. Never think people could be okay with drowning people in a swamp and killing them in modern Japan. That's why the Sonozaki family built this secret place, so we could continue to conduct the rite of the Wat Nagashi even in modern times. Yan opened a large, strikingly different door, and inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements. There are quite a few, aren't there? Some of them were actually brought here from the original storehouse. All the things that had been rusty and covered in dust, so they didn't seem that real, but the things here were different. Every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that they could be used right away. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also, perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of the blood, the walls and ceilings were covered with the kind of tiling you would see in a bathroom, and there was even a drain set amongst the slope in the floor. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall attached to a faucet, perhaps for cleaning up the splattered blood. According to something a leader from a long time ago wrote, blood splatter has an impact despite the fact that it doesn't tax the sacrifice. Well, Nagashi is meant to be a deterrent after all. My ancestors thought up all different kinds of ways to show things off. As she said that, Mion pointed deeper into the torture room and to a spot veiled in darkness. There was surprisingly a room floored with tatami mats, and in the corner was a pile of cushions. They're seats for the audience. But Nagashi was meant to be a deterrent after all. Wouldn't make sense if there were no guests. Mion, why are you sharing this? I couldn't speak, and I couldn't think of anything to say anyway. Except that if Mion revealing this to me made her heart feel any lighter, I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed. Right here is where I killed everyone. There was no spectators to watch me, but I did the Wat Nagashi very well. Well, perhaps there was one spectator. Huh? A spectator? Me. The demon was watching the entire time. Mion held the Wat Nagashi ceremony. Mion cackled in self-deprecation. It wasn't a nice-sounding laugh. Back there is the prison. Is she on there? She nodded slightly. Mion's Wat Nagashi had ended today. I needed to tell Shion that I was safe, without a moment's delay. After all, she was probably trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying about when she would be killed. The ostentatious door on the other side opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expensive space based on the echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. As my eyes adjusted more and more, the great cave showed itself in a faint light. The walls were very rock, and the surface felt so savage that the bomb shelter was the most apt term for it. There were small, bared rooms built here and there, like holes made by insects biting their way through the giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each one of them was a prison. Where is everyone? Rika-chan and Satoko. Their corpses? Grimaced at her, this having said it so outright. Yeah, that's right. The poor things left to be here in the dark like this. I didn't want them to get infested with bugs, so I threw them down the well. I'm sorry. So I can't even see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret at having confessed everything to Rika-chan came surging forth. If Mian hadn't attached the word sorry to the end of what she said, I might have punched her. Calm down, Keiichi Maribara. You said it yourself, no matter what, Mian Sonozaki is your greatest friend. Yeah, my greatest friend. I needed to hear myself say it out loud. Then came the clattering of bars on one of the cells deeper in. When I noticed it, I looked up as well. Shion? Is that Shion? Kei-chan! Is that you, Kei-chan? I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking through the gaps in the bars. It really was her. Are you alright, Shion? Are you hurt? No. No! Shion's face twisted out of shape as she screamed. It's because Mian had appeared right behind me. Of course, Shion didn't know everything was over yet. Calm down, Shion. Everything's already over. Everything. I spoke in the calmest voice as I could try to manage to soothe the agitated Shion. However, it didn't seem like it was getting through her screams. Shion, how have you been? No more, please. No more. I don't want to see anyone else die. If you hate me, then just kill me already. I'm the one you hate, right? Kill me right now. Sis! Calm down, Shion. It's all over now. It's going to be alright. So calm down. Shion was screaming and rattling at the iron bars back and forth. It was truly a frantic state. I gave a slight shrug of resignation, giving way to Mian. I had realized that if Mian was the one who locked her in here, and if Mian was the one who had scared Shion this much, then Mian also was the only one who could put an end to this. Mian spoke from over my shoulder, quietly. Relax. I won't kill you. No, I won't kill you just yet. She burst into a bizarre laughter, as if trying to make Shion's madness even worse. Shion broke out into a fierce shiver, brought on by that laugh, and rattled the iron bars as she wailed. Please stop! Don't kill Kei-chan! Kei-chan has nothing to do with this, does he? If you're going to kill someone, kill me right now. I don't want anyone else to die. Aha! You want to die that badly? Then after I kill this man, I'll take my time making mincemeat out of you. In accordance with the ancient rites, I'll do it slowly, starting with your extremities. Shave you down and mince you. I had that mincing machine set up specifically for you, after all. Or would it be funnier if I were to mince up Kei-chan in front of you? Hey, quit it already. What do you have to gain by scaring her at this point? No! Kei-chan, run away! I tried to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but when I turned around, Mion's mouth, so much that it was hard to believe, had twisted into a shape even thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. I could see it. I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here wasn't my friend Mion. It wasn't the Mion Sonozaki who had been tossed about by her heavy duty of succeeding the Sonozaki family either. Then, who was she? But bam! So sparks fly before my eyes, like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. Strength of my body drained instantly, and my head suddenly became heavy. My knees buckled under the temptation to hit the floor. Then my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face should have hit the floor, but it was comfortable, as I had fallen down on a down-filled futon. My consciousness reeled and then receded. It was the kind of sensation like if you took a nap in a car, but you were still half awake, and could listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. No, you wouldn't be listening. You would only be able to hear it. It was happening so far away, and the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you'd have no interest in it. So whether Shion was yelling in my ears or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I didn't think anything, nor did it interest me. Now then, I wonder how I should go about preparing you. Oh yes, what do you think of a bed of nails? I tested it on those two little brats, but their hands were too small for the restraining table. Let's do that! Let's do that! Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped up, and one of my shoes fell off. No! Please stop, sis! Please, stop. Ugh! Shion's emotions exploded outward, and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, She held, flung me down, and returned to the prison cell again. My, you sure can cry with a cute voice, can't you? Your unnatural vibrato was making my skin crawl, but this definitely suits you the best. Mion, my big sister, I beg of you. I don't care how you choose to kill me, but please at least let Kei-chan go. I'm begging you. Shion always acted as though she was a cut above her older sister. That Shion, in such a miserable voice that I couldn't resist. Couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times. Prostrated herself before her older sister, she used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference, one that was plainly smiling with joy. You know I wasn't planning on listening to your petty wishes. The way you were crying, though, is just too funny. I think maybe I'll change my mind and listen to you. Since come to think of it, I never did anything big sister-like for you. Yes. Thank you so much. All right, then. Let's hear you apologize for everything. Then maybe it'll all be water under the bridge. Maybe, just maybe, I'll let Kei-chan go. Mion said she might let me go, but she never said anything about letting Shion go. Before long, Shion got on her hands and knees behind the bars, and began to speak weak words of apology. They were far too faint for me to hear, but their intention got across. Despite having watched her with a magnificently jubilant expression, Mion kicked the bars and declared she was unsatisfied. You think you can make up for years of grudges and half-hearted feelings like that? That just won't do. Guess I'll make mincemeat out of the both of you. No! Wait, sis. One more chance. Just one more chance. Mion stopped and waved her hand against in resignation. Not because she'd grown impatient, but only because she was taking delight in abusing Shion. You can't apologize to my satisfaction anyway. I'll teach you how to make an apology that will get through to your older sister. I'm only going to tell you this once, and if you even get a letter wrong, you're out. Got it? Yes. Thank you, sis. Oh. Shion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. That sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time. I realized it was a feeling of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. Oh, Keiichi, you are not gonna last. However, I was only able to feel my skin on my blood flowing at that moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move my fingers, probably because you're restrained. Did you memorize it? Then let's hear you say it. Sincerely and faithfully from beginning to end with all your heart. If you can do it properly, then I'll only kill you. Yes. Thank you so much. Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Until just a few moments ago, I was sure this had been Mion, but at some point, she'd become someone else. The Mion I knew well would never do something so nasty, like enjoy trampling all over somebody's dignity like this. Now, let's hear it. Your big sister is listening closely. Shion Sonozaki is... When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, had the real thing been swapped out with the fake right behind me? Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion. Shion Sonozaki is the lowly, worthless sow, not even fit to lick her big sister Mion's feet. And when I think of the countless times I've been rude to my big sister without knowing my place... Ugh. Yes, that's the spirit. I'll permit you to say a little more now, okay? Blood circulated through my whole body. My numb senses were returning. Just a little more. While Shion was still holding Mion's... No, that thing pretending to be Mion's attention. Hurry up. I reflected on how impertinent I've been and swear loyalty to my big sister Mion for the rest of my life. So, Mion's burst of laughter echoed throughout the big cave, growing a terrifying level. That was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it and stopped smiling suddenly, as if snipping a wire. All right, already. That was funny enough for me. I didn't think you'd throw away that much of your pride. That was plenty enjoyable. Mion began to drag me again after I finally got the feeling in my body back, hold me towards the torture chamber. Sis! Only kill me! Please! Forgive him! Don't worry, alright? I'll be sure to kill you real good. After you let it get an earful of Kei-chan's screams, that is. No! After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the restraining table. Oh no! Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. We are so dying right now. She forced open my hands, which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands and my fingers at that, tightly with hinges, and locked them in place. Sis! Don't kill him! Sis! The door of the big cave with the jails had been left open, and I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time. And you hear it, Shion? I'm going to get started now. Please enjoy Kei-chan's young screams. Give it a fucking rest. That feeling in my body returned, and the first action I took was to tell off the thing that looked like Mion. Awake at last, are we? I lied before, you know. About having wanted to give Shion the most miserable death of all. But locking her up because I hadn't thought of it was good way yet. That was a lie. Mion brought over something like a toolbox. From inside, she removed a large metal hammer, and next to that, she'd been lined up what looks like a long, strangely shaped nails. The end had been turned into hooks, the kind you'd see on a harpoon. Oh no! I'll let her hear the screams of all the people that died because of her, and after they've soaked into her very soul, then I'll kill her. I've gotten pretty good taste, huh? Who are you? Huh? I'm Mion Sonozaki. Has the fear driven you crazy? No, you're not. There's no way you can be Mion Sonozaki. Mion snorted and continued preparations for the horrifying torture. I see. Then if I'm not Mion, who am I? A demon. Huh? You're not Mion. Mion was just here. Give her back. Hey-chan, is your brain really doing okay? You're not going crazy with fear? Don't touch me. You damn demon. Give her back. Give Mion back. My best friend, give Mion back. Mion stood there for a few moments with her jaw hanging open, not having expecting me to say that. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I knew that nonetheless, to demand Mion's return when she was right in front of me. But, this person in front of me couldn't possibly have been Mion. There's no way. I couldn't accept that. But this was what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by a demon, and was controlling Mion as if it were a separate personality. Mion had just been a victim and been manipulated by it. The evil one was really this thing. It all had to be the doing of this demon possessing her. When Mion heard that, she started to guffaw, laughing hysterically that she started to cough and almost choked. You really are a piece of work, you know that? In this very moment, Mion Sonozaki is trying to kill you, and you're trying to reject me. I never knew that there was such a funny person in all the world! If you want to laugh, do it all you want. No matter what you say, I won't accept that you're Mion. Give her back. Away with you, demon. Gei-chan, are you trying to kill me by drowning me in my own tears? No matter what, I won't lose to that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart so that the real Mion trapped inside the Mion I saw in front of me would be able to hear. You can do it, Mion. Don't lose to this piece of shit demon. You're strong. Show me how strong you are. Tears welled up and flooded down her face. Her hands were busy with the restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them flow. Please, Mion. Mion. Where did you lose to a demon like this? You're not that weak, are you? Don't lose. Fight. Fight. Mion desperately, and during her laughter pressed one of the long nails into my left pinky. Oh boy, here we go. In her left hand was the hammer. And at her side were a dozen more nails. I could tell she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't afford to be scared. That was why I shouted. Oh, my side hurts like they're about to split. Is that all? I'm going to get started now. Be sure to give her some good screams. Not only am I torturing you, Kei-chan, but I'm torturing Shion as well. Why? Why would you... Mion? Then I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't in acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion had lost to the demon. Yet a small change did occur in Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining little by little. By the time I'd realized it, the one in front of me had returned to being Mion. Kei-chan, this may not be something pleasant to take to the grave with you. You really seem to want to know, though, so I'll tell you just one thing. I didn't know if this was Mion or just a display of momentary humanity the demon had recovered. A long time before the demon came to live inside me, it was gnawing at my heart to try to spur me into violence, but I suppressed it with my reason. That settled the demon down, and I got to thinking it had gone away somewhere. As it turned out, I was wrong. It hadn't left me. It had just gone to sleep. I noticed that there were tears forming in her eyes. Demon woke up again due to a certain small opportunity. What do you think that opportunity was? There was a sad yet reproachful light in Mion's eyes. Do you understand? I don't. I don't know what gave the demon a chance to beat Mion. This might be strange for me, a demon, to say, but you're the reason that everything got so messed up. Tears welling up in her eyes spilled downward all of a sudden. At that time, if you'd given me the doll you got without hesitating, maybe everything wouldn't have gone so twisted. Doll I got. That doll that I got when we had the club meeting at the toy store that Sunday. You probably can't understand. I wouldn't expect you to. But you see, all sorts of things started falling over like dominoes after that, and soon it was too much for me to control. It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of knocking over the first one since it was so small. But you're the one who set it up. That can't... Me? If you hadn't made Mion cry, then I wouldn't have had to wake up. Is that enough? For you to die in peace? A mistake that I made that one day was what messed everything up. That can't be, can it? Only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of it. Even so, Kei-chan, you are without a doubt the cause. If you had nonchalantly given me the doll that day, then I don't think this would have happened. I wanted to say, I could just remember something as I recalled that day. Rena had told me about that, and I thought I had apologized. I didn't apologize to Mion, though. It had been Shion. Yes, ma'am? Yes, I know. I'm aware. I know. Okay, fine. Ma'am. Alright, we're doing a small cat break on this lovely scene. It had been to Shion, in other words. Oh god. I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Yeah. Today, I came to this house saying I had something to apologize for, but I never said a word of apology about this. Yeah, he apologized to Rena and he apologized to Shion. Come to think of it, when I apologized to go into the ritual storehouse, Mion looked a little bit lonely, like she was disappointed. Why didn't I realize that until just now? Because you're a dumb boy. You're a dumb boy who didn't realize that your feminine friend had feelings and wanted to be seen as a lady also, while still being her cool, masculine self. Rena told me at the time, and now she herself, no, the demon was telling me. Is the only way for a dense idiot like me to be cured is to die altogether? I mean, maybe. I could no longer hold back the hot tears pouring out of me. I simply cried and reflected indifferently on the taste of my tears and the taste of regret. Can I start now, then? This method of torture is very simple. I'll nail one of these into the joint at the end of your left pinky. Then I'll nail each one in order until I get to the thumb. Then I'll go back into your pinky and nail in one joint in the middle. So on until I hammer 15 nails into your left hand. When that's over with, I'll do the right hand next. After that, if you're still conscious, I'll tell you. There are a lot of nerves bundled in your fingertips, so it hurts far more than you could imagine. Some people apparently pass out before you finish hammering 30 nails into their hands, so... Mion pressed the tip of my nail on my left pinky finger. My wrists, my arms, all of the joints of my fingers were strapped so tightly. It hurt, and I couldn't even twitch. Didn't hesitate at all when I was torturing others. Why would I hesitate now? If this is to satisfy your demon, Mion. If it will sate the demon, then do to me what you will. Are you serious? No matter how much I hurt Mion, this is nothing, right? Do as much as you want. In exchange, promise me 2 things. Mion was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak. Mion, what are you doing? Cat. Oh, a spoiled cat. After you've satisfied with causing me pain, forgive Shion. She's been punished enough to make up for her crimes sneaking into the storehouse, hasn't she? After all this, you still worry about Shion more than yourself? The other thing is that when you've had your fill, you disappear. Give that body back to Mion. That's all. You know, are you not even considering the possibility of begging for your life or anything? Can I ask you to promise me 3 things instead of 2? The third one is to leave me alive. Huh? You said 2 in the beginning, didn't you? So you can't have any more. That's a shame. Such an abnormal situation, Mion and I laughed quietly together, as if sharing a stupid joke. I probably won't keep these promises, understand? I'm a demon after all. I guess there's nothing I can do then. I recall tightening my hand into fists when during the pain at the dentist office. Right now, though, they were opened all the way to my fingertips, so I couldn't even grip them. So instead, I tightened my toes. Hello. Okay, do it. I've prepared myself already. So do it. Winning like this to hammer the nails is scarier. Anticipation is the worst. I'm going to diminish my readiness after all. And put the hammer down and gently stroked my cheek. Hey, Chan. I'll agree to just the third thing, okay? Huh? My third wish. To save me. She'll agree to it? Your first wish. Excuse me. Cat. Save Shion. That's long done for. The demon will kill her. It's already been decided, so I can't stop it. So give up on that. Delicate fingers slid from my cheek to my chin. As for your second wish, to give this body back to Mion, that won't happen either. After today, Mion will never come back. From today on, even if my body is still here, it will just be a body. Because the Oni has taken it over. Miam. You stop that. That isn't true. Mion is Mion. Don't say such sad things like she won't ever come back. Can you hear it? Hi. That's the sound. Hello, welcome back. Mion gently closed her eyes and listened. Definitely heard it as well. Slam. Slam. Just a dull noise that repeated at fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron doors at this underground storehouse. You're late, so Rana probably called Oishi. Spaced out girl being so quick thinking was one of the things I didn't anticipate. I'll agree with you there. Mion grinned like she'd been outwitted and took something that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. Oh boy, we're getting the stun gun. When she pressed the switch, pale blue sparks flew out with snapping noise. You've probably never seen one of these before, right? It's a real stun gun. It's legal, and its output has been increased quite a bit. Is that what you hit me with before? It's not a toy children should be playing with, you know. You're right. She seemed to want to use the stun gun on me. Unable to move, I felt her press the cold lump of metal on my neck. Slam! I heard the roar as though they'd broken down the first large door. Walls were a bit complex, but aside from the door, this very torture chamber was nothing in their way. I won't kill you. You have to go to sleep for a bit, Kei-chan. Oishi-san will be here soon. This will only hurt a bit. Feeling the same shock as before. Gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, just as she was about to hammer the nail, she hesitated a little. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids. I'm sorry for disgracing Mion. I made a promise before coming in here. Whatever happens, the Mion inside my heart won't change. Look, forget about that. If you ever see me after today, don't come near me. Hi, yes? By then, it will be a demon that has inherited my corpse. What are you talking about? Just as I tried to say that, a much stronger light then shined, and like a television being switched off, my consciousness went black. Yep. Hi, baby. We live, but at what cost? June 1983. A string of disappearances occupied. The suspect is Mion Sonozaki. She is suspected of having kidnapped 5 Hinamizawa residents between June 19th and June 21st. Okay, her grandmother, her sister. And primarily, investigation is that the incident were delayed at time due to insufficient evidence, but it was resolved quickly. Coincidentally and shockingly, on the morning of the 23rd, a vehicle patrolling the Sonozaki Park with heard screams, rushed to an emergency measure. They secured the suspect's missing younger sister, Shion Sonozaki, and the 2 missing classmates, Keiichi Maribar and Ryuga Rena. The suspects fled the scene. Deep in the detached basement of the Sonozaki property, which believed to have been to kill useless, hair flakes, skin, blood, etc. Of the other 4 missing. Oh yeah, Grandma's gone. We concluded that missing person were tortured in the torture chamber. However, their remains have still not been found because, again, they were probably down a well. One of the imprisoned on one of her. We continued to search the detached basement in the Sonozaki property, which they were imprisoned. Suspect escape route. In addition, investigating her participation in a serial freak death incidents in recent year would give some clue. But no evidence that Mion Sonozaki was involved, either directly or indirectly, has been found. There have been many unclear points as to the motive behind the incidents. Clarify them. The opinion of local officers and all about the region that there may have been a lynching, an internal form of punishment, sacrilegious acts carried out against the beliefs of Hinamizawa village. Rooted in religion. We anticipate getting valuable clues for the missing person to believe to have been imprisoned for the longest time, Shion Sonozaki, the suspect's sister, but her mind stricken by grave after effects of the she is broken? But she is in temporary state of shock, but hopefully she will recover. Probably not. Only a few days passed since that time. After that, I was rescued by Yoshi-san and his subordinates, whom Rena called in. And aside from my entirely blank state of mind, I had no external injuries. The most I had was a small burn mark from where the stun gun hit me. As I was having a checkup in the hospital, Oishi-san asked me all sorts of things. But I don't really remember what he asked or how I answered him. From what I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hadn't been captured. There was apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms exceeding out the depths of the prison. It would be strange if she had fled to one of those and hidden. It wouldn't have been strange if she had fled and hidden herself. Blah. The one fortunate aspect amidst all the misfortune was that Shion had been safely secured by the police. When I last saw Mion, she seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. She probably didn't have enough time, though, since Oishi-san came running faster than she predicted. That was the only real fortunate thing to have happened. Of course, the rest... Ma'am! I know, I get it, you're bored. I get it. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external wounds, now had a big, deep wound in her heart. And her mind! She was in a severe state of confusion when they rescued her, and apparently she bit the police officer trying to resist. From what I heard, she was seeing Mion and everything she saw. Hated not only the hospital, but even her own home. And even shut herself up somewhere in Shishibone, hiding her location. Additionally, in fear that Mion would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day. Even her parents weren't sure where she actually was. Wherever she was living, even now, Shion was spending her days in fear of Mion's shadow. The police were investigating the Sonozaki's underground storehouse at this moment. Since they couldn't find the remnants of the other sacrifices, hadn't Mion thrown their corpses into a well? Had that feeling I'd said that had I said that to him or something? Oi. Girl, you distracted me. We are so close. That meant the hidden tunnel, vertical like a well, was somewhere in those underground passages. Secret underground, without any maps or archaeological drawings. Architectural drawings. I am losing my mind. Which had swallowed up the remains of Rika-chan, Satoko, and everyone else, still unwilling to speak the truth. I was brought back to that basement again, too, for an on-site inspection or something. But I didn't remember being of any help. I never wanted to go back there again. Gee, I wonder why. For days afterwards, the Sonozakis living in Okonomiya, in other words, Mion and Shion's parents, the big-name Yakuza, would come to our house to apologize, bringing many of their followers with them. However, as much as my parents refused it, they piled up many $100,000 yen bills, calling it consolation money every day. The amount of money grew each day, and after it had passed 2 million yen, they were given an envelope containing a letter. I don't know what was written in that letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 whole nights, and decided to move away. I see. You're moving, huh? When? At the end of next month. I won't even have been in Hinamazawa for half a year. I'll be lonely. I'm the only one left. Rana smiled sadly. If I just said yeah, and thought it would make her even more lonely, so I changed the subject. Here's something to think about. That's how I broached it. Mion hadn't actually fled, but had been demoned away, in the true sense of the term. Where she went after she disappeared. That we didn't know. What was there, and where she had disappeared too? I hope there's a hobby shop dealing in imports the kind Mion liked. In that place, she would definitely be free from the burdensome fetters of her family. And live not as Mion Sonozaki, but just as Mion and enjoy herself. Maybe she's already met up with Satoko and Rika-chan. They must also have been waiting for the day that I and Rena would join them, spending their time doing club activities, as lively as they always were. When I told Rena that, she smiled and nodded to me. The incidents of the Sonozaki family had been trying to hide, so hard to hide, too, were exposed in the magazines from this single tiny seam. Serial incidents of recent years had been pulled up like a long vine in the ground, one by one. For many days, the news was brought up to talk and variety shows. The shows, which were comedic and silly, never once tried to touch upon the grim, heavy history that Mion had been bearing. It made me mad to see them bringing up stuff like that in jest, but there was nothing I could do about it now. Helping of an impression. What these short few weeks I spent in Himazawa have on my life. There are scars there! During these few weeks, I met my best friends, and had the best experiences of my life. I would probably never forget them for as long as I lived. As for the distorted image of Mion that the media created, after the masses got tired of treating her like a plaything, they would ball her up and throw her in the trash, and she would fade from their memories. As one of those few people who knew the real Mion, I must always remember her. Beyond any doubt, that would surely become my offering to her. The sky reached so far up, and towering cumulonimbus clouds floated through it. The real summer was just before our eyes. Alright, I think that's it. I think we did it, fam. Not quite. Even now, whenever 10 p.m. came around, I would expect a phone call from Shion, or Mion rather. Now that everything was over, of course, she would never call me. But it was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared of who would call me this time. Plus, Mion still hadn't been caught. I couldn't say for sure that everything was completely over. On the other side of that too, though, my prayers that Mion was safe. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts. The lights were off. Before her attacking, when the lights were off, was something that scared me. However, that feeling changed to regret within 2 days. The moonlight filtered through the gap and the curtain shone on the desk and illuminated a doll. That's right, that doll that I should have given to Mion that day. She was an import from England or something, and it was all the rage, didn't she? From what Shion had said, the most popular among the ones were the ones wearing a fluffy dress. What are you doing? Ma'am, I get it. I absolutely get it. Hi. After being released from the incident, the first place I went to that toy store. Everything was apparently sold out besides the things on the storefront displays. I was refused once when they said they wouldn't sell the display products, but when they realized I was a survivor A from that incident, they immediately consented. Of course, even if I bought it, I might never have a chance to give it to her again. Girl. Even knowing that, I waited for the opportunity to give it to her. I waited like this for an opportunity with it on the desk, so I could give it to her at any time. Plunk. It was a weird noise. It was a noise that I wasn't used to hearing. It was too big to be raindrops, and it was completely different from the sound of lost bugs making when they ram into fluorescent lights. I figured I must have misheard, and nestled back into my futon. Plunk. The noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things. I definitely heard it. Where was it coming from? I got up and turned on the light. There was a second. There would be a third. From where, though? I listened carefully. Plunk. Window. Some sort of pebbles were colliding with my window. When I realized they weren't being blown there by the wind, but rather being thrown by a person, I gave a start. I looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. Who would it be at this time? I quietly peeked through the front, through a gap in the curtains. In the light at the gate, despite being so late, I saw someone. Picked up a piece of gravel, and threw it at the window. The window made a plunking noise. Who was it? Ah. I caught my breath in surprise. My eyes weren't deceiving me, then that person was Mion. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. My eyes certainly weren't deceiving me. It was Mion. It was Mion. She was alive. Mion pressed her index finger next to her lips and made a shh motion so I wouldn't shout. She hadn't. Well, I was nearly about to cry out. Mion was in a very delicate position right now. Even if it was the middle of the night, I shouldn't call out her name. Girl. I waved to her, gestured that I'd be right over. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna see if I can get the cat to go to bed. 1 second. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. I waved at her, gesturing that I'd be right over, flung my coat, dropped my pajamas, and flew out the door. I quickly hit the brakes just before going down the stairs. Although happiness was spreading with me, I had a sad feeling that this would be our final parting. I went back to my room again and grabbed the doll. There was a God. I don't think I would have ever thanked him as much as today. Even if it would be the last time we ever saw each other. I was so grateful for this one chance to give it to her. I slipped into my sandals, unlocked the door, unhooked the chain, leapt out of the house. Mion. It's been a while. How are you? Been doing all right? It's like how we used to talk every morning. Mion waved at me and responded like she always did. Doubtless, Mion. It's the real Mion. Are you all right? Hanging around this place? I really shouldn't be. She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. Almost like she was a patient who had gotten tired of staying in the hospital and snuck out. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that I couldn't help but be surprised. That relaxation, I thought, was more like Mion, and I was happy for it. Anyway, what's wrong? What did you need at this hour? I wanted to talk to you one last time. That's when I noticed them. On Mion's forehead were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, too, which I thought had been a satisfied smile, upon closer inspection, trembling slightly, and I realized she was forcing it. Well, I can't stay for any longer. A note was beginning to enter her words as well, as if just smiling was a feat for her. Are you all right? Are you not feeling well? I tried so hard until now. But I can tell. I'm done. This is my limit. They're about to come up behind me and take me away. Mion's smile crumbled and she started to stiffen. Did she push herself this much to come all the way for me? Ha 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 ha. Her laughter cut off and changed into a rough breathing. I reached to rub her back, but she knocked me away. Are you okay? Don't force yourself. Oh, that's right. I had something to give to Mion. This doll. I'd wanted to do this one last thing, because I knew how little time you had left. But this last thing. Blech. Up! Ugh. My stomach is burning. Mion took a meat cleaver like knife and stabbed me and pushed it in tight and took it and twisted it. Mion? Hey, what? It hurts. Yep, nope, we still died. I made it! I made it! Hoo. I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot it was almost spewing fire. Mia watched it and took a few steps back and cackled. I've done it! Done it all! That's everyone! I wanted to kill! Haha! The last words Mion left me that day came back to me. After today, Mion will never come back. From today on, even if my body is here, the body still will be. The body is all it will be. By then, the demon will have taken over. The demon. The demon. The demon. Me. On. This can't. I thought we had finally been able to meet. This can't. Mion. A pool of blood above my own design. This doll I brought for Mion died in red. So red. Mion. The good fortune of having been allowed to meet Mion once more, and the misfortune of that meeting being torn apart before my eyes. Should I be grateful or curse it? My emotions were neither of those, as my consciousness sunk deep into a black swamp. It was all I brought for Mion. Blood had ruined it. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it had needlessly been ruined. The sad moon was so white it looked frozen. June 28, 1983. A violent incident occurred in Namazawa village. The victim was Keiichi Marabara, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. Around 2 a.m., he was stabbed in the stomach with a blade object suspect of the last case, Mion Sonozaki, and was gravely wounded. He was discovered when his parents woke up and transported. He escaped death. The criminal fled the scene. Somehow he still survived. On the same day, approximately the same time, a fall accident occurred in the apartment complex. The victim was Shion Sonozaki. What? Somehow we're still alive! Amazing. Overheard a big fight with someone and informed the manager. The manager used the master key, entered the room. The room had been torn apart to be traces of a fight. Neighborhood frequently visited the Sonozaki house for a long time and testified he heard sound was like two sisters having a fight, trading insults back and forth. We believe that related to the injury called to the same day. Thorough search of the room could not find any traces to imply that anyone the victim was present. The victim fell straight down a foliage of a parking strip. Her neck broke and she died immediately. Her clothing was disheveled and the marking would imply a scuffle. We also believe, however, that could have been an insanity-induced suicide attempt based on the particular mental state of the victim of the incident. We are concluding through examination for both fronts, suicide and homicide. Alright. That should be it. We'll do the extras next time because, oh my gosh, I'm still at 6 hours. What? There's more. Okay. Only 5 minutes, understand? Please try not to excite him. Yes, I'll be careful. Clack. The door opened, and as I expected, Oishi-san came in. But wait, there's more! Alright. Yeah. Hello, Maibara-san. Thank you, Liv. It's been a while, hasn't it? Tell me, how have you been since then? Terrible! The doctor says my prospective recovery seems to be going smoothly, but I think I got worse when I saw your face. Nah, you wound me. As Oishi-san gave a laugh that smelled of sweat, he handed Mom a bag of assorted candies he must have purchased from the souvenir corner on the first floor of the hospital. Cheap bastard. Excuse me, Miss Maibara? Would it be possible for me to talk to Keiichi-kun for just a few moments? Mom clearly wasn't pleased at the thought of a police officer talking to her son without her there. However, I insisted. Sorry, just a little while. Just 5 minutes, okay? Though grudgingly, Mom left the room. When she closed the door, Oishi-san grinned widely and looked around the room. A room to yourself. How high class. My old lady always gets a shared room, you know? It's quite lively, however. Seems like a higher rank if you have a worse disease in a place like this. What? Oishi, please! The sicker you are, the prouder you are, maybe the more arrogant? Oishi-san, we only have 5 minutes. Get to the point! I would like it if these last 5 minutes that we ever saw each other. I don't have any connection to the Hinamizawa anymore, and this isn't Hinamizawa anymore either. Yes, because there aren't any general hospitals in Okonomiya. Mind if I take a seat? Down we go. This was a large universal hospital in Shishibone. It was splendidly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa and Okonomiya. Yeah, to 5 minutes and to ride up. Yes, bought the candy for a business expense. It was hard to believe that Hinamizawa was part of the same city. When does it look like you'll get transferred? Don't know. I'm ready to go wherever, though. Our moving plans were delayed a little because of my serious injury. You know, being stabbed and all. My parents had already left the house in Hinamizawa, though, and are living in a new one. I plan to have me transfer hospitals to be closer to the new house once I recovered enough to be taken there. Please don't come in here while I'm transferring. I really will get worse then. And you really do hate me. It may just be my job, but that stings. That's why I brought you all kinds of lovely souvenirs and atonement that I totally bought from the souvenir store. You didn't need to bring an assortment of cookies for that. Well, you see, there aren't actually cookies in there. Look. She pulled out a can of cookies and... Ow, I'm stretching my scar. I didn't know what you were into, Maribara-san, so I bought all sorts of things. See all sorts of cute-looking ones from Western comic strips? Lately, this age manga aimed at girls, too. You know what? Good for you. Don't bring that porn in here. Take them away and go home. Ow. But for sure, a healthy young person like you would need to be feeling a little bit needy cooped up in a place like this for so long. Are you going to call the books a business expense? The only fetish you'll end up with is the nurse one, you know? There are plenty of other beautiful things in this world besides nurses, after all. Don't decide what to major in now. Keep your options open. You need to be more all-around type of person. I could actually vulgar laugh and a pained grin. Somehow or another, I understood. The fact that Oishi-san was bringing it up like this meant that he must have had something important to talk about. Can we just get on with it? The incident with Shion was unfortunate. The night I was stabbed by Mion, Shion fell from a balcony and died. They said the police were investigating all possible accidents. Accident, suicide, homicide, but it could only have been Mion's doing. Mion found out where Shion was hiding and pushed her down to her own death. Nothing else was conceivable. It couldn't have been an accident. It was Mion. It had to be. Criminology guy said there is to be a suicide, but I'm on the same opinion as you, Mayabara-san. She pushed Shion and also stabbed you. In one night. Has Mion still not been found? Oh, that's right. That's what I came here to tell you today. Yes, we actually did find her. What? Ow, 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 ow. Learning that felt rather strange to me. I was partially relieved that the incident was truly over, that I'm partially sorry that my best friend had to finally be caught. But like many other things, too. My heart was a maze of emotions. So deep. That's not all. In the Sonozaki House catacombs, we found a hidden well. Just as you said, Mayabara-san, we found the remains of those who had disappeared in the bottom. I see. Sliver of hope, that possibility, believed that Rika-chan and Satoko were alive, just from the fact the remains hadn't been found. Gone. It was incredibly well hidden in these catacombs. I mean, it was the blind spot and another blind spot. It was a vertical tunnel dug out like a well. There was a ladder set up, and we went all the way down there into another tunnel built going through it. When we followed a few hundred meters, we found ourselves at the mouth of an old, unused well in the mountains. I wonder if there was a secret escape route a previous Sonozaki family leader built. Probably was. Maybe it was made in the Meiji era. Still, I'm impressed they built something like that. So everyone's remains. Were they at the bottom? Yes. Even deeper down, there was an escape path with a pool of coal. There was a pool of coal tar. They'd been casually thrown in there. They had fallen from a fairly high spot, so their remains were totally buried in it. It took a lot of time and effort to get their bones up. Did you find them all? I hoped that at least one, they at least wouldn't find Rika-chan or Satoko. That's what I wished for when I asked, but my shallow hope was crushed in the blink of an eye. Yes, all of them. In fact, we also found human bones we think were over a decade old. We think these are at least 3 people. I suppose the dark side of Hinam is always history. I wonder how many people's bones we'll find when we suck them all out of the mud. Scary thought. That weight had been pushing down on Mion's shoulders this whole time. Mion. Currently identified 2 people who disappeared from Shishimone City decades ago. People are talking about how they have an opportunity might let us resolve the disappearing persons case that have been abandoned. After a deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Aisha-san went for his cigarette to pass the time, but realized this was a non-smoking area, so he gave up and put them back in his shirt pocket. You're in a hospital, my dude! Oh, right. This is a bit of a detour. But you know Rika Furude-san, right? Of course. She's my friend. Did she ever tell you anything about the lines? Anything along the lines of her regularly taking insulin injections for diabetes? Huh? Rika-chan has diabetes? Well, because she's made of sugar, obviously. I didn't know what he was talking about. Actually, we found it in her skirt pocket. A syringe. It was destroyed, though, so we couldn't identify the medicine. It's a bit out of place, so I got interested. You really don't know anything? I didn't know anything about Rika-chan carrying a syringe around with her. Sonozaki family corporates are the Yakuza people. Anyway, there are rumors that deal with psychostimulants. I was thinking it might have something to do with that, too. Are you trying to tell me that Rika-chan is a drug addict? No, not at all. That's not what I'm saying. Yeah, diabetes. And just strange, however you look at it, that she would bring a syringe with her on her way to get soy sauce. I have no idea what any of this means. Nope, stay open. We're almost there. My eyes were spinning. I feel sick. Are you alright? Should I call a nurse? I'm fine. Please continue. Well, that's all I had to say regarding the syringe. It was the only thing that personally struck me as interesting. Rika-chan. Rika-san was sort of like a village mascot after all. Looks like the village is in uproar right now. Between the old blind believers and the Sonozaki family who killed her, the Rie family's effective control of the village is basically in shambles too. Someone came up to them with talk of a dam again. With this sort of timing, the entire village would be abandoned for sure this time. I'm not related to Hinamizawa anymore. I actually was. I just said it because I thought about Hinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant, and I wanted to end this conversation quickly. There was a knock at the door. It opened slightly, and my mom asked if we were still talking. Whoops! We went off topic, didn't we? What a pickle. I looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. I told my mother there was something he really wanted to ask, and she could wait just a little bit longer. Oh my god, Oishi, get to the point. Is that so? Keep it short, okay? There wasn't anything getting around the fact that she was thinking about what a police officer would be talking to her son about. Maybe we should choose another day for this. Oishi-san? Mion? How is she right now? I waited just to answer. I wanted just to hear that answer and then get rid of him. Before I tell you, I need to tell you one thing. I need one thing from you. I just need you to answer something in all honesty. What is it? I want you to take your answer seriously, got it? If you say something indiscreet, it could be viewed as an obstruction of the investigation and you could be prosecuted. His son kept threatening me until the end. What the hell did he want? Maebara-san? Who do you think the criminal was who pushed Shion from the balcony? There's no way it could be anyone but Mion, is there? Then who was the one who stabbed you? Please don't make me say it again. It was Mion. Mion Sonozaki. Oishi-san smiled bitterly and dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Should have expected the answer, and yet it looked as though he was satisfied with it. She pushed Shion and then stabbed me. Didn't you just admit yourself that Mion was the criminal? The evidence was that Mion killed Shion based on testimony from the man living next door. The neighbor was actually a member of an organized crime group. In other words, he was Shion-san's bodyguard. It seemed he was a veteran leader. In that vein, was like a parent to the Sonozaki sisters growing up. That man said this. The noise he heard from next door were like the sound of a fight between sisters that he was used to hearing when they still lived together. And no, there was no doubt about it. He said he heard Mion and Shion insulting each other, and heard them struggling. At first he thought it was a hallucination she was having, brought on by her dementia, which, I mean... You see, he thought because of that sort of ruckus had been occurring every night. However, that night had been longer than the rest. He claimed they went to her room and gave her a sedative. Noise died down, and they got the manager to give him the key. He'd already decided to at least check up on her, and after she wasn't answering his calls, they took the plunge and unlocked the door. And they saw the room was a mess. Since Shion had been pushed over the balcony, they decided it must have been Mion. That's how it happened. In other words, he only heard from the other side of the wall. Plus, because the apartment complex is connected to their organization, it doesn't have any residents. So they were the only ones who heard it happening. To reiterate, there was only one person who could have witnessed Mion Sonozaki. Even if he didn't see her, that is obviously Mion's doing. Now, settle down. This is what I'm saying. It means you were the only one who saw Mion Sonozaki for sure last night. After all, Shion-san, the other witness, is no longer alive. What are you trying to say? I don't really understand. At this point, Oishi-san paused. The fact that there was no smoking area completely slipped his mind. He took out a pack of cigarettes again. Oishi, no! He lit one with his lighter and exhaled a long stream of tobacco smoke. Oh my god, do not do this in a sick person's room! Were you really stabbed by Mion Sonozaki? Yes. There's no doubt about it. Smoke Oishi-san breathed out, floated away like a thundercloud swept away by the wind. Just stop smoking in the hospital. Oishi-san, you can't smoke in here. Nurses will get mad. Actually, we found Mion Sonozaki at the bottom of the well, too. What? She fell to her death. We believe that she was trying to escape from the hidden passage in the well. Her foot slipped climbing down the ladder. She fell to the bottom, broke her neck and died. Yes, the same way as Shion-san. She broke her neck. Well... What? After you passed out that day, me and Sonozaki tried escaping through the hidden well. But her foot slipped and she died. As if beckoned by the corpses of the other sacrifices, she slipped down there. But it doesn't make any sense, does it? The autopsy came to the conclusion that she definitely died on that day. She didn't go back there after attacking you and Shion-san. She was already dead by then. My jaw was on the floor. There was absolutely no way that could be. Mian was the one that stabbed me. It had to have been her. There wouldn't have been anyone else to do it. Then, who attacked Shion and me? Who was it? One who attacked you was someone who was Mion Sonozaki, and yet not Mion Sonozaki. My mind had become a complete mess, and I was starting to lose my ability to think straight. You remember how Mio Takano-san died? Eh? Takano-san. Yes. I think I heard that she was burned to death in some distant mountain. We learned that she was burned after being strangled to death. The Gifu station did the autopsy. It's a little bit strange. The results of the primary autopsy said that she had been dead for at least 24 hours. Since it was contradictory in their panic, they seemed to have revised it to say she died earlier in that day. Despite me being an absolute wreck over what was going on with Mion, he was telling me there was even more on top of that? I didn't understand the complex things Oishi-san was telling me. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if there was a Leon in there or something. Well, which actually there is a Leon in Umineko. Lol. The result saying that she'd been dead for 24 hours, as her own criminologist says. Pretty damn reliable. So then that would mean... I've asked that question over and over. But on the night of the Watanagashi, you were with Mio Takano-san, weren't you? I was. You also met her on the day before while setting up for the festival, right? I mean, I ran into her too. Yes. I was with her then. If she'd been dead for 24 hours, then that would mean she was already dead the day before the festival. Haha, that can't be. She was alive during the festival preparations. However, when you slipped into the ritual storehouse, Takano-san was already dead. The origin of all that happened. The beginning of everything. Our intrusion to the ritual storehouse, which I had come to regret countless times. The one who tempted me, Takano-san. When she invited us into the storehouse, she was already no longer of this world. Nah. There are too many dead people walking around in this incident. Nah, haha. An incident caused by a dead person and ended by a dead person. Also, apparently, they were under pressure to revise the time of Mion Sonozaki's death, not to the day of the incident, but to right after she had stabbed you. Probably pressure from the outside to get this incident wrapped up already. Which, yeah, get this incident wrapped up already! Oishi-san grabbed his jacket and, hanging on the chair, put out his cigarette with the bottom of his foot and started pretending to wave away the smoke, floating around. I've stayed too long. I'd come here thinking at least the end of this incident applied to you as well. But looks like it's got even more baffling instead. Yeah, pretty much. You don't throw that kind of twist in the... Actually, she was dead beforehand, so it's like... Unable to speak out of the corner... Absent-mindedly, he walked towards the door, looking at me, unable to speak, out of the corner of his eye. If it so happens that something comes to you'd want to talk about in the future, call me anytime. My business card is one of those souvenirs from before. When the time comes, I'll pay you a visit. Some wonderful souvenirs again that I totally bought from the convenience store. Nufufufu. Oishi-san seemed to think I was hiding something. That after all this, I would be hiding something. I'm the one that things are being hidden from. I'm the one who wants to know. And let us meet again one day. Take care of yourself. Are we done? Because we are slam. We are coming up to hour 6:30, 40 minutes. I listened to the tap-tap of Oishi-san walking down the hallway. I still couldn't return from my state of bewilderment. You wanted to end the incident as it applied to me? Was it over? Nothing was over. The incident was still continuing. Keiichi, are you okay? Then slip, an arm covered in flesh blood came out from underneath the bed. I wasn't that surprised. This was an illusion I was seeing, seized with fear. Kei-chan, I told you, remember? I heard a guttural voice coming out from under the bed. I still recognized it as Mion's voice. What, Mion? What did you tell me? I warned you on that day. After today, if you see me, it will be the demon that has possessed my body. Yes, I know. Uh-huh. You did. You said that, didn't you? Sorry. Guess I wasn't careful enough. That's why I got stabbed. Uh-huh. Possible wounds sustained when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arm slowly felt atop the bed, searching for mine. Oh, hey, Mion. I thought of a good joke. Want to hear it? Mion under the bed didn't answer. Let's say that I died here today, but tomorrow I'll still be here living a normal life. So, when Oishi-san learned about it afterwards, the time of death wouldn't make sense once again. He'd make a huge deal about how someone who should have died was alive, and he'd totally lose his head. Kano-san, then Mion, and then me, a third. So, funny, right? Make yourself laugh, doesn't it? Ha ha. Hey-chan. Laugh. Or was it not that funny? Mion's bloodstained hand groped around and found my wrist. Though her fingernails were torn, she gripped it hard, as if scratching me. Ow, ow. Go easy. Ow, it hurts. Hey-chan. I've come for you. I tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held it with was unbelievable, and I couldn't. She was only gripping one wrist, yet the whole of my body wouldn't move. Wouldn't even twitch. My fingers were spread apart, and I couldn't make a fist either. That, in fact, I couldn't make a fist, reminded me of the restraining table. I felt a crooked nail press against my left pinky fingertip. Mion's forehead was split open, with a face covered with blood. She smiled, got right up in my nose. Nothing was over. Nothing was over. The incident was far from being over. Still going on. Still happening. Someone please end this incident. This cruel, tragic, unfortunate, sad incident. Please end it. That is my only wish. I granted you one before, remember? You don't get any more. Uh-huh! Mion firmly held the nail down in my fingertip. With her other hand, she slowly swung the mallet up and... Okay! There we go. We did it! Still took about 7 hours, holy crap. New scenario has been all cast review session became available. Ugh, did it, okay. I've got just enough energy, so let's do the extras. The last nail, oh my god, that's just so... Let's do the extras. Then I'll call it. All cast review session. Thank you very much for enjoying Higurashi When They Cry, What Nagashi. How did you like the story this time? If you enjoyed even a little, I'm happy. I could have done without the twist ending, but in general, that was a good build on the first game. A little nothing. Not again. It was a huge bad ending again, was it not? It's enough to make me simply furious. I'm furious. Well, good work, everyone. Well, that's how it ended, but don't you think this story was kind of like a Mion chapter? Yeah. We are totally gonna do, I'm gonna translate Mion's image song, Mion's You, rather. And I'll sing it at the next karaoke, since I did Rana's after we finished, Onikakushi. Yep, it definitely was a Mion chapter. I'm extremely satisfied with how big a role I played. Nyahahaha. You cannot call such a thing a success. Oh, don't worry, Satoko, you're next. Rika and I got killed too, didn't we? None of this concerned Satoko at all either. Well, I didn't want to die like that. No, Now, don't cry. There was a story centering around Mi-chan, so there will probably one that centers around Satoko-chan too. Like I said, it's the next one. Look forward to it. Satoko would definitely get attacked by a crowd of weirdo bullies and abused excuse me, Mion. Wah! I don't want that. I don't want that for you either, Satoko. Wah! Mi-chan, if you joke around too much, you'll make me angry too. I love you, Rana. Mi has a flat chest. She does not. Your mind wouldn't understand, even if it wanted to be petted. Question mark, Rika. Oh, they expanded. Your body is so unchaste. Hey, everyone! Great work. Sorry, we're late again. Tomitake-san, Oishi-san. You did a great job as well. Where are Takano-san and Shion-chan? They're coming, of course. Thanks for inviting us today. May I sit here? Yes, go right ahead. With all of us here, this is sure to be the best part. Please go easy on me. Then shouldn't we get started? Yeah, where's Keiichi? Does he even have a character design at this point? Is this everyone? Everyone but Keiichi. Which means my Barakun still doesn't have a portrait, so we're going to read the scripts for the next story immediately. Oh, Keiichi. You don't have a body still, I'm so sorry. I mean, I know what you look like, but this is just sad. How unfortunate. Doesn't feel right to leave him out. Mio-san, you don't have to worry about that. At times like this, going all out is actually a way of showing consideration. That's true, isn't it? We're all here for once, holding awake would be boring. Rip, Keiichi. Haha. Then sorry, Keiichi-kun. We'll take things from here. It's decided. Okay, everyone get the cups. Does anyone not like carbonated drinks? There's alcohol in it for the adults, too. Rika-chan, what will you have? Cola? Juice? Me. I want what Tomitake-san's having. Hey. Rika-chan, you're not allowed to drink. Has everyone gotten their cups? If we don't make a toast soon, my juice will get warm. Who will lead? Mion? Rana should do it. Okay, Rana, go ahead. Then, ahem. Everyone, excellent work on the Wat Nagashi chapter. Excellent work. The Nagashi chapter is now over. Thank you. Clap, 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 clap. Okay, everybody's here. Shall we debate the story again? I think so. Then let's get some honest opinions. Does anyone here have something to say? An honest opinion. Was the story this time not an answer chapter? Nope, it's still part of the question arc. The criminal was Mion-san. The root of all the evil was the Sonosaki family. Was that not the conclusion? I see. I was so sure that Michan wasn't the criminal. Technically, she wasn't. Too naive. This was entirely predictable from the previous Onikakushi chapter, was it not? In fact, it's almost shocking how predictable it was. You're right. We probably all did align with the most predictions made by the players of the previous scenario. It's like the story went exactly as everyone expected. Then, does that mean Higurashi when they cry scenario is pretty much over? Oh no, we've still got, what? 7 chapters? So I should sure think the root of everything was Michan's family? I wonder. In fact, I think it all means the theory of the Sonozaki's being guilty has been disproven. Yeah, no, this game series goes on for a long time. Oh, you have the same opinion, Mia-san? I think the same way. Though I still don't believe in curses. At the very least, however, I think the chances of the Sonozaki family being the true criminals has gone down. Yeah, no, we're gonna be here forever. It's like Marshy with Clannad. We're still here. Huh? Why is that? Didn't Michan confess that she killed everyone? That's right. She killed Rika and me. So what do you mean that she isn't the criminal after all that? I'm not trying to confuse her or anything. It's just that I think there are a lot of things that don't go along with Mion being the one behind everything. If you think about it a little, you'll get it. Which, like I've been saying, I'm pretty sure there was a twin switch somewhere in there. Huh? I believe the truth was more or less in line with the Sonozaki family theory. Love to hear your theory, Mion-chan. Then hear me out. Near the end, I confessed that I did participate in the past incidents, right? I thought something really wasn't right there, so I guess it's my bias. I mean, think about it. If the incidents of the past were caused by the Sonozaki family, that would be crazy. I mean, wouldn't they all be perfect crimes? They were attributed to other criminals or simply accidents after that. Hello? Well, that's right. Hi. The Sonozaki family is very powerful, and they were acting behind the scenes. Wouldn't pulling off the perfect crime be child's play for them? That's just it. That's the weird thing. Sonozaki family has been killing and erasing people so well for the last 4 years they didn't even let out a hint they were the ones behind it, right? But the incident in the 5th year... Yeah... was now that it was really cheap. They were killed for erasing people at random. They were killing and erasing people at random. Okay, hold on. I think the cat wants to go to bed now. Hold on. Well, aside from the fact that she, faked me out again, let us continue. Thank you. Alright, da-da-da. So that was really cheap. It was random. Any idiot could have seen the connection with the Sonozaki family. Now that I think about it, you're right. The incidents of the past were all mysterious, and nobody could tell if it was because of the curse or just simple crimes. But then on the 5th year, they suddenly really got violent. I do not understand what you are saying. Rika, do you? She means that if the Sonozaki family were the real criminals, then they would have done a much better job with the incident going on the 5th year. So what does that mean? Mion-san said the one who killed Rika and me? But it was the work of the demon who possessed Mion-san? Come on! Just like that last time, Mion-san wasn't a bad person after all, was she? That's right. Satoko-chan and I both thought that she was doing bad things because she was possessed by something. Then, does that mean our theory was right? I've been supporting the curse theory since the last after party, and the story this time makes that all the more convinced it's true. The fact revealed at the very end. The information regarding how Mion-san and Tomotage-san died days before despite being witnessed seemed to indeed support that theory. Oh my. I see the curse believers who seemed to be unconfident last time have gone quite a bit more self-assured. Do any of those do think it was a human have any objections? Last time me and Ichan and Rika-chan were the ones who thought it was the work of a person. The Matake-san did too, didn't he? Okay, let's hear what you've got then. Hello? You've got me there. I can't quite find the right words. One of the pieces of evidence for the curse theory was the mismatching times of death, right? So, if I could disprove the theory, then it would prove a human did it, wouldn't it? Oh, hi. Hello. I'll deal with you after I finish the game, ma'am. Oh, Shion, did you have a good objection? Objection! Well, I suppose I have the same opinion as you, Mion, that it was a human, but I don't think the Sonozaki family were the main culprits either. If it's okay with you to offer my objections. Woohoo! Show us what you've got! If you say it wasn't a curse, then let's hear your evidence. Ma'am, I get it. I absolutely get it. This has been going on longer than I even expected. Okay, Shion-chan. That's last trick we've been talking about. Despite Mion-chan having died in the day of the incident and falling into the well, how did she appear days later and kill you and Keiichi-kun? Here it is. My Sonozaki sister's conspiracy theory. My reason is simple. If Mion was dead by that time, then the only person who could have stabbed Kei-chan was me. I disguised myself as Mion and stabbed him. Which, I think it's around Arc 6 is Shion's side of the story. So, we'll see. Then I went back to my room, pretended to have a tussle with the ghost, then jumped right down and killed myself. So, when you get down to it, Mion-chan in this case would be the one to take the blame. She would take care of the mayor in person, and Shion-chan would be made to be merely a victim. She hid herself in the well and disguised Shion-chan and would show up and she pleased and murder whoever she wanted, all planned from the start. I get it. Then Mion would have son made two mistakes. First was that her corpse was found, and the second that was dying when she only planned to hide. That's what that would mean. Oh, well now. You're right. There's something logical about that. However, I'm still not convinced. It was too different from the magnificent, perfect crimes of the past. Even if their plan went well, Mion would end up in the bad guy, wouldn't she? She would either have to hide the rest of her life or be pretending to be Shion, wouldn't she? That would be too constrained. You can't call that the perfect crime. In other words, whether by dying or disappearing, me would have to go away. Rika-chan, that's a good thought. That means we should consider that me and Sonozaki leaving the stage was part of their plan. Hi. Are you actually ready? Are you actually ready, though? Or are you gonna fake me out? You're gonna fake me out again, aren't you? Will do. I am down to the ice nubbins because we have been going for 7 hours again. And a party like a Higurashi stream. End of the arc stream. She took responsibility for all of them herself, then left. By doing that, she could cover up the true culprit behind the past incidences. Which means this incident wasn't shabby. Its purpose was to cement all the past incidents as perfect crimes. I suppose that's what it comes down to. The young leaders of the Sonozaki family, young leader of the Sonozaki was the biggest suspect, confessed to everything and disappeared. For her, or perhaps for the non-Sonozaki, true culprit, there's likely no more favorable outcome. I don't understand even an inch of your conversation. Love you, Satoko. What do you mean by Mion-san taking the blame? If she's not the culprit? Let me put it this way. The true culprit behind the serial freak death incidents, still love that translated title, sounds like a metal band, was somebody else. Michan gave a fake confession that she caused all the previous incidents to protect that person. Or even so she's saying. My. I said this during my story, but it seems like we have an incredible detective on our hands. Love you, Rana. Yes, it does seem a bit persuasive. An incident started to throw off the scent of the true criminal. That's my reasoning. But if I go further, I think the true culprit isn't part of the Sonozaki family. So, was Mion-chan disrupting the incident to further protect the mystery person pulling off the perfect crime for 4 years running then? That's right. The site foreman only appeared in name in the last part of the story. Pretty suspicious if you ask me. Amazing! Really does all add up. Clap, clap, clap. Pachi, pachi, pachi. I still think the Sonozaki family and the sisters are the culprits, though. An incident caused by the sisters to sever their old fetters to the three families to clear away the past. That's my theory. Clearing away the past? You mean that they placed the blame on the three families' crimes on their final leader Mion to put an end to the dark history, and that the two of them left? That's right. It would make a sad story where the sisters would finally choose to end after a lot of worry. That went a little too far. Amazing! It really does all add up. Clap, 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 pachi, pachi, pachi. Wait, what? Looks like Rika-chan has an opinion too. Go ahead, Rika-chan. I have a question for you all. Why did Keiichi need to get stabbed? We already know why that is, Rika. It's obviously because he went into the forbidden storehouse without asking. Thinking back on it now, Tomitake-san and Takano-san probably died from their previous story because they stuck into the storehouse, right? Giggle. That's rather strange indeed. Huh? What is about it that's strange? Rena-san, that's right. Won't you think back, please? That's right. In the previous scenario, they were after Keiichi-san's life, even though he didn't sneak into the ritual storehouse. Murmur, murmur, murmur. Well, that's because... Yeah! Mizawa hates outsiders, right? That's why they tried to kill Keiichi-kun. That would be strange, though. They should have attacked Kei-chan's parents, too, in that case. No matter how you look at it, though, his parents never seem to be in much danger. Either this time or the last. Hear that, everyone who thinks it's the humans' doing? Unless you can properly explain the reason Keiichi-san's life was threatened, you can't definitely prove that the criminal was human, can you? Nyahaha. Even with the curse theory, however, we don't know why Marabara-kun was attacked this time or last time. With a little more, we would have it. We would have had it. There's still lots of mysteries remaining. Giggle. We can find some kind of reason for everyone but Keiichi-kun to die, but for some reason, Keiichi-kun's death is always vague. Both this time and last time, because, again, main character syndrome. He was being targeted regardless of whether he went into this ritual storehouse. Then does that not mean that he was doing something that got him killed both this time and last time? I see. If we can find something in common about Higurashi-kun's actions between last time and this time, it would seem like the key to unraveling all the incidents. I skimmed through the stories again, but I think he's going about his life in his own way. Though aside from the part in the storehouse, I didn't spot anything suspicious about his daily lifestyle. Keiichi-kun? What did you do both last time and this time? Something bad that would have caused you to be killed. Alright. As far as theory time goes, in both this one and the last one, he didn't trust his friends. He succumbed to paranoia. It's best to ask the person himself when you're unsure. Oh, here he comes! Haha! So while reading the script for the next game all by myself, you were talking about me behind my back, huh? I see. Well, that's that. Anyway, Keiichi-kun, you should try asking your own heart. Kei-chan, so what kind of bad things did you do that would get you killed? It must surely be all the violent things he does towards me. Squeezing my chest so tightly was surely a crime. Yeah. Being happy all day surrounded by girls around his age is the kind of crime in the first place. Tomitake. Let me tell you about Bishoujo games. Nahaha. Grave crime indeed. Libara-san is truly envious main character, isn't he? Switch out with me once in a while, would you? No! I mean... I think a Detective Oishi-san game would be hilarious, but I don't think he would get any dates. No dates. Well, with all those perks getting stabbed at the end, there really isn't much of a price to pay. Well, there you go, Keiichi-san. Have you remembered the crimes you've committed? Ugh! Both this time and last time, I live a proper and just life, and I always meet a terrible fate in the end. What was that about asking my own heart? I'm the one who wants to know. This is bullying! How sad. I'll pet your head next time for you. I wonder if we should go back and read Onikakushi again after rereading this one. We're not doing that. If you want to do that, by all means, I've got a playlist on YouTube. I'm going to put myself in Mion shoes and read back over Nagashi. Maybe I'll find something different compared to when I read it from Kei-chan's point of view. I will always think of it as the doing of the demon. All the events and tricks can be explained away with a demon. It's kind of like plasma. Plasma? Team Plasma? No. What do you, the readers, think about it? We'd certainly like to hear your thoughts and opinions. Through the mail? Is there an address? I think we did it. That's the after party. All right. Cool. Got the achievement for that too. All right. It's been 7 hours and 11 minutes. Oh my gosh. Ain't no party like an end to Higurashi party. Let's see, who do we go to? Thank you all for sticking with me as I finished a whole nother arc. Wait, wrong thing. To the dashboard. Thank you very much, I appreciate that. What? Liv! What? What? Okay, where are we in life? Okay, we were at 26. So, math. 36. 40. Okay, so we hit the extra emote and the PNG. Holy crap, Liv. Thank you so much. Aww. So, we've hit chat commissions of PNG. And, where are we in life? Alright, where are we? Thank you so much, you absolute sweetie. Let's see. Alright, hold on. Math. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, the calculator. What? Oh, look at everybody. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Liv. Okay. So we were at 41 plus Doc's 20, which would put us at 70. So that puts us at the writing streams. You unlocked the reading and the writing streams. Holy crap, Liv. You absolute sweetheart. What? Just for that. You get this emote in your general direction because holy crap, that was kind of you. What? Thank you so much, you sweetheart. And actually, wait, did we unlock another emote after that? Hold on, I gotta know. Rewards. Because I know you unlocked one, with one of the things, but what about the others? Okay. So okay. So the last one to unlock is the one at 50. And, but that's okay. I am not expecting anything. I'll probably leave it. It should be just fine, if I leave it for up till the end of the month. But no, seriously, thank you so much. I was not expecting that random bomb of Thank you so much. You get a hug because that was super generous of you. You did not have to do that, but I appreciate that so much. Alright, let's see where we're gonna go. Seriously, thank you. Alright, manager. Let's see. Alright, so we've got Hades, we've got Elden Ring, we've got Halo, and we've got Splatoon 3. What are people feeling tonight? I'll put up a poll. What? What? So? What? Oh my goodness. Alright. Okay. So, 9 more puts me at... What? Okay, so that unlocks the last emote. Holy crap. Thank you. What? Alright. Oh my, we have hit Get the Elgato. We have hit it? What? Yeah, I did. Thank you. Oh my goodness. You absolute sweethearts. Thank you so much. I do not deserve y'all. Nope. I'm getting emotional, but I'm not gonna do it. But thank you, seriously, so much for the support. I was not expecting this at all. But no, we hit the goal. Wild. Y'all are wonderful. Thank you so much. I don't have the words. Y'all are sweethearts, and I'm so glad I met all of you. Well, save one. But anyway, thank you so much. What? What? Alright, rating. For realsies. Where do we want to go? Yeah, no, I am extremely flustered, and I appreciate y'all. Let's go to Katsuo. Let's do a little raid message. We're doing 7-hour story time, right? Because, yeah, that was a lot, yo. Alright, I'm gonna send you all off. Thank you so much. What? Y'all are amazing, thank you.